Señoras y señores, sean ustedes bienvenidos al hotel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hilton Hotel. For your stay to be pleasant, please take into account these security measures. The hotel has a TV circuit that is monitored 24/7. Please take care of your personal belongings. If you have a laptop, ask the security personnel to be insured. And carry your identification in a visible place. Smoking is not permitted inside the hotel. Please bear in mind that in the event of an emergency, remain calm. In case of an event, please contact the hotel staff or activate a manual alarm. When listening to the emergency alarm, please have your personal documents in hand, and the evacuation order will be informed by the loudspeaker. Go to the emergency exit without shouting or running. Walk on your right and do not talk on your phone when evacuated. Go to the meeting point on the Avenue La Esperanza and stay at the meeting point until you receive more information from the brigade. Enjoy the event. Thank you.
La innovación es algo maravilloso. Puede transformar cómo vivimos.
Innovation is something wonderful. It can transform the way we live. How we relate among each other with the world surrounding us. Innovation needs creativity. An abundant resource in Latin America and the Caribbean. And to grow, different actors need to collaborate together. That's why we have the IDB Lab Forum. It's a fertile space to grow new ideas and to connect those who can make them thrive and transform them into solutions that will change the lives of millions of people who need it. Innovation actors from the region and all over the world, putting the entrepreneur and innovator at the core, the person who takes new risks to employ new technologies and business models that can accelerate inclusion, economic growth, and climate action. Welcome to a unique space for knowledge exchange, to seize business opportunities, and to generating connections that will be hard to produce. Welcome to the IDB Lab Forum, an innovation and technology event to improve lives in Latin America and the Caribbean.
¿Ya? Hola, muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Let me ask you again. How are you? I am Ana Melina Gutierrez, and for me it's a pleasure to be here with you in person. But we also have people connected and seeing us through streaming, so let me give you a warm welcome to this big event. Now, we're being visited from 38 countries of the region and all over the world. Welcome to the capital.
To take advantage of 2 days loaded with knowledge of this ecosystem of all those that are here, those that love this topic so much. This is an event of IDB on innovation and technology. You were already able to see in this large opening why we are here, why you will be here these 2 days, what you will see during these 2 days, and basically what we want is to transform the lives of millions of people in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a moment, of course, to check and see if there are business opportunities. Probably you will have them to discover trends, identify talents, but also most certainly for strategic alliances. See who is sitting to your right, to your left, who you have around you. Maybe you can have the most important alliance of your lives. IDB Lab Forum thanks all those organizations that made this second event possible, the second edition of the IDB Lab Forum. So thank you to the sponsors. We have the Chamber of Commerce of Bogota. We have ISEX Invest in Spain, was by the allies, Confama, Da Vivienda, and also all the other collaborators, ABP Ventures, Google, Mujeres in Situ, We Invest, and WISE. They are women in STEM entrepreneurship. On behalf of all of them, welcome once again. Very important. I know that turning off your cell phones is sometimes difficult because you have to check your messages, but at least silence your cell phone so that there are no interruptions. I saw many people that were recording this opening. If you haven't uploaded them to your networks and you want to do it, you're invited to do so with our hashtag BID Lab Forum or IDB Lab Forum, and that you be aware of our social networks. We have the app, of course, of the event, but also through the network, through your social networks, we will be informing things about the event. LinkedIn and Facebook, we have the IDB Lab, and in Twitter at IDB dash Lab Forum. If you know of anyone that was not able to attend because we have a full room, you can connect with us, as I have mentioned at the beginning of the event. You can do it through the web page bidlabforum.org. Now, for an official opening, because I'm only here greeting you, I want to welcome the chair of the Inter-American Development Bank, Ilan Goldfajn.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second edition of the IDB Lab Forum. My role here is to present our host. I won't say anything else. I would like to first say thanks to Ricardo Bonilla, Minister of Finance of Colombia. As you know, the IDB Group, since its foundation, has been a partner in Colombia's development. And I'm talking about 64 years of work. It's an honor to be here in Colombia, to be present in this event, which seeks to boost innovation and entrepreneurship in the region, and which marks the celebration of the 30 years of the IDB Lab. Congratulations, everyone. Colombia and its big cities, including Bogota, Cali, Medellin, have seen a very impressive growth of its ecosystems of entrepreneurs and technological base. They have demonstrated to be really important engines for the country's growth. The IDB Group has a lot of hope that these ecosystems and their benefits will reach more regions of the country and several other countries, that they continue being an example and a role model in Latin America and the Caribbean. Without further ado, I want to present you our honored guest, Minister Ricardo Bonilla, to the stage. Ahí. Mr. Ilan Goldfajn, President of the IDB. Mrs. Irene Arias, General Manager of IDB Lab. James Suscribe, President of the IDB Invest. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the IDB who are here with us and represent all the countries that are part of the IDB. Mr. Coronado and Ramiro Lopez, representative of the IDB in Colombia, businessmen, innovators, and all participants who are here with us in this forum, to your colleagues from the government, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for Colombia, for ourselves, to be able to host this IDB forum, which is celebrating its 30th anniversary. Here we generate innovation, all the stimuli for the comprehensive development of countries and the region, that is, the Latin American region. The development of countries who have to go from inequality towards a more comprehensive economy. A region which needs to build integrity, that is, economic and social integrity. It is not about coming to a country or a region where we would just build zero inequality. It is about making countries more just. We have fought against poverty. We have fought inequality. We have achieved better results in poverty than inequality. In Latin America is the most unequal continent in the world. What does that mean? That we need to join forces to build a more integrating economy. The IDB, within its objectives, wants to contribute to research and development, and that would be 3% in the IDB, whereas in our country is 0.8%, which is really low. This event will show us where we have to get to in terms of innovation and integration. Our future goals need to be more ambitious, and the support from all our countries is really important. In the stage 4 of the IDB, it should develop such process. And I commit to this, Mr. President, that the debt that we have in the third stage with the IDB will be settled soon, and Colombia would be one of the first countries to contribute to the fourth stage.
económica, social,
As a country, the social, economic, environmental needs are enormous. As a country, we must have a transition from an extraction economy to a knowledge economy. For the Colombian government, it is important that we build that energy transition. We have three transitions. The transition in foreign trade. Colombia today depends on oil and coal. For the internal market of gas, we don't have a solid enough exporting offer that will allow us to replace oil and coal exports in the short term. We have to build that. The first transition is how we can diversify the country's productive economy, how we can look at the agricultural development and go from what we have in only 7 million hectares in agriculture to 14 or 15 million hectares. In other words, how to double the agricultural space in the country, and how we can guarantee food safety and guarantee the foundation of a new exporting offer with added value based on agriculture. But that is not enough. We need to strengthen reindustrialization. Colombia is a country that was able to have 24% GDP in industry. Today we only have 12%. We very quickly deindustrialized, and the world is demanding to go back to industrialization, but not go back to industrialization with the technology of the second industrial revolution. It is going back to build the industry with the technology of the fourth industrial revolution, and that means more innovation, more creativity. That means greater assimilation of technology and knowledge. That means creating new relationships around the world where we can bring in the technological advances, we can learn, and we can build that industrial offer. That is where we have the first transition. Greater agriculture, reindustrialization of the country, reindustrialization and recovering textiles and confection to produce medications, vaccines, but more important still, to consolidate the metallurgic chain. Colombia has a possibility to do it. It has the baseline. It has the steel production. We have to go to the metal mechanical one. But the metal mechanical one of the fourth industrial revolution. And with that is that we will build it. And we will be able to open up to intelligent services. That is where we have the exporting offer of the future. And we will have to build that in the next 15 years to be able to replace it. The first transition is that one. The second transition is to generate the tax incomes of a more just and equitable society. That means that the tax income that Colombia depends on now, that come essentially from oil and coal, will be replaced in the future with greater intervention of other economic activities and with greater participation of individuals to build equality. Inequality in Colombia will be reduced initially with greater participation of individuals in the tax structure. In July, we will have the tax summit, and the IDB is part of it. In that tax summit, we will examine the processes on how we build a better international tax structure that can include all types of platforms, and that those activities that have relative important presence in Colombia can also contribute to the sustainability of the state. That is the second transition. We have to start to replace the tax income that come from oil and coal for a diversified chain. The third transition is more simple. It is to see how we can replace internally the consumption of fossil oils to cleaner production of goods with other types of development. We will continue to have automobiles, but in 2040, we shouldn't register a car that works with fuel. They should all be electric, and in Colombia, we should assemble electric cars. And we must have the process in Colombia, so Colombians are used to move around in bicycles, scooters, and other type of electric artifacts. So we need to electrify the country. And electrifying is clean energy. It comes from water. Probably not to build new electric powers, but to generate other forms of electric power, solar, wind power, other alternatives. That is the third transition. And in that process, IDB is accompanying us, and we will be standing there beside them. We will have all the potential to support the government's objectives. We want to create high-quality employment, and that is only created with a more diverse economy. We will not continue creating it with informal activities. Only diversifying the economy will regenerate high-quality employment. We will change towards climate change, where we truly deliver alternatives to the country, not only in terms of power, but diversifying the economy. We share the prioritization of IDB in fronts such as inclusion, gender equality, diversity, solutions to reduce gender gaps that are also part of the objectives of this government. We need to break the crystal ceiling, all of the crystal ceilings. We cannot continue thinking that including women is letting them reach the second level and that they cannot go to the first level. We need more women managers, more women leading companies, more women in all of the action fronts. And we need to return the dignity to the work of caring for others. And in that sense, Mr. Chair, we will continue working with IDB, building gender equality in inclusion, in effective inclusion. And the financial support in these stages of growth require joint support. Working with micro companies is extremely important, and we want to develop the initiatives of popular economy. But popular economy in the sense of understanding that the citizens are the ones that develop small businesses, small employment, and that they need to have the opportunity to grow, to diversify. And that for that, we need to generate conditions in terms of access to credit, to loans, the micro loans dominated by high interests that we need to fight against in an efficient manner. But fighting against that means generating opportunities of microloans that the International Bank are interested in seeing how we can build these new instruments. But not only creating mechanisms of access to credit, it is that we can buy them. And for that, the popular economy exercise developed by this government has the two faces of the coin: to strengthen credit programs to fight against these high interest loans, but also to create conditions so that those same communities are the ones that can build the roads, the rural roads, that those communities can administer school feeding programs, and those small businesses are the ones that can develop health activities in the territory that can diversify that economic activity, and we have to stop calling them informal. Let's promote their actions in two modalities. Let's give them resources, but let's generate work conditions, and let's buy from them. Today, we have denied the possibility of buying from them. They cannot provide public services. Communities cannot organize around themselves as energy or power communities. We need to buy power from the big operators. Power communities start to exist like the rural aqueducts. We have to empower those communities. That is the foundation of the popular economy. That, Chair Ilan, is the base of the construction of a country that is less unequal. We have to reduce the inequality index from 0.50 to at least 0.30. In how much time? 20 or 30 years, but we have to start to build it. There are countries around the world with inequality indexes of 0.30, but nobody's talking about a country of an index of 0. Nobody is talking about a country of an index of 0.1 or 0.2. No. There are many countries with 0.30 as an index. There are some countries with 0.25. Those are the economies that we want to imitate and build. Latin America has to fight against poverty and has to fight against inequality. And for that, we need to create policies that are inclusive. In 15 or 20 years, we can have transitions and build a better country. Chair Ilan, we will be attentive to the results of this forum. The region needs entrepreneurs, seed capital opportunities, innovation, to close social gaps, focused on climate change with gender perspective and inclusion of indigenous and Afro-descendant communities and our rural communities. And I end by thanking the IDB for having chosen Bogota as the city for this important event, and I wish you all very productive days. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Ministro Bonilla.
Thank you, Minister Bonilla, for being here, for accompanying us today. We have many tasks ahead of us, but we will probably start to execute them and implement that. That is the commitment. Now we will go to the first session of this event, and the title is The Need of a Change in Innovation for Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. And here we will have a conversation in English. Chair Ilan, the chair of IDB, and also Irene Arias Hofman. She is the CEO of the IDB Lab, the chair of innovation and entrepreneur capital of the IDB Group. This year, it is turning 3 decades. That is why we will start this conversation with a video because of the celebration of these 30 years.
América Latina
Latin America and the Caribbean is a region full of opportunities, but without innovation, it is very difficult to activate new engines of economic growth through productivity to close social gaps and to to avoid a climate crisis. That is why at IDB Group we promote innovation from early stages to escalate. IDB Lab, our innovation and entrepreneur capital, supplements the other two entities of the group, IDB and IDB Invest, taking better risks to develop solutions and technologies that accelerate the changes that our region requires. Congratulations for the 30th anniversary of IDB Lab. We want to tell you a little bit about its trajectory in the future, always with the same purpose, to improve lives. The big value of IDB Lab for Latin America and the Caribbean is to activate in the region new markets and industries that have brought new opportunities for those that most need it, greater productivity for the small businesses, and better tools to regenerate the environment. The IDB Lab agenda is evolving constantly to accompany the changing needs of the region and has been planting solutions and trends with direct and indirect impact in several sectors and geographies. IDB Lab created and promotes, since the middle of the 90s, the entrepreneur capital industry that finances early companies in the Caribbean and Latin America. It has looked at microfinances, fintech, generating advances, and millions of dollars for the region. IDB Lab has mobilized from the beginning the Green Regional Agenda, strengthening public entities and displaying business models for renewable energies, and has been promoted climate intelligent businesses and climate adaptation for resilient economies. IDB Lab has influenced access to essential quality services from the decade of the 2000s, creating the first legal frameworks for public-private associations in the region. Today, it continues its work approaching digital solutions to public challenges in water, transportation, education, and health. IDB Lab for years has created opportunities for economic growth for women and excluded populations. For example, with WeXchange, a platform that since 2012 connects entrepreneurs with entrepreneurs and investors. IDB Lab has played a role in employability in the region, introducing concepts such as the certification of work competencies and training in soft skills and digital skills and alternative education models based on technology. In 2018, IDB Lab turns our brand into our brand and starts a new stage as an innovation lab of the IDB Group, focused on the development of solutions and ecosystems based on disruptive systems and new business models such as blockchain for the blockchain system and to escalate the impact of Web3 in our region. FairLac Alliance to promote the responsible use of artificial intelligence. Worker Tech initiative to improve the work benefits and productivity of independent workers through digital services. Economía Plateada, a new social agenda, proposes the value of older adults as a source of opportunities and growth. GovTech and corporate impact venturing to escalate solutions through the public and private sectors. This year, we celebrate the 30th anniversary of IDB Lab, evolving towards a role more focused on resources and actors. It will become a hub of innovation for the development of Latin America and the Caribbean, always for the service of its most vulnerable populations. We will identify challenges in the region where innovation can mark the big difference. And amongst us all, we will display programs that approach the different ideas to generate a comprehensive and long-lasting solution. It will improve the life of millions of people in the region, and it requires audacious solutions. That is why we renew the invitation to add to our cause for 30 more years.
Hola. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
Well, Ilan, thank you, and good morning, everyone. And thank you for making the effort of being here. I think you've been doing a world tour. So let me remind you, today you are in Bogota. I saw you did and you are in a world tour also together with Ajay Panda, the president of the World Bank Group. What a great initiative. But let me welcome you to what I consider also partly my home, because I lived here for 8 years and my kids feel quite in a big part Colombian, and so welcome home, and thank you to the Colombian people for hosting us this week.
No, thank you for inviting me. For me, it's a pleasure to be here. And I know Bogota, I'm in Bogota, tomorrow in Jamaica, next week in Europe, but I'm here and I'm very glad to be here. We've chosen Colombia and Bogota for good reasons. They have been quite partners here of IDB, but also IDB Lab. And the video was impressive. 30 years, how much it has evolved. And more impressive, it will continue evolving. And I would like to thank you for being part of this journey and also innovating the innovation. You're innovating the IDB Lab. So it's a pleasure to be here. And I hope everybody enjoys being here the next 2 days, not only learning about the cases, the innovation, but also being able to do connections, to talk to your colleagues, to talk to other people. This is a place to be. People probably will envy you of being here, and you're also in Bogota, Colombia, remember.
Thank you, Ilan, and thank you for the great push, really, that you've given us. I've been here at IDB Lab for 5.5 years, and I'm really grateful for the real push.
How much?
5.5.
Oh,
and you've really given us, since you came, a real push to work even more as a group, IDB Lab and IDB Invest, and so thank you. I think it would be helpful sort of to set the scene and put some context to hear your vision and your priorities. And we always say that innovation is a means to an end, no? It's not a tool, an end in itself. So also, so your visions and your priority and how you see the role of innovation play out in that context.
Yeah, I was thinking, you say 5.5 years. I'm 6 months. It looks like 6 years. Innovation. When I think about the region, I'm thinking about the challenges that the region faces. And I have summarized actually, let me do a little bit here because I feel like I'm not being very elegant with you guys on this side. I have summarized the challenges with a triple challenge. Like everything, you can have 10 challenges, 20 challenges, but we need to focus. So when we talk about the challenges, let me do 3. You'll see I'm a person of 3. Triple challenge. First challenge, social issues in the region. The minister has just mentioned inequality, but the region is demanding changing social changes, demanding better services of health, education, transportation. They want better access to digitalization. So that's the first challenge that you've heard the minister, but every minister is facing. I would say the impatience of the population to have this better social. He mentioned the Gini from 0.5 to 0.3. I think that reflects what authorities are sensing. but they have limited access to resources, fiscal resources. So Minister mentioned the Cumbre on tax issues. So they're trying to find resources to provide the social needs. So that's the second challenge, fiscal resources. And finally, and very important, growth. And you need to generate the resources to provide the goods, to provide the social public services that they demand. So we are in a world where impatience is there. We have improved only partially socially. Poverty is there, inequality is one of the worst, as the minister mentioned. No fiscal resources, and growth has not been there. Why I'm saying that? You asked me about innovation. Because I think innovation is critical for every one of the three. First, innovation is key to deliver productivity growth, to deliver prosperity. That's the way where I believe you generate wealth. You innovate, you create new forms, you create new ways, you break through, you generate what we call the economy's productivity or whatever. If you want, I can also use languages like TFP, total factor productivity, which is another way of saying everything on productivity that we don't know, but it has to do with innovation. And you'll say, well, that's good enough. But in addition, and I have experience just going into the countries. I was in Mexico, we were in the Caribbean, in Trinidad and Tobago, we were just yesterday in Peru, and you feel that a lot of the innovations actually provide better services, either for the elderly, the economía plateada, or the digitalization. You are providing better lives for people. So, in my view, the innovation has a role in each of the challenges that what I have called the triple challenge.
No, thank you, Ilan. So I think, well, first of all, that's a relief, right, that you believe so strongly in the role of innovation. And
I'm not saying because you're sitting on my side.
Yeah, but it is what is giving us even more impetus to go further, and why we're here. No, because innovation, I mean, there are several ingredients that are critical to make innovation effective. One of them clearly is to have a diversity of perspectives, because if you want to be in the mode of asking yourself, what if you don't have a diversity of perspectives, you won't get there. And this is what we have here in physical presence and also in the virtual space with all of you who are listening and participating digitally. We are going to hear and have exchanges and perspectives from founders of really innovative companies from the region, who some of these companies were funded by IDB Lab when they were literally not much more than a PowerPoint and a promise. And today, many of these companies are multi-billion-dollar companies that are indeed improving the efficiency and the quality of lives of people in the region. We're going to hear from these investors that are coming not just from the region, but also global investors, from corporations that are incorporating innovation and also have found pathways to connect that innovation with the needs from the public sector, and academia as well, researchers. We're going to hear a lot about the potential of deep tech, because here we're not just talking about innovation in just marginally incremental innovation and the app economy. We're really talking about things that can transform the means of production, that can transform the potential of the region to solve the triple challenge that Ilan, that you just mentioned. So that exchange is one key ingredient, that diversity of perspectives and working together with an open collaboration and source bind. And the second ingredient that is very important is to do it with focus on the issues and focus on action. And we have a lot of partners here that are incredibly action-oriented, results-oriented. So this is what is really led us to the results that we saw in the video, and that we hope to continue to foster. Well, and this meeting here, this forum, is part of that journey. No?
Yes, and it's no coincidence that, as you mentioned, we are in Bogota, Colombia. They have been a very important partner, particularly in Bogota, Medellin, and Cali, where we were able to help the vibrant startup ecosystem. And the ecosystem are very important because they enable these innovations. It has really been important, and I'm happy that, as the minister said, that is still with us. As you mentioned, he says he's going to continue with us, both in terms of the resources of the past phase, but also of the future. So that was great news from Colombia, big partner. So we want, as a group, not only IDB Lab, as a group. And I want to say that we all, Public IDB, IDB Invest, IDB Lab, are here to promote and strengthen these ecosystems, because we see value in disrupting, value in generating innovations and molding the future.
Yeah, thank you, Ilan. And maybe here, so it would be really good to hear what you think about the interplay between the public sector, private sector, and academia, civil society, and also I think you have a pretty strong personal perspective given your past experience on that.
Yeah, I mean, I have worked in the public sector, the private sector, in academia. I firmly believe in the power of collaboration. I think you have, in any place, you have its role. And what we need to find is the synergies, how we can work together and generate more than the sum of the groups. And we can do it, I will see, in two dimensions. First, we need all to be looking at the same priorities, looking at the impact of what we're doing. As you know, we have been talking about on social issues. We need to focus the impact on that. On climate change, mitigation, adaptation, how we're going to help emergency once it happens, but also investing in sustainable physical and digital infrastructure in order to boost productivity. So the fact that the IDB Lab is not exactly in the same space than the other doesn't mean that we can all look at the priorities together. When we measure the impact, we can measure them in the same dimensions. And that will be very important. I've been in some countries, and the other day I was in Mexico, and I saw how an innovation on how do you provide health care to la economía plateada, the third age, and how you use technology to be able to help them. And then realizing that suddenly the public sector is interested to generalize it. That's synergies on the making. And that was in Mexico, but I can give you examples on the Dominican Republic, where you have the transportation. When you enter in the public the IDB public, and suddenly you have the private sector helping with the buses, renewal of the buses, and you have the collaboration of the IDB Lab when it started with a pilot. So it's powerful what we have. really powerful. And I would like to tell you that the 30 years of IDB Lab has been great. And the other day you came with Dom. He was with
Don Terry, yeah, the
Don
first
Terry.
CEO of IDB Lab NIF at the time, yeah.
So he came, he was still excited, like he was still at the beginning of the MIF, he was telling me about the innovation. And I can see the same spark in your eyes. It is truly, truly emotional to see how you believe in what you're doing and you're transforming what we do. And I believe that we should all be innovating with this purpose.
I think, just to say, I mean, I think for Don at the time, but certainly for me now, the biggest motivator is the energy of the team and the spirit of adventure, but with focus, on results. And I think, well, we have a team of 100 people that is distributed across the region, and really, I mean, the passion and the commitment that some of them are here, and the rest are virtual. And thank you to every single one of them, because I think that's what brings that spark, and I think that's what also motivated Don at the time.
So let me innovate. I'm going to ask you questions now.
Okay.
You've been talking about, instead of you telling me, I'm going to tell you what I believe about the phases.
Okay.
You correct me, and then I'm going to ask you about the future. First phase, IDB Lab was concentrated on developing solutions, ecosystems, enabling the conditions for the private sector. So you're generating the conditions. Second phase, you support small and nascent companies and make them grow, innovate. Third phase, which I believe is what we're doing now, you're combining the two. You're providing the conditions for the private sector to come, and at the same time, generating space for these companies to grow. Tell me about the future. What else? What else is missing?
So the description of this progression,
so first,
the decades of the phases, it's
I'm correct?
I think it's a great summary.
Well, I was reading.
Now, we're building on that, And if you just look, for example, we talked a lot about how we see the growth of the venture capital industry. A couple of decades ago, when we were funding the first funds and the first companies, we were literally 70% of the venture capital funding in the region. That has successfully changed today, That work paid off, and now that's an industry that in 2021 funded $17 billion in firms that are generating all this change. But there is still a lot of work to do, because that's an over-concentrated industry in a few countries, a few sectors, and we have that triple challenge that you mentioned. We have to put laser focus on investing in those under or overlooked categories. I mentioned that's an example, deep tech. There are others, and also geographies. So we are funding the first institutional funds in Ecuador, Bolivia, Paraguay. So that's partly of where we are now. And in terms of the foundations, we have, and you saw in the video, that we've been laying the foundations for how to use responsibly all this emergence of new technologies, and in particular focusing on AI and on blockchain and Web3. So we are laying those foundations now. What does that mean? I mean, that means that we are creating a standardization and interoperability so that anybody, as a digital public good, that anybody can then use, enterprise, entrepreneurs, government, and can accelerate the construction, thinking in terms of composability, building on each other's innovations, solutions on top of these digital rails of AI, blockchain, the Web3 economy. And this is, we're just seeing the beginning. We're going to see some examples, And for those of you who are, of course, in person here, you're going to see, for example, the issuance of digital tokens for biodiversity by Terrazos. And you can buy one, by the way, for just a little bit more than $20. So just outside. So that's where we are, and we want to take that further. And that brings us to the concept of becoming more of a hub, of connecting actors with resources, and really doing what you've been telling us since you arrived as well, to bring the power of the three parts of the group, IDB, IDB Lab, and IDB Invest, to connect all these actors, because that network effect is going to help us create more impact. And I'm going to borrow a phrase that you said a few months ago, because it applies very much to this. The next phase, as we become more of a hub, will be dictated by focus in going very deep into these challenges, because focus brings scale, and scale brings more development effectiveness.
What you just say, I think, is very important.
You said it.
Well,
I borrowed it from you.
Not that phrase, actually, what you said before. We are in the business now, in my view, of prioritizing, as you mentioned, so that we can focus, and that's my phrase. But what I think is important that you have said is that we are in the business of making a difference, of scaling. We need to make a difference in the lives of people in the region, but also in the global public goods. We cannot continue to do everything and don't have enough to move the needle. How this is related to what you said. IDB Lab is entering a phase, and I understand from your next phase is that you're trying to enable a way to scale and standardize. For me, it's surprising. It's very deep for me. How can an innovation and the arm of lab, which you will always think like this is project specific, this is ad hoc, looking at innovations. Each one of you are thinking of their own innovation in a very disruptive way, and I'm talking about scale and standardization and making a big difference. How do we join these two things? And what I understand from this phase is that what the IDB Lab is planning to do is to provide the technology, the standardization, the enabling conditions to scale. And that's easy to understand with examples. Blockchain. So you have a pilot that makes blockchain usable for everybody. You have a pilot that looks at how we're going to use artificial intelligence in a fair way. If you have an innovative way, and that creates the basis, that could be scalable, and that could be standardized. And if you do it in tech, the same thing. So that's the part of the innovation that's related to scale and to making a difference. And that's clearly what we all want to do. And I think maybe I don't speak IDB Labish, but that's the way I understand this is the focus of where we want to go.
It is brilliant, I think, the way you summed it up, and it is a universal language. I think partly, when you think of innovation, you do think a lot about experimentation and ad hoc, but no, it requires a lot of discipline if we actually want results. So that's the connection with the standardization and thinking from the design, how is this going to scale and what systems are we creating around it so that this is not just planting individual trees, that actually these collective actions create a portfolio that is cohesive and together actually makes a difference. And I'm not a football fan, or I don't know much about football, don't play it either, but I know that it's a great passion of yours, Ilan. And I thought of one metaphor of football that we actually use a lot in the team because there are a lot of football fans at the IDB Lab. And it's that if within the bets that we make in the projects, we fund about 100 projects a year, but again, they have to continuously be more and more cohesive and support each other, interconnect. around very, very deep challenges. If we win in the next 5 years, Ilan, 3 World Cups, 3 of those are home runs, 3 of those actually create systemic impact, I think we've done our job. And I want to invite those who are here and those who are listening. There's a QR code that you can scan, and it'll be also everywhere, as well as all the publications that we're releasing during, but you can see this QR code here. You can actually opine on where you think we should go deeper to address the 3 priorities that Ilan outlined at the beginning. So we want to hear from you and help us win those 3 World Cups.
I like the fact that there are 3. You just got it, right? 3
That
World
was a
Cups, that
coincidence.
will be essential. So, welcome everybody. Please enjoy. We have a lot of work to do. Thank you very much, and even wonderful work. Looking forward to work together for the next 5 years and more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilan, and thank you to the 40 countries that support IDB Lab. Thank you, directors.
Muchísimas gracias a Ilan, muchísimas gracias a Irene.
Thank you, Ilan. Thank you, Irene, for this conversation and to help us understand the importance of innovation so that we can solve problems, but also to generate opportunities in our countries. Today, leaders from all over the world, and these are conversations that we have held in the morning, recognize the importance of sustainability and innovations to be agents in the fight against climate change. So now I will give the welcome to a special guest. He is Sean O'Sullivan, expert in issues of innovation and technology, playing a fundamental role in our fight against climate change. Let's give him a warm welcome. Good morning. My Spanish is not the best, so I will change to English.
We have this to talk about, 2050 and climate. Normally when you hear about 2050 and climate, you hear it's going to be a disaster. I am actually here to tell you that there is some hope. And the hope comes through the innovation of the entrepreneurs, many of which are in this audience, and many of which are capable and fully able to change this world. But first, a little bit about myself. I run SOS Ventures. SOSV. We are the world's most active investor in climate tech since 2011, and we've been doubling down in it for many years. We run the SOSV Climate Tech Summit, which you are all invited to. It's a free online summit on September 26th and 27th with about 7,000 attendees, founders, funders, media, and it's a big networking event as well. So you are all welcome to that. Since 8 years ago, since 2015, we really doubled down into investing in climate and started investing in 20 or even 30 companies per year. And we have a list of our top 100 companies, the SOSV Climate Tech 100, that are currently worth about $11 billion, and it's growing by about 30 or 40% every year. We have 5 unicorns already, one of which comes from Latin America, and we'll talk about some of those. But these top 100 founders come from 19 different countries around the world, including 5 of these teams that were founded in Latin America. So, 5 different countries, there's more than that many companies that we've backed from Latin America in climate tech. So I'm going to tell you some good news, but I'm going to start with some bad news, which is that the climate situation is not very good. And we just hit 8 billion population in the world last year. And only 1 billion of those 8 billion people actually consume 3/4 of the world's resources. So that's a pretty bleak situation. And actually, it's much worse than that. If you look at the growing middle class, and we all want to have an abundant world where more of us can share in the wealth and the resources of what's possible. By 2050, just 25 years from now, we're going to more than triple the world's middle class, requiring more than 3 times as much resources. So it's actually not very encouraging. We're going to need 3 times the trees, 3 times the agricultural land, 3 times the concrete to build these buildings. And obviously, that won't be possible because we don't have 3 times the planet. We only have the one planet. So what we have to do is we have to change our means of production. And we think of this as a great opportunity, in fact, of changing the means of production. Just to take you back 200 years, in 1820, that is when really the petrochemical age started. 200 years ago, the fastest man had ever traveled was on the back of a galloping horse. Then in England, there was the coal-powered heating of water, which translated into a steam engine, and that started the industrial age. And in 100 years, just 100 years, we went from 1 billion population on the planet to double that to 2 billion population just 100 years ago. So that's all great. And if we'd stopped at 2 billion in population, we would not have a global warming problem at all. But we didn't. I was born in 1964. That's the year that we hit 3 billion in population. And during my lifetime, we've hit 4 billion, 5 billion, 6 billion, 7 billion, and finally 8 billion just last year. So what's necessary is for us to recognize that we all want an abundant world where more of us share in the advances of technology. And the way we do this is by, again, reinventing our means of production. We think of this as the world's greatest investment opportunity because we have to create about $100 trillion of new economy in order to do this. And it's going to be new startups, small companies going to larger companies that help provide this opportunity. And one word about this future. It's not going to just be this new world where we're all living in bubbles or, you know, protected from the environment or sucking the air out of the carbon out of the air. What 99% of the change that is needed is to simply change not the production itself, but the means of production to make it decarbonized. And we're going to talk about some examples of that. There are no easy answers in this. We just can't build these giant factories to suck air out of the atmosphere, or to suck carbon out of the atmosphere. In fact, this massive direct air capture device, you can see the small person standing right there to put it to scale. This device, which is being built in Iceland, can only remove the gases, decarbonize 850 cars worth of gases. That's not a lot, and you'd need about 100,000 of these to be built just to deal with just the carbon from automobiles. So that's not very practical. In fact, you have to target all industries. Food by itself is 30% of our greenhouse gas production. Most of that comes from the use of animal agriculture. So food, energy, transport, buildings and building systems, manufacturing, these are the different areas that need to be attacked in terms of creating these new foods, these new energy sources. And we're familiar with some of them, things like solar fields and windmills and such. But when we look at the primary sources of these greenhouse gases, as told to us by Bill Gates's How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, the 3 biggest areas are manufacturing, energy, and food. Now, when you reinvent things, it's generally not the incumbents that do the reinventing. It's generally the startups that do that. So I call back to this phrase from Buckminster Fuller: you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. You never change something You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. I'm familiar with this myself. My history as an entrepreneur, back in the 1980s, we put maps onto computers. So now if you type an address into a computer, you see a street map, like on your smartphones. Many of you may have gotten here today using that technology. But that was a company that I pioneered and went public in 1993. So billions of people now use those technologies every day. But it only took 7 years for the first, it took 7 years of hard slogging to get the first 1 million people to use that technology. It only took another 12 years, 20 years into it, before the first 1 billion people had used that technology, another 2 or 3 years after that before the second 1 billion had used it. So the actual fight may seem unwinnable today, but in only a short number of years, we can actually make a difference by building new models that make the existing models obsolete. We talked about energy a little bit, about solar fields and windmills. In order for that to provide the energy that we need throughout the day, we need better battery technologies. A company called Volt Storage that came through the HACS program is now the world's largest manufacturer of vanadium flow batteries, which is a new type of chemistry that is very useful for small businesses and residential customers. They're now building iron salt chemistry, which is useful for grid level scale batteries. That'll help us move in the energy transition away from carbon sources. We have other battery issues though. With all the electric cars that are being made, 95%, 97% of batteries currently end up in a landfill. We actually have to recycle these batteries and use those materials rather than remining them out of the earth. It's a very, very costly and a very inefficient way to create batteries to have to remine them every time. So Green Lion is a company that has built plants that go inside of recycling facilities to make a waste stream into a profit stream for recycling. We have companies that actually use abandoned oil wells, which go kilometers into the earth, and use them as gravity wells for storage of energy. We have other companies like Sapure, which is a company that actually 18% of the energy, electrical energy in the United States actually goes for heating things and cooling things, like for creation of vegetable oils or plastics. You actually, using this nano filtration technology of Sapure, reduce that energy use by 90%. So what I'm pointing out with all of these examples is how we can actually reinvent our means of production. And by doing so, we produce less carbon in the first place. Even in your houses, you may have a thermostat that controls the house, but you have rooms in the house which you're not using most of the time, or extra bedrooms or whatever. This is a device that, on a vent-by-vent basis, allows you to cut off 30% of the wasted energy in cooling or heating your house. It's a company that came out of HACS. We have companies, you may know that when you build fantastic buildings like this, you're using concrete. And concrete is 8% of global emissions, a massive source for our carbon problems. We have companies, 3 different companies in fact, that are actually making carbon stores of concrete. So it becomes not a source, but actually a place to store and decarbonize the manufacturing of buildings. We have a company that uses, you're familiar with leather products being used for your belts or your shoes or your clothing. We have companies that used fungi-based materials. Microworks has got a deal with Hermes, which is the fashion brand. So these are all different companies that are producing less, or no carbon emissions. In fact, by using biological processes, you generally use 30 times less carbon. You're generally generating 30 times less carbon than using the petrochemical industry type approach. So 30 times, that's not 30% less carbon, that's 3,000% less carbon. So what we have to continue to do is continue to decarbonize, like in the case of the textile industry, which is a massive generator of carbon as well, by simply eliminating the wasted rolls. This machine, a detection machine, that's used in the textile factories around the world called actually catches the defects before they get printed and rolls of fabric get thrown away. It saves 5% of the waste of the entire textile industry. We have many other examples, and I'm not going to tell you all of them, but I will cut through and mention that animal agriculture is actually one of the biggest targets here. And I know that there's a lot of farmers all throughout the world that may think that that's a threat. It's not a threat, it's actually an opportunity. But we do need to stop using animals for our food supply. As we grow from 8 billion to 10 billion, it's already 20% of our greenhouse gases emissions through a very lethal form of greenhouse gas emissions called methane, which is actually worse for the environment than others. So we have to actually get animal proteins out of the equation. And here is a great Latin American success story, HeCo. It's the first unicorn ever to come out of Chile. And they produce animal-based proteins using plants. And this is a huge savings, once again, about 20 to 30 times better than using the animal infrastructure for factory farming. They also produce meat products. That's also from HeCo. We have other companies that produce milk without cows. This is just using the same technologies that we used to use when we were producing pharmaceuticals. My mom was a diabetic, and so she had to inject insulin. But insulin used to be, back in the early 1980s, it used to be gotten by slaughtering animals, taking the pancreas of a pig or a cow, draining the insulin from it, and then injecting it into the human body. That actually wasn't very safe because there was lots of contaminants, and actually cow insulin or pig insulin isn't good for humans, but it's better than nothing. But now, in 1982, I should say, Genentech came out with this thing called synthetic biology, using bioreactors to create human proteins from human genome. And so we are doing the same things, but instead of applying it to pharmaceutical products, we're providing it for all commodities, things like milk, for example. And we can manufacture milk. Perfect Day's Brave Robot ice cream is actually the fastest growing ice cream brand in the United States. We can manufacture these products cost competitively. In fact, over time, it'll be 4 times cheaper for the bioreactors to grow milk than it is for a cow to produce milk. 4 times cheaper, which is a benefit to all of society as more people will have access to better and safer quality food. This is an example of a bioreactor facility, and a large bioreactor facility can grow as much as 5,000 cows could grow. This is a little smaller than that, but it can grow in an enormous amount. Now, when I talk about these things, we started investing in this space, and we backed that company, Perfect Day, in 2014. When I talked about these things back then, everybody said, okay, you're just crazy. Why should we give you any money? Why should we believe in this? But this is what always happens with new industries. You look and you say, people will never do that. People will never, people will never use maps on a computer rather than the paper maps in your car. The paper is just so much more convenient, right? Actually, it's not. You have to reinvent, as we said, reinvent things. So first people will ignore you, then they'll ridicule you, then they attack you, and eventually you win. 1 time out of 5 or so, 1 time out of 4, you win. The other times you fail, but you learn in the process. So it took 7 years for Perfect Day, the company I was just mentioning, to get to their first 1 million customers, and it will probably take them another 7 or 8 years to get to their first 1 billion customers, them or companies like them. So these things are unstoppable megatrends. There's another example in the food space of growing meat without animals. This is a company called Upside Foods, and it just received FDA clearance in the United States, the toughest market for producing this, just in December of last year, producing chicken and meat. We produce other companies that produce fish, other companies that produce eggs, other companies that produce shrimp. We have ways of producing, taking waste. CO2 waste is generated from energy plants or from dirty industries and turning that into aquaculture food for the food supply. We have companies, here's another great LATAM example of a company from Argentina that has particular types of microbes that are only found in Argentina. But when you apply those microbes to plants, those allow the plants to grow more fertily, even in difficult environments. There's another company here, this is STAM. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the company STAM, but they have 200 engineers working in Argentina, as well as a group based in San Francisco where they went through our IndieBio program. And they are revolutionizing the pharmaceutical production with much more efficient means. We also have just new ways of doing waste reduction. Companies, robots that clean off the biofilm from ships, saving up to $1 million a year in fuel expenses and fuel waste in ships. We do the same thing for cargo containers on land, but it's a different technology. Now, with SOSV, we invest differently than any other VC on the planet. We actually have invested tens of billions of dollars in building out these facilities where the scientists work to create these deep tech innovations. And our office looks like this, rather than a typical boardroom and people working on spreadsheets office. These are some example facilities that we work out of in various parts of the world. And the companies that come to SOSV come from all over the world. We have many countries that come into our ecosystem. But one note, venture capital is just a tiny part of the whole equation. If you look at the cash that is stored right now, $90 trillion, and you compare it to, let's see, that's cash. This is the money in stock markets. This is the huge $7 trillion in private companies. This is the $1 trillion that is invested in venture capital. And then this is the money that's spent on seed. And on that little dot right over there that I can't even find because my fingers are trembling, that little dot over there is the amount of money that's going into seed-based innovation of climate tech companies. We need more of it, and we hope that you can help. So bringing you back to one final thought, and this is inspired by the Minister of Finance's comments. There's an expression by Bill Gibson, which is, the future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. This technology exists for us to change our means of production, for us to live in a world in 2050 where there is a more abundant society for all. And in fact, that is the role of venture capital, to help level the playing field and provide equal opportunity and equal extensions of life and the quality of life for everyone. So I ask you to support the founders around us as they continue to go on their journey. And thank you very much for your time and attention today.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Shan. Shan is going to accompany us because he hasn't come only to challenge us to see how we can take actions regarding climate crisis, but to go in depth on this topic. She will talk with an entrepreneur. She's Maricel Sanz. She's founder and CEO of Minas. Then through biotechnology, she solves challenges on sustainability in the coffee industry. So they will talk on how we have a greener country.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Hello, how are we doing? My name is Maricel. I'm originally from Costa Rica. I'm a Tica, but I live in San Francisco. I have lived there for 5 years working in biotechnology. The company that I founded is called Compound Food, and our brand is Minus.
Developed a fermentation technology that enables us to use microbes to develop flavors. So we can use as substrates inputs that we find in places like the US that would be wasted in other processes, so we can upcycle them and transform them into valuable products that are either contributing to climate change or at risk because of climate change. So I know this is controversial because we're in Colombia, the land of coffee, but we are making coffee without using coffee beans as a response to how the demand, similar to what Sean was saying, the demand for coffee is expected to double and in many cases triple around the world. Well, our capacity to grow coffee in places like Costa Rica and Colombia, it's going down because of the conditions around climate change. And there's also an opportunity for us to use our land in ways that are more productive, both for our farmers and for our planet. But I'm super excited to be here today with Sean and talk a little bit about what we see as the future of deep tech, climate tech, specifically in Latin America. So, Sean, you've done a lot of different things at SOSV, but one of them is that your portfolio has a lot of Latin American companies. I would love for you to share with us, what's your perspective on LATAM? What do you think about the founders and the companies here? And what are the opportunities that you see?
Well, I think the unique opportunity in Latin America is there is a tremendous amount of doctoral and postdoctoral and technical staff and capabilities here. And that is not being exploited or developed as much as it could be or commercialized as much. And that is why, for example, we like to invest in Latin American companies because they can really leverage the resources down here. They don't have access to capital in this market currently, so they come to work with us in the US, in New York, or in San Francisco, or Newark, and those companies then can attract international financial backing and capital, as you have yourself, Maricel, in San Francisco, from some of the best investors in the land of climate tech. And the examples that you gave as to what you're doing is exactly what we are trying to reinvent here. There's some special technology that come from Latin America, like Puna Bio, for example, that take advantage of natural resources that are only available in all the world in Argentina, in the regions of the deserts of Argentina. And without leveraging that capability, we would be not able to share that knowledge and that technology to the rest of the world.
I love that because Latin America has some very, very unique opportunities. Something very different with SOSV as well that you were mentioning is you really help bridge that gap for a lot of deep tech and biotechnology companies of giving them access to a lab. Getting set up with a lab is incredibly expensive when you just have an idea. So being able to go to a program like IndieBio and get access to that infrastructure is really game-changing. I think as we think about building the ecosystem in Latin America, what do you think is important from your experience really building out the biotech ecosystem in San Francisco and across the world?
Well, in Latin America, there's already a very good job being done on education. We've been able to go to leverage and access talent from leading universities across Latin America. And we have partners like GridX and others that are based in this region. And we are actually establishing more of our own presence in this region just to help help the world access the technologies here. But in terms of the educational institutions, the fact that there is this output of highly qualified scientists and engineers, scienteers, that's a new combination. Maybe that should be a word, actually. We just invented it here today.
I love it.
It also merges pioneers in with science and engineers, so I like that. So we take these scienteers and we then make them, we give them access to, as you said, the labs and the capital that is needed to perform these experiments. When you do experiments on, say, a mouse model or physical, beings, this could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we make the first $500,000, $500,000+ available to the entrepreneurs as they come into our programs. That allows them to, do their experiments, take their company further, take it faster, so that they can then be de-risked by the time that other entrepreneurs, that other financiers come in to look at the companies. You did it without the benefit of IndieBio, and I give you full fair credit for that. But I know that we were in COVID at that time, so you couldn't come through the program. But it's very difficult for people to do that, and and credit to you and credit to everyone who tries, because it's, people have spent, literally by the time they're creating a technological company, they've spent probably 15 years of their lives, just, working through even high school to get into hard engineering courses and hard engineering capabilities, then through college, and then through the PhD programs, et cetera. They've been working, preparing the ground for what needs to then be commercialized for the benefit of society.
Yeah. And I think we were discussing this morning as well as when we think about deep tech, and I think for a lot of maybe investors or founders in the room, deep tech tends to have this connotation of being incredibly risky. And a lot of investors are normally, would prefer a more traditional business model. Why have you focused your investments around deep tech?
Well, okay, so we didn't invest in deep tech originally because we thought we were going to make more money doing it that way, actually. We wanted to make an impact on lives and on the planet. I was wealthy enough when my first company went public when I was 28. I never needed to work another day in my life. So it's not about our original purpose and the meaning that we all have. Even the people in the room today, you all live with a desire for purpose and meaning in your lives. And this is the most important fight that we are making for our future, for our children, for the planet. It's no longer just for our children, it's also for ourselves today. The environment is degrading around us so rapidly that it's affecting all of our qualities of life and the existence that we have. So we actually attack this problem firstly because it's an important problem to solve. We then found out that actually deep tech companies are nowhere near as risky as investing in a restaurant, for example. Like, restaurants fail at 80%, 90% rate. Regular tech startups fail at twice the rate. Software startups fail at twice the rate that deep tech startups fail at. So these companies are actually doing better, lasting longer, and having, yes, we lose money and we lose a lot of money on the companies that fail. But even though roughly 60% of our companies that we back do fail, that is much better than opening up a restaurant. And only 40% of the capital that we place actually fails. So the companies that go through our programs, they take a risk, and those risks are major. But when they get through the program and they get further follow-on funding, we then pour more money into those companies, and the capital that actually is at risk is less than half of the capital. And even though you risk losing 100% of your money on, say, 40% of your capital, the gains are that you gain 50 times your money or 100 times your money on the companies that really, really work. And so the math works out really, really great. In particular, in LATAM, I would say it's even better than the rest of the world. Our gross IRRs on our LATAM investments are in the 70%, 74% range, which is really, really, really high. It's higher than our average is for the rest of the world.
Yeah, I think those facts are really important because sometimes we think about deep tech and it sounds so complex, but it's actually the complexity that goes behind building a lot of these companies that gives the moats, the barriers to entry, and increases the chances for success. I just wanted to plug in that we are going to take questions from the audience. They're going to send them to my phone. So if you have any questions for Sean, send them to the app, and we'll try to address some of those at the end. One of the things that I loved about your talk is this positivity that is around it. And we were discussing a little bit the mentality that it takes to, start a company and go through the complex times that building a company takes. What do you think is important from a mentality perspective, both for founders and funders when looking into climate tech and deep tech companies?
Well, I think the first thing is just, obviously it's never giving up, but even when you don't give up, you sometimes fail. And, I'm not going to say that this is, startups are not for everyone, absolutely not for everyone. It takes a special mentality to be able to go through and bear with all of the no's and the no's and the no's and we don't believe you and all of the other sort of problems. In fact, it's so hard that amongst the 3,000 founders that we've backed, I know 3 of our founders that committed suicide. So this is a really tough thing on people. is a really, really tough thing on people. When you have a startup that fails, and I have had startups that fail as well, you just take it on yourself really hard. And so you have to be able to recognize that it's not you, it's the environment, it's the timing, it's the difficulties when a startup fails. It's not just the founder's fault. It could be, of course, but you have to just bear with it. It is a hard thing on most founders, and most founders can't even share how difficult it is to persist in the light of so much disbelief. However, if they can persist, and if they can pick themselves up and start another company, like you did yourself, Maricel, then you can see opportunities emerging. And I think that never giving up and trying again is what it takes.
Yeah. I was sharing with Sean earlier before that my first company actually failed, and having a conversation around failure is always hard, but also around mental health. Being a founder is tricky. It's one of the most amazing opportunities ever to have a vision of what you think the world should look like and the opportunity to build it. But at the same time, it's hard. And I think as we're building an ecosystem in Latin America, it's also important to think about how do we support our founders? How do we support our funders, our investors, so that we can truly build a resilient ecosystem? But you also remain really positive in your talk and in your vision of the world. So tell us about what excites you about the future.
Well, it's super exciting. I mean, I personally have touched two technologies. I mentioned my first company invented street maps on computers, and now billions of people use that technology. And I also coined the term cloud computing. So those are terms that people are familiar with. And these are it's possible, literally it's possible for a few people, particularly the engineers and scientists, to have a disproportionate impact on the entire quality of life of everyone on the planet. And so, but what I think of is I just look at the successes. I look at how all of these companies together are making these changes. And the truth is that even if a company founder fails, there are so many other founders and other startups that would want to take them on to join their company. The talent is never wasted. Every time you fail is just an opportunity to learn. And hopefully you fail fast, you fail within your budget, and then you keep trying and you eventually discover a new path. My own path was not easy. You know, it's a zig, it's a zag, it's a zig. I grew up as an underprivileged, I grew up on welfare in the United States. I had a deadbeat dad, and my mom had 9 kids with him. I was the second youngest. So I grew up without food, without heat, and these are things that make you stronger, actually, over time. And so failure to an entrepreneur is just another challenge. And I think we just have to, applaud the entrepreneurs, the founders in the room and in society, and do what we can to help them and to help create more funds for these founders to rely on as they hit milestones.
Yeah, I think resiliency is one of the most important words and initiatives to have. In the words of Cristiana Figueres, I like to remain a stubborn optimist, because sometimes we look at the data in terms of where our planet is going, how bad it's getting, and it can be disheartening many times. But then it's important to have conversations like this about how we have the opportunity to make a change. And maybe we can chat a little bit about the time. We don't have a lot of time left. So what do you think needs to happen in the short term so that we can really, use this as a pivotal moment to ensure that we have a better future?
Well, I think, we have seen some really great actions, right? There's this, what do they call it, Inflation Reduction Act, which really should be called the Climate Act that the Biden administration put in place. That is unleashed a massive amount of new opportunity sets and capital into the market for entrepreneurs to tackle those new markets. And that is being copied not just in the United States, but throughout Europe and other parts of the world. So I think it's a global opportunity for people to wake up and take advantage of these important times. But the other issue with all of that is that politicians actually cannot see around corners. So what they chose to back in the Climate Act in the United States, or the Inflation Reduction Act, was things that they already know are kind of working, like electric cars, like solar fields, and like other sorts of windmills and things. So, in fact, we look to the government to set policies to recognize the things that are going to change. For example, if you take your car and you make it an electric car, that will reduce your footprint, your carbon footprint, by 2%. If you take your diet and you stop eating animal-based proteins in your diet, that reduces your global footprint by 20%. So we have to have people recognize, and in policy positions, recognize that they need to help what's coming rather than what's already here.
Yeah, that's a great point. Okay, we have a couple of questions. We're trying to do this rapid fire. The first one's actually for Maricel, but you can comment. Can you share how the funding journey for a company like yours and how the funding needs might differ for a deep tech company versus a digital platform / SaaS company, and advice for entrepreneurs in the fundraising process? So fundraising for a deep tech company is very different because in the early stages of fundraising, you really don't have revenue or you don't have customers because you're building out the technology. And I think the most important thing is to break down your milestones and figure out what is the most critical assumption that you need to prove and raise enough capital to prove that. In our case, can you even make a product that tastes like coffee without having any coffee beans? So the first thing that we did was to develop a proof of concept from a flavor and an aroma perspective. But the other thing that's incredibly important is to make sure that you're talking to the right people. There are, luckily now, more and more investors that are focused on deep tech and climate tech, and being aligned not only on what their thesis is, so ask this upfront, what's their thesis, what's their check size, and what's their stage is really, really important. Aligning where you are as a company with where investors are, it's what's going to really help facilitate the process. And then leverage as much as the ecosystem around you as you can so that you can accelerate. And the last thing that I'll say, and I'll let you comment on this, is as much as you can, build a community of other founders that are going through a similar stage as you. And this is where programs like IDB are amazing, because having the ability to exchange thoughts of how's your fundraising process going, what are the questions that you're getting, how are you answering those with people that are in your space, it gives you a competitive advantage when you're going to the market and talking to some investors.
I just want to add on top of all those great points, the thing about, some people think that software companies are much cheaper to back than deep tech companies. And in fact, software companies can get to revenue much quicker. But in terms of scaling a software company, the salaries are very, very high for software engineers and all of that. Salaries are also high for deep tech people. However, it takes a much smaller number of deep tech people to innovate the science and create something which is now 10 times or 100 times better for the economy. So it scales much more rapidly once it gets out the door, once it gets to scale. So it's not as daunting in terms of the financing and the rewards that you get.
One for you. So you must see thousands of pitches. What excites you about an opportunity? And what advice would you have to climate tech companies who are in the really early stages?
Well, I look, there's tons of things. We see 8,000 applicants a year to get into our program. We accept about 100 throughout all of our programs globally. And so we do see lots of pitches. What we have identified is the issues that we talked about, founder resilience. What excites me the most is when I see a founder that has a really good understanding of the marketplace and actually already has been working with customers, already knows what the customers need or comes from industry. And then the gap is much shorter to when they can actually be backable at that stage.
Amazing. Don, thank you so much for being here, for coming all the way to Colombia to be here with us and have this conversation. Thank you to all of you. If you're interested in deep tech in Latin America, which if you ask me, I believe is the future of our region, tomorrow in the last session, the IDB will be launching a report of what's the status of deep tech in Latin America. So stay tuned because it's up to all of us to really build the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Maricel. To talk about all these topics is really interesting, talking about the challenges, the opportunities, but also solutions. Now we have very special guests. But we will switch topic. We will talk about trends and changes in the in the venture capital industry that will share their unique perspective on how we can face challenges coming from a changing world, increasingly changing world. This is Magdalena Coronel, head of the investment unit IDB Lab. She has worked for 15 years in investment and also venture capital in Latin America. And we also have the participation of Eric Hashper, founder and director of Monashis. It's a venture capital firm founded in 2005 and headquarters in Brazil. It leads investments in technology and emerging education. This panel is called Where is the Market Heading to? And Advice to Survive in Uncertainty.
To everyone. Can you hear me well? Yes?
Yes.
Great, great. Well, it's fantastic to be here. I'm so excited to be celebrating the 30-year anniversary of IDB Lab here in the beautiful Bogota. So thank you so much for joining us. So as many of you already know, IDB Lab is the innovation lab and venture arm of the Inter-American Development Bank. We believe that innovation can help us close the development gaps that Latin America and the Caribbean faces. As well as we believe that through innovation, we can create inclusion and we can create a transformative impact that our region needs and that actually will create a better life for millions of people across Latin America and the Caribbean. So developing innovation actually is a teamwork. Developing innovation actually needs for supportive ecosystems. Supportive ecosystems where universities, accelerators, incubators, venture capital funds, between others, work together to actually boost innovation and to boost entrepreneurs across the region. Therefore, working together actually help us empower these entrepreneurs. IDB Lab has been a pioneer in the development of entrepreneurial ecosystems and in developing the venture capital industry that actually funds this innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean. So this event is actually an opportunity to learn from each other, to learn from the people that you have sitting next to you, and to make sure that we work together to find ways to collaborate and make our region better. So with that, I'm extremely excited to have Eric today with us. Eric is founder and managing partner at Monashis, one of the top venture capital firms in Latin America and the Caribbean. So today we are going to talk about innovation, impact, and venture capital. So Eric, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Maggie. First of all, I want to thank you and the whole IDB Lab team for the invitation to be here today at the IDB Lab Forum. It is a real pleasure and an honor. Our partnership with IDB Lab is very, very special for us. We have at Monashis immense respect for what you do and the whole team. It's very important for the development of technology, innovation, entrepreneurship, and venture capital in Latin America and the Caribbean. So thank you very much.
Great, great. So we will start the conversation with kind of understanding the beginnings, your personal journey, right? So you're one of the most recognized VC investors in our region. How did you become a venture capital manager? What brought you into this industry to becoming one of the first venture capital investors in our region?
Well, it happened, it was a little bit by chance. It was not something that was planned, and it was kind of a bit late in my career. Before I talk about it, I just want to reinforce, nobody builds anything by himself or herself, so I'm here on behalf of the team of partners, my co-founder, Fabio Igo, the partners I have, and the whole team of Monashis, and I speak on behalf of them too. I mean, we're building this together. But I initially had the idea for Monashis and for the opportunity in venture capital in the region when I joined General Atlantic back in 1999. I started my career at McKinsey in consulting. Was a great place to start my career. But I was very interested in entrepreneurship, investments, technology. And then when the opportunity came to join General Atlantic in '99 and open GA's, which is a firm I have a lot of admiration for, and opened their first office in Latin America, I basically got in contact with venture capital. At the time, today, GA, you're probably familiar with it, its focus is more on later stage and growth investments. But when I joined in '99, it was a very different firm, and it was a stage agnostic, and also did venture capital. So I joined GA to do investments, and I found myself in 1999, which was the dot-com boom year, similar to 2021, crazy times. I saw myself doing venture capital, and in early stage, and working with entrepreneurs. And I basically fell in love with it, with the opportunity to work with entrepreneurs all the time, people that are optimistic, they want to change the world, they want to build something new and innovate and challenge the status quo. And just the opportunity to be with them and help them was an incredible experience. And then I started to think about how this would have a great impact in Latin America, because there was basically non-existent. When GA decided to move away from early stage a few years later after the NASDAQ crash, which was great. The NASDAQ crash was great to have it in the beginning of my career, because it was a crash course on market cycles early on. But then after GA decided to move away a bit from Latin America and from early stage, I decided to leave. I was back then in New York, and moved back to Brazil and start an early stage VC firm inspired by the best practices that I saw at GA, but also at Silicon Valley, because the industry was very concentrated in Silicon Valley at the time. And that's how it started, and I joined forces with my co-founder Fabio Igo. Just to finish this story, the only problem in 2005 is that interest rates were 20%, 20+%. So it was basically impossible to raise money for venture capital, because there was no tech industry, no venture capital industry, interest rates too high. So we ended up starting with a small fund and proprietary capital, basically from Fabio's family, to test the waters. But we were very, very confident that the opportunity was huge. But we knew it was going to take time. That's how we started.
Yeah, and we'll get back to the topic of interest rates and how it's affecting the market right now. But I wanted to do a double click in actually the motivation behind Monashis. I love how the firm introduced itself. You describe yourself as a firm that helps founders challenge the status quo and improves life through technology. So we'd love to hear about how do you think venture capital industry can boost the development of Latin America and the Caribbean?
Oh, there's many ways that it can happen. I think if you, and going back to the vision of Monashis and how venture capital could help, in my experience at GA, I saw the lack of long-term capital partners for entrepreneurs in the region. A lot of talented entrepreneurs, but they basically historically didn't have a chance almost. Mortality rates are already high when you have access to capital. If you don't have access to capital, you either bootstrap, didn't have access to debt.
Yeah.
So all the cases, entrepreneurial cases, which are, over the decades, all the entrepreneurs in Latin America are heroes, to have built businesses without access to to capital in the beginning, so it took much longer, the risk was much higher, and they built businesses that were much smaller than they could have built. So I had very clear in my mind, if you have the Silicon Valley model, the model that was created in Silicon Valley, that basically have, VCs helping entrepreneurs that want to solve relevant problems with the help of a long-term capital partner that is not only about the money, but also about the value add and the help. That model is very powerful. Back then, 90% of all the venture capital in the world was in Silicon Valley. Yeah. It's very restricted. And the only thing I want to say before, complementing the answer to your question is that I read a book in 1999 called The Age of Spiritual Machines by Ray Kurzweil. Ray Kurzweil also wrote The Singularity is Near. Things that we see in AI today are things that he predicted back in the 90s. But I mean, the exponential growth of technology and digital technology that we were about to see, and we were already seeing with the internet, actually was a big motivator to say, the acceleration of technology will make the Silicon Valley model global. And this model will get to Latin America. And we had the most important thing, the talent of the entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurial energy. So when we have technology, venture capital, and entrepreneurs together, it could be transformational for the region. So that was the idea. And the ways we help, of course, is what I said, by providing long-term partner capital for entrepreneurs right in the beginning, you basically decrease the risk, increase the impact. It has a multiplying effect when you start to see the first success cases. And it's what we're seeing, especially in the last 10 years.
Great. And kind of going in a deep dive around the Silicon Valley model, Latin America, how do you tropicalize the model from Silicon Valley to Latin America that has its own advantages and its own challenges? So how do you work around so early on in 2005 around that?
That's a great question. Of course, to build an industry, we were not building only monosheets, but helping build the industry together with the entrepreneurs and other funds that came at the time. We went against, you can imagine everybody said to us, venture capital is impossible in Latin America because of this, and this, and this. All the most intelligent friends would say, you guys are completely crazy because it's never going to happen, of a lot of reasons. And I think you have to really have a lot of conviction to continue. And we, of course, saw that we would have to adapt some things. But in the spirit of at the center of what we were thinking was democratizing access to capital, because there was capital in Latin America, but it was restricted to the same people, to the same groups, to the same economic groups. But investing in entrepreneurs that didn't have any access to capital, you start to have this multiplying effect. I think in Silicon Valley, it's, of course, you have all the institutions and the universities and decades. There's already that profile of entrepreneur that receives capital from venture capital. In Brazil and Latin America, it was new. We had to find that. We had to find, there were no hubs. We had to take some extra risks in the beginning. So that's one part of it. The second part of it, to adapt, is that, and really is part of the process, is that we knew that it was not about investing in innovation. We would love to invest only in innovation, but we were not there yet. So in the beginning, it was more about entrepreneurs getting inspired by business models from other geographies. And at that time, back then, there was a window of opportunity, because there was a time that you could actually see something that was proven and actually replicate and adapt locally. Never blindly replicate, but adapt it. This window have actually became much narrower today. So in the last few years, you see entrepreneurs getting inspiration or copying models that are not even proven or are only promising there. And I think it's part of some of the problems that we've seen in the last cycle. But so these are just two aspects, profile of entrepreneur and the types of businesses we're building to the reality here. But one thing was for sure back then, and we continue to see today, we're not going to run out of inefficiencies and problems to be solved by entrepreneurs. There are lots of opportunities. And so I really think that Latin America and the Caribbean are a land of incredible opportunities for entrepreneurs because there's so much to build.
Great, great. And with that, let's go into innovation, right? When we talk about innovation in IDB Lab, it's not just innovation for the sake of innovation. It's innovation because we believe that this innovation creates impact. So sometimes the two concepts of innovation and deep impact seems to be disassociated. How do you see the impact that venture capital creates in Latin America and the Caribbean? How do you see the impact that Monash is creating through its investment in the base of the pyramid, in the everyday people?
Sure, there are so many examples. But first of all, I really have to say that when we started, really, Latin America, Brazil, Latin America, Caribbean, it was not on the map. Was not on the map of technology, was not on the map of venture capital, was not on the map, was completely ignored. So we like to say our first dream, and I'm calling it dream for a reason. It was not a goal or a target or an objective. It was a dream because I think you have a goal when you have at least something to work with. Mm-hmm. You can predict what's going to happen. Back then was more of a dream. First step was to put the region on the global map of technology. Is to say, hey, there are great opportunities here. And it took at least 10 years to do it. And I think we can say today, and I can mention many examples, that both in terms of quantity of entrepreneurs today, young talent, they want to be entrepreneurs. They want to work in startups and be trained and start their own companies. Completely different from 15 years ago, 17 years ago. We would go to the best colleges and universities in the region. We would ask, who wants to be an entrepreneur? Nobody raised their hand. Nobody raised their hand for many years. And today, 60, 70% of students in STEM careers, they want to be close to entrepreneurship. This is a big cultural change for the region. And besides that, some of cases, now when you see some really world-class companies being built in the region, of course we see the example of 99 that was acquired by Didi in 2018, was the first unicorn of the region. We happened to be early investors there and learn a lot from that case. Nubank more recently, you have wildlife in the gaming industry, entertainment industry, and several other examples. You have world-class tech companies in Latin America that didn't exist before. Yeah. And so quantity and quality, we are on the map. We talk to all the international investors, tech investors. They are interested in Latin America and Caribbean. They are looking, they are investing, even through this cycle that I know we're going to talk more about. Now that we're established, it's time for another dream, and you're talking about innovation. And our next dream, which is even more ambitious, and there are not a lot of indications that it's about to happen, but I'm sure it will happen in the next 10 to 15 years, is that Latin America will generate global innovation. I am sure about it. We start to see it. Today, as a strategy, we have to actually go out of the region and sometimes invest in global innovative companies being started by Latin American entrepreneurs in the US or in Europe, because it's easier in a way to build a global company in these regions. But we start to see global innovation in the region too. The first steps, the first panels. And it will be incredible. We will have that. It will take time. And we, together with all the other, of course, players in the ecosystem, will get there. It's something that's the natural next phase. One last thing to your question is that there is something that it's innovation, but it's not global innovation. But there are some opportunities in some companies that actually do local innovation. There are some companies that actually, sometimes due to market characteristics or because of regulation, there are some markets that are inherently local and they don't make sense outside of the region. So you can call it local innovation, and there are several examples about that too. So you have local innovation, you have local adaptation of international business models, and now we start to see global innovation. Natural next phases of the development of the ecosystem.
That sounds, it's extremely interesting, and actually it also speaks about the evolution of the industry, right? We are talking about an industry that has been growing a long way, for sure. At IDB Lab, we have invested in more than 100 venture capital funds. This has supported thousands of startups across the 26 countries that we cover. And when we look at numbers, we see an industry that in 2016 was $500 million in total in deals. Last year, Latin America and the Caribbean closed $8 billion in VC deals. $8 billion. We're talking about a 2021 peak year for Latin America and the Caribbean with $16 billion that were closed in rounds in the startups here, in the startups in Latin America and the Caribbean. The region has generated 53 unicorns, 53 companies that worth more than $1 billion since 2018. Monashis has been investors in several of those. An example, a Colombian example is Rappi. Yeah. Monashis has been a seed investor in Monashis. So we have come a long way. How do you see the ecosystem today? What is needed? What has changed in the profile of the entrepreneurs? What are the profile of the investors investing alongside? What are the profile of the different ecosystems in the 26 countries?
Sure. No, it's a great question. We're going through a very special moment of the development of the ecosystem. It's a natural phase of the cycle. Before I answer this question, I just want to compliment, because I don't think I mentioned the examples you asked, and you mentioned Rappi, that I want to also call attention to, especially because we're here in Colombia. But Rappi, very, very special company, incredible founders, incredible team, but they became a hub. They actually have a culture of forming other entrepreneurs inside Rappi. So we invested in several companies founded by entrepreneurs that actually worked at Rappi. So besides being a world-class company, it also has this multiplying impact. So Rappi, and the role Rappi played in the development of the Mexican ecosystem was also very important. Other examples, just to cite a few, I wanted to say, besides 99 also as the first one, and Rappi, there is Elo7. Elo7, in terms of impact, it's a company that is a marketplace for creative products, handicrafts products. So lots of artisans that didn't have access to sell their art and their products through Elo7, pretty much like Etsy in the US, they had Elo7 to actually change their lives. And Elo7 became a very successful company, and it was acquired by Etsy. So it became also a very good investment, but incredible company with impact in people's lives. Also wanted to say Jus Brazil in Brazil. It's a legal tech company that the purpose of the company is to bridge the justice gap, democratize access to justice by making available all the legal public information to everybody with a very sophisticated deep web search technology. It's another impact, local innovation company. On climate, Fazenda Futuro, leader in plant-based meat products. More recently, Vamos, which is a company that, inspired by Gogoro from Taiwan, wants to replace the motorcycles that are combustion engines by electric motorcycles. So these are companies in our portfolio, but companies that have, very important impact in the region, positive impact. So it's possible to have venture capital and very positive impact in the economy and society and the
I love
lives.
that.
Yeah.
Music to my ears.
It's great. And the question about the moment of the cycle that we are. Yeah, you mentioned $8 billion in 2022. It was actually $17 billion in 2021, which was a crazy peak year. But still, I think we have to see that number on a relative basis, because if you compare to India, India was 30 billion, if I'm not wrong, or Southeast Asia, more. So on a percentage of GDP basis, we still have a lot to grow. I think we went back to a normal development. We were like 500 million, and then in 2020 was 4 billion, then it jumped to 17, then back to 8. This year, I think, will be probably smaller than last year, but the trend is very positive. And the moment we're going through, it's very important to understand at least our opinion about this moment, is that we are in a transition phase of two cycles. First, the economic market cycle. Of course, we had a big change in the availability of capital for venture capital, because the interest rates level changed completely from almost zero to high interest rates, and that naturally changes, valuation of companies. It naturally takes, money out of more kind of risky assets or illiquid assets. So there is less capital available for venture capital because of the market cycle, and then valuations of publicly listed companies went down. So it's just natural. It happened before. I mentioned 2000, one of the times that it happened. But I'm sure really positive. It's just a matter of time until it goes back to more of a normality. Important to say that in this last bull market of 14 years that we had in the US since 2008, it's very important, this number. 2/3 of all the venture capital invested in this cycle came from non-VC investors. I'm talking about hedge funds, crossover funds, corporations, family offices. Everybody was crazy about tech and about venture because interest rates were down. So a lot of investors that didn't have the experience of venture capital, didn't have the experience of building portfolios, didn't understand how long it takes. It's a long cycle. So 2/3 of that capital was from funds or from investors that naturally in a down cycle would retreat. The 1/3 continues there. The VCs continue to invest. We continue, all the others continue. But this decrease in the total capital has to do with the type and the profile of investors. It's natural. They will come back in the next up cycle. But now we have the true VCs. And so there's continues to be availability of capital for great companies, for rounds, for exits, for M&As. It continues. It's more selective because, of course, with the abundance of capital also that we saw, a lot of companies that shouldn't be raised capital, and now we went back to a normal state and maybe overcorrecting a bit. Now, the other transition, I'll talk very briefly about this because it's a longer thing, but the other transition we're seeing is the transition in terms of the tech platform. We just finished what's called the social local mobile broadband cloud platform of technologies that started in 2000 and lasted 20 plus years. The previous cycles, the semiconductor cycle, the PC cycle, the browser cycle, they all lasted 15 years. It all worked like a clock in digital technology. And this cycle was longer because it was the first global cycle. There was the tech-enabled kind of phenomenon, more capital because of the interest rates. And it actually, I think it mixed a little bit with the new cycle that we're seeing now, that everything indicates is artificial intelligence, the next platform technology that will create amazing opportunities. Of course, there are some problems that we have to be aware and take care of some maybe negative consequences that we can see. But I mean, the positive aspects of artificial intelligence are amazing. And it will be a very, very special cycle. And there was this overlap with social local mobile that is finishing now, and artificial intelligence is starting. And when you transition from one tech cycle to another, you also see kind of a correction in valuations, a saturation of businesses over the old platform, and investors also retreating temporarily. So I think we still have probably a year in front of us until private companies get repriced, new rounds, and get more in line with the multiples that we see in the public markets, and we'll go from there. But it will be more difficult to fundraise now and to get liquidity in the next year, but it's just temporary. The potential is untouched.
I agree with you. I think the potential is there, is here, and the industry still has a lot to grow, right?
Oh, it's in the beginning.
It's in the beginning, exactly. So we have been growing a lot, but for sure, when we look at dollars of venture capital over GDP, Latin America and the Caribbean is 0.2. That's the ratio for Latin America and the Caribbean, like dollars over GDP, 0.2. When we look at the US and Israel, we are talking about ratios of 1 or 1.9%. So we still have so much to work on.
Yeah.
What is your take on how do we get there?
I think we can ignore that percentage of GDP has to do, like China, for example, went from 0.04 to 0.6 in 20 years, but everything in China actually grew a lot, and now there are other issues there. But I think it is a part of this number that is related to the maturity of the ecosystem. Mm-hmm. Israel, for example, is a completely different ecosystem and has been built in the early 90s with the YOSMA program, a lot of government, incentives. And you have to see the profile of the GDP too. So we have Brazil, but Latin America, we have a lot of agriculture, we have a lot of basic materials. So that profile of the GDP is also related to, what is the area that venture capital can really act on. So I think we should be kind of also weight that in. So it's not only the same number for every country. The US and China and Israel are countries where technology and innovation, play a more important role, and it's a more important part of the GDP. So I think it has to do with the profile. I don't know if we're not going to change the profile of our GDP in a short period of time. What we have to do is to use that part of the GDP that is more and more related to technology and to innovation and grow it as a higher percentage of the pie. And that number will grow. And it has to do with the stage. It's very recent. We're still proving our first cycle of venture capital and high impact entrepreneurship in the region.
And related to that, the industry has certain concentrations. We see that 60% of the VC dollars are actually going to fintech, e-commerce, logistics. Less than 3% actually goes into agtech, health tech, edtech, key sectors for the development of Latin America and the Caribbean. So how do you see actually these challenges? How do you see also the challenges that we face in terms of diversity and gender? How is Monash thinking about that? I know that you have a very diverse portfolio of technologies that you support, so we'd love to hear your thoughts.
For sure. I mean, in terms of, you mentioned first about kind of sectors. It's important to say, I mean, the sectors we invest in reflect the opportunities that are reflected by the economy. So it's natural when you see in Latin America that the largest opportunities, and this has to do with the economic model of venture capital. The economic model of venture capital, the business model of an early stage venture capital fund, it depends on building very large companies. So the companies have to be very ambitious, to be very large, to actually compensate the risk of building that portfolio of early stage companies. And in order to be very large, these markets have to be very large. You don't build a large company in a small market. So we look at the largest markets. And the largest markets will naturally, on B2C, will have to do with the major expenses of families. So living expenses. That's why prop tech is very attractive. Or food food tech across the chain, supply chain, product development, but also delivery networks, everything related to food is very large. Then health, and mobility and transportation, and education. These are the largest markets. And fintech is an enabler market that is the largest vertical in any country in the world because it crosses everything. And also logistics is also very large. And on B2B, it's great because Latin America also has incredible B2B potential, especially now with the digitalization of small, medium companies that happened during the pandemic. So we create B2B marketplaces, so it's just starting up. So incredible opportunities around these markets, and those are the priority markets that we actually look at. In terms of diversification, as you know, we have embraced this proactively. We have really kind of given a very, very special look at our portfolio, and we monitor, gender diversity of entrepreneurs. The good news is that we see that happening more at the deal flow level. Very important to have that at the deal flow level, not only at the investment level, because it has to come from the deal flow. And we see that increase. And we see that increase in the portfolio too. I think we are approaching probably 20+% of companies in our portfolio with a female founder in the teams. It's a number, it's much higher than it was before. And this number will, I'm sure, will only grow as we see the pattern. And also in our team, when we started, I think also because of interest in venture capital was not that high, among, female investment professionals. Today, it's totally balanced, and we are actually capturing that in the team. We have a team that overall at Monashis, we have 34 people in the team, and it's 50% females, or even I think 50+%. And on the investment team, we're getting there. Today, we're getting to 35%. So we see that very important for the development of the industry, no doubt about it.
In that regards, I have so many other questions, but I know we're running out of time. So just for this closing, it has been fantastic to talk to you. We'd love to hear a couple of words of advice for our entrepreneurs, first-time fund managers, accelerators, incubators, managers here in the audience today. Any recommendation?
Wow, there's so many recommendations and things that happen. I mean, I don't know, something that's very, of course, close to us when we started. I mentioned here, I have to say, both for entrepreneurs and for managers. I mean, trust your instinct, trust your intuition, trust your talent. Don't let people say it's not going to happen, never going to happen. People that say that, I mean, it's their opinion, it's fine, it's easier. As we say, I mean, venture capital and entrepreneurship, as you probably heard, is something that you have to focus on what can go right and not what can go wrong. What can go wrong, we already know. I mean, hundreds of things that can go wrong. Focus on what can go right, be resilient, be patient, focus on the right things. Have a personal reflection on what moves you. What have to move you is the problem that you're solving and the impact that you want to have, nothing else. These are the two most important things to move you, and you will get there. And the other thing I would say that I think it's very important is that we say here venture capital and high impact entrepreneurship, which is growing, and it's very important because I think it has a multiplying effect. It's a great inspiration, but I really believe entrepreneurship is, it's not a career, is a mindset, is a state of mind that you can apply in anything you do. It's not the founders that have the profile to be invested by venture capitals, it's a small percentage of founders. But entrepreneurs have an incredible importance and role in the economy in anything. There are great entrepreneurs that just don't raise capital and they bootstrap and they have incredible businesses.
Yeah.
Or you can be an entrepreneur working at a large corporation with what you can do there. To be an entrepreneur is to challenge the status quo, want to change how things are done, and and innovate and take risks and really get the responsibility to change and inspire other people. And you can do that. You can be an artist and be an entrepreneur. You can be an academic and be an entrepreneur. You can be anything and be an entrepreneur. So I think it's important that when we talk about entrepreneurs, don't get that idea that, oh, it's Elon Musk is the only type of entrepreneur. No, it doesn't have anything to do with that. Those are some kind of flagship entrepreneurs that are important to inspire people, or not, depending on the entrepreneur. But I really think that entrepreneurship is much more than that, and we can all be entrepreneurs.
Eric, thank you so much. I enjoyed so much this conversation. Thank you. IDB Lab is a proud investor in Monashis. So thank you for being here today. Thank you everyone for joining us. It has been a fantastic conversation.
Thank you, Marie.
Muy bien. Muchas gracias, Magdalena.
Thank you, Magdalena. We're closing the morning, but three important announcements. On the one hand, Irene invited in the morning's conversation with the president on a QR code so that you can give us your opinion on the challenges in the region where entrepreneurship, innovation can make a difference. You can you have the QR code there so that you give us your opinion. This is very valuable. The second thing is that we already have the networking area open in the Laguna room. You can get your appointment through the app. If the app fails, try to close it, open it again. But if it continues to fail, we have support staff that are using black t-shirts that are there to help you so that you can get your networking appointments through the IDB Lab Forum app. And finally, we had said that at the beginning of the morning, share your videos, your photos with the hashtag we mentioned, IDB Lab Forum or IDB Lab Forum. We will see you again at 2 in the afternoon to continue with our agenda, and you can enjoy lunch after your networking. Enjoy your afternoon.
Enfrentar la crisis climática. Por ello, en el Grupo BID impulsamos la innovación desde etapas tempranas hasta la escala. BID Lab, nuestro brazo de innovación y capital emprendedor, complementa las otras dos entidades del grupo, BID y BID Invest, tomando mayores riesgos para desarrollar soluciones y tecnologías que aceleren los cambios que necesita nuestra región. Felicidades por el 30 aniversario de IDB Lab. Queremos contarles un poco de su trayectoria y futuro, siempre con el mismo propósito: mejorar vidas.
El gran valor de IDB Lab para América Latina y el Caribe ha sido activar continuamente en la región nuevos mercados e industrias que han traído nuevas oportunidades para quienes más lo necesitan, mayor productividad para los pequeños negocios y mejores herramientas para regenerar el medio ambiente. La agenda de IDB Lab está en constante evolución para acompañar las cambiantes necesidades de la región y ha ido sembrando soluciones y tendencias con impacto directo e indirecto en diversos sectores y geografías. IDB Lab creó e impulsa desde mediados de los 90 la industria de capital emprendedor que financia la innovación temprana en América Latina y el Caribe. IDB Lab ha catalizado industrias como las microfinanzas, las remesas y el fintech, generando grandes avances en inclusión financiera y miles de millones de dólares para la región. IDB Lab ha movilizado desde sus inicios la agenda verde regional, fortaleciendo entidades públicas y desplegando modelos de negocio para energías renovables, y ha seguido luego promoviendo negocios climáticamente inteligentes, el capital natural y la adaptación climática para economías resilientes. IDB Lab ha influenciado el acceso a servicios esenciales de calidad desde la década del 2000, creando los primeros marcos legales para las asociaciones público-privadas en la región. Hoy continúa su labor, acercando soluciones digitales a los desafíos públicos en agua, transporte, educación y salud. IDB Lab ha creado durante años oportunidades de crecimiento económico para mujeres y poblaciones excluidas. Por ejemplo, con WeXchange, plataforma que desde 2012 conecta a emprendedoras en áreas STEM con mentores e inversionistas. IDB Lab ha jugado un papel esencial en la agenda de empleabilidad de la región, introduciendo conceptos como la certificación de competencias laborales y la formación de habilidades blandas, y en años más recientes, de habilidades digitales y modelos de enseñanza alternativos basados en tecnología. En 2018, IDB Lab se vuelve nuestra marca e inicia una nueva etapa como laboratorio de innovación del Grupo BID enfocado en el desarrollo de soluciones y ecosistemas basados en tecnologías disruptivas y nuevos modelos de negocio como lo son WeXchange, alianza para desarrollar el ecosistema blockchain y escalar el impacto de la Web3 en nuestra región. Fairlac, alianza para promover el uso responsable de la inteligencia artificial desde el ecosistema emprendedor. Worker Tech, iniciativa para mejorar los beneficios laborales y la productividad de los trabajadores independientes vía servicios digitales. Economía plateada, nueva agenda social que propone el valor de los adultos mayores como fuente de oportunidades y motor de crecimiento. Programas de GovTech y Corporate Impact Venturing para escalar soluciones mediante los sectores público y privado.
Este año celebramos el 30 aniversario de IDB Lab en plena evolución hacia un rol más enfocado en orquestar actores y recursos. IDB Lab se convertirá en un hub de innovación para el desarrollo de América Latina y Caribe, siempre al servicio de sus poblaciones vulnerables. Junto al BID Invest y aliados externos, identificaremos desafíos de la región donde la innovación emprendedora pueda marcar la gran diferencia. Y entre todos, desplegaremos programas que aborden sus distintas aristas para lograr un impacto integral y duradero a escala. Hacer que la innovación suceda y mejore la vida de millones en nuestra región requiere acciones audaces de muchos actores. Por eso, hoy renovamos la invitación a sumarse a nuestra causa por 30 años más.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región vibrante y rica en oportunidades. Pero sin innovación es muy difícil activar nuevos motores de crecimiento económico mediante la productividad, cerrar brechas sociales y enfrentar la crisis climática. Por ello, en el Grupo BID impulsamos la innovación desde etapas tempranas hasta la escala. BID Lab, nuestro brazo de innovación y capital emprendedor, complementa las otras dos entidades del grupo, BID y BID Invest, tomando mayores riesgos para desarrollar soluciones y tecnologías que aceleren los cambios que necesita nuestra región. Felicidades por el 30 aniversario de BID Lab. Queremos contarles un poco de su trayectoria y futuro, siempre con el mismo propósito: mejorar vidas.
El gran valor de BID Lab para América Latina y el Caribe ha sido activar continuamente en la región nuevos mercados e industrias que han traído nuevas oportunidades para quienes más lo necesitan, mayor productividad para los pequeños negocios y mejores herramientas para regenerar el medio ambiente. La agenda de BID Lab está en constante evolución para acompañar las cambiantes necesidades de la región y ha ido sembrando soluciones y tendencias con impacto directo e indirecto en diversos sectores y geografías. BID Lab creó e impulsa desde mediados de los 90 la industria de capital emprendedor que financia la innovación temprana en América Latina y el Caribe. BID Lab ha catalizado industrias como las microfinanzas, las remesas y el fintech, generando grandes avances en inclusión financiera y miles de millones de dólares para la región. BID Lab ha movilizado desde sus inicios la agenda verde regional, fortaleciendo entidades públicas y desplegando modelos de negocio para energías renovables, y ha seguido luego promoviendo negocios climáticamente inteligentes, el capital natural y la adaptación climática para economías resilientes. BID Lab ha influenciado el acceso a servicios esenciales de calidad desde la década del 2000, creando los primeros marcos legales para las asociaciones público-privadas en la región. Hoy continúa su labor, acercando soluciones digitales a los desafíos públicos en agua, transporte, educación y salud. BID Lab ha creado durante años oportunidades de crecimiento económico para mujeres y poblaciones excluidas. Por ejemplo, con WeXchange, plataforma que desde 2012 conecta a emprendedoras en áreas STEM con mentores e inversionistas. BID Lab ha jugado un papel esencial en la agenda de empleabilidad de la región, introduciendo conceptos como la certificación de competencias laborales y la formación de habilidades blandas, y en años más recientes, de habilidades digitales y modelos de enseñanza alternativos basados en tecnología. En 2018, BID Lab se vuelve nuestra marca e inicia una nueva etapa como laboratorio de innovación del Grupo BID enfocado en el desarrollo de soluciones y ecosistemas basados en tecnologías disruptivas y nuevos modelos de negocio como lo son WeXchange, alianza para desarrollar el ecosistema blockchain y escalar el impacto de la Web3 en nuestra región. Fairlac, alianza para promover el uso responsable de la inteligencia artificial desde el ecosistema emprendedor. Worker Tech, iniciativa para mejorar los beneficios laborales y la productividad de los trabajadores independientes vía servicios digitales. Economía plateada, nueva agenda social que propone el valor de los adultos mayores como fuente de oportunidades y motor de crecimiento. Programas de GovTech y Corporate Impact Venturing para escalar soluciones mediante los sectores público y privado.
Este año celebramos el 30 aniversario de BID Lab en plena evolución hacia un rol más enfocado en orquestar actores y recursos. BID Lab se convertirá en un hub de innovación para el desarrollo de América Latina y Caribe, siempre al servicio de sus poblaciones vulnerables. Junto al BID, BID Invest y aliados externos, identificaremos desafíos de la región donde la innovación emprendedora pueda marcar la gran diferencia. Y entre todos, desplegaremos programas que aborden sus distintas aristas para lograr un impacto integral y duradero a escala. Hacer que la innovación suceda y mejore la vida de millones en nuestra región requiere acciones audaces de muchos actores. Por eso, hoy renovamos la invitación a sumarse a nuestra causa por 30 años más.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región vibrante y rica en oportunidades. Pero sin innovación es muy difícil activar nuevos motores de crecimiento económico mediante la productividad, cerrar brechas sociales y enfrentar la crisis climática. Por ello, en el Grupo BID impulsamos la innovación desde etapas tempranas hasta la escala. BID Lab, nuestro brazo de innovación y capital emprendedor, complementa las otras dos entidades del grupo, BID y BID Invest, tomando mayores riesgos para desarrollar soluciones y tecnologías que aceleren los cambios que necesita nuestra región. Felicidades por el 30 aniversario de BID Lab. Queremos contarles un poco de su trayectoria y futuro, siempre con el mismo propósito: mejorar vidas.
El gran valor de BID Lab para América Latina y el Caribe ha sido activar continuamente en la región nuevos mercados e industrias que han traído nuevas oportunidades para quienes más lo necesitan, mayor productividad para los pequeños negocios y mejores herramientas para regenerar el medio ambiente. La agenda de BID Lab está en constante evolución para acompañar las cambiantes necesidades de la región y ha ido sembrando soluciones y tendencias con impacto directo e indirecto en diversos sectores y geografías. BID Lab creó e impulsa desde mediados de los 90 la industria de capital emprendedor que financia la innovación temprana en América Latina y el Caribe. BID Lab ha catalizado industrias como las microfinanzas, las remesas y el fintech, generando grandes avances en inclusión financiera y miles de millones de dólares para la región. BID Lab ha movilizado desde sus inicios la agenda verde regional, fortaleciendo entidades públicas y desplegando modelos de negocio para energías renovables, y ha seguido luego promoviendo negocios climáticamente inteligentes, el capital natural y la adaptación climática para economías resilientes. BID Lab ha influenciado el acceso a servicios esenciales de calidad desde la década del 2000, creando los primeros marcos legales para las asociaciones público-privadas en la región. Hoy continúa su labor, acercando soluciones digitales a los desafíos públicos en agua, transporte, educación y salud. BID Lab ha creado durante años oportunidades de crecimiento económico para mujeres y poblaciones excluidas. Por ejemplo, con WeXchange, plataforma que desde 2012 conecta a emprendedoras en áreas STEM con mentores e inversionistas. BID Lab ha jugado un papel esencial en la agenda de empleabilidad de la región, introduciendo conceptos como la certificación de competencias laborales y la formación de habilidades blandas, y en años más recientes, de habilidades digitales y modelos de enseñanza alternativos basados en tecnología. En 2018, BID Lab se vuelve nuestra marca e inicia una nueva etapa como laboratorio de innovación del Grupo BID enfocado en el desarrollo de soluciones y ecosistemas basados en tecnologías disruptivas y nuevos modelos de negocio como lo son WeXchange, alianza para desarrollar el ecosistema blockchain y escalar el impacto de la Web3 en nuestra región. Fairlac, alianza para promover el uso responsable de la inteligencia artificial desde el ecosistema emprendedor. Worker Tech, iniciativa para mejorar los beneficios laborales y la productividad de los trabajadores independientes vía servicios digitales. Economía plateada, nueva agenda social que propone el valor de los adultos mayores como fuente de oportunidades y motor de crecimiento. Programas de GovTech y Corporate Impact Venturing para escalar soluciones mediante los sectores público y privado.
Este año celebramos el 30 aniversario de BID Lab en plena evolución hacia un rol más enfocado en orquestar actores y recursos. BID Lab se convertirá en un hub de innovación para el desarrollo de América Latina y Caribe, siempre al servicio de sus poblaciones vulnerables. Junto al BID, BID Invest y aliados externos, identificaremos desafíos de la región donde la innovación emprendedora pueda marcar la gran diferencia. Y entre todos, desplegaremos programas que aborden sus distintas aristas para lograr un impacto integral y duradero a escala. Hacer que la innovación suceda y mejore la vida de millones en nuestra región requiere acciones audaces de muchos actores. Por eso, hoy renovamos la invitación a sumarse a nuestra causa por 30 años más.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región vibrante y rica en oportunidades. Pero sin innovación es muy difícil activar nuevos motores de crecimiento económico mediante la productividad, cerrar brechas sociales y enfrentar la crisis climática. Por ello, en el Grupo BID impulsamos la innovación desde etapas tempranas hasta la escala. BID Lab, nuestro brazo de innovación y capital emprendedor, complementa las otras dos entidades del grupo, BID y BID Invest, tomando mayores riesgos para desarrollar soluciones y tecnologías que aceleren los cambios que necesita nuestra región. Felicidades por el 30 aniversario de BID Lab. Queremos contarles un poco de su trayectoria y futuro, siempre con el mismo propósito: mejorar vidas.
El gran valor de BID Lab para América Latina y el Caribe ha sido activar continuamente en la región nuevos mercados e industrias que han traído nuevas oportunidades para quienes más lo necesitan, mayor productividad para los pequeños negocios y mejores herramientas para regenerar el medio ambiente. La agenda de BID Lab está en constante evolución para acompañar las cambiantes necesidades de la región y ha ido sembrando soluciones y tendencias con impacto directo e indirecto en diversos sectores y geografías. BID Lab creó e impulsa desde mediados de los 90 la industria de capital emprendedor que financia la innovación temprana en América Latina y el Caribe. BID Lab ha catalizado industrias como las microfinanzas, las remesas y el fintech, generando grandes avances en inclusión financiera y miles de millones de dólares para la región. BID Lab ha movilizado desde sus inicios la agenda verde regional, fortaleciendo entidades públicas y desplegando modelos de negocio para energías renovables, y ha seguido luego promoviendo negocios climáticamente inteligentes, el capital natural y la adaptación climática para economías resilientes. BID Lab ha influenciado el acceso a servicios esenciales de calidad desde la década del 2000, creando los primeros marcos legales para las asociaciones público-privadas en la región. Hoy continúa su labor, acercando soluciones digitales a los desafíos públicos en agua, transporte, educación y salud. BID Lab ha creado durante años oportunidades de crecimiento económico para mujeres y poblaciones excluidas. Por ejemplo, con WeXchange, plataforma que desde 2012 conecta a emprendedoras en áreas STEM con mentores e inversionistas. BID Lab ha jugado un papel esencial en la agenda de empleabilidad de la región, introduciendo conceptos como la certificación de competencias laborales y la formación de habilidades blandas, y en años más recientes, de habilidades digitales y modelos de enseñanza alternativos basados en tecnología. En 2018, BID Lab se vuelve nuestra marca e inicia una nueva etapa como laboratorio de innovación del Grupo BID enfocado en el desarrollo de soluciones y ecosistemas basados en tecnologías disruptivas y nuevos modelos de negocio como lo son WeXchange, alianza para desarrollar el ecosistema blockchain y escalar el impacto de la Web3 en nuestra región. Fairlac, alianza para promover el uso responsable de la inteligencia artificial desde el ecosistema emprendedor. Worker Tech, iniciativa para mejorar los beneficios laborales y la productividad de los trabajadores independientes vía servicios digitales. Economía plateada, nueva agenda social que propone el valor de los adultos mayores como fuente de oportunidades y motor de crecimiento. Programas de GovTech y Corporate Impact Venturing para escalar soluciones mediante los sectores público y privado.
Este año celebramos el 30 aniversario de BID Lab en plena evolución hacia un rol más enfocado en orquestar actores y recursos. BID Lab se convertirá en un hub de innovación para el desarrollo de América Latina y Caribe, siempre al servicio de sus poblaciones vulnerables. Junto al BID Invest y aliados externos, identificaremos desafíos de la región donde la innovación emprendedora pueda marcar la gran diferencia. Y entre todos, desplegaremos programas que aborden sus distintas aristas para lograr un impacto integral y duradero a escala. Hacer que la innovación suceda y mejore la vida de millones en nuestra región requiere acciones audaces de muchos actores. Por eso, hoy renovamos la invitación a sumarse a nuestra causa por 30 años más.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región vibrante y rica en oportunidades. Pero sin innovación es muy difícil activar nuevos motores de crecimiento económico mediante la productividad, cerrar brechas sociales y enfrentar la crisis climática. Por ello, en el Grupo BID impulsamos la innovación desde etapas tempranas hasta la escala. BID Lab, nuestro brazo de innovación y capital emprendedor, complementa las otras dos entidades del grupo, BID y BID Invest, tomando mayores riesgos para desarrollar soluciones y tecnologías que aceleren los cambios que necesita nuestra región. Felicidades por el 30 aniversario de BID Lab. Queremos contarles un poco de su trayectoria y futuro, siempre con el mismo propósito: mejorar vidas.
El gran valor de BID Lab para América Latina y el Caribe ha sido activar continuamente en la región nuevos mercados e industrias que han traído nuevas oportunidades para quienes más lo necesitan, mayor productividad para los pequeños negocios y mejores herramientas para regenerar el medio ambiente. La agenda de BID Lab está en constante evolución para acompañar las cambiantes necesidades de la región y ha ido sembrando soluciones y tendencias con impacto directo e indirecto en diversos sectores y geografías. BID Lab creó e impulsa desde mediados de los 90 la industria de capital emprendedor que financia la innovación temprana en América Latina y el Caribe. BID Lab ha catalizado industrias como las microfinanzas, las remesas y el fintech, generando grandes avances en inclusión financiera y miles de millones de dólares para la región. BID Lab ha movilizado desde sus inicios la agenda verde regional, fortaleciendo entidades públicas y desplegando modelos de negocio para energías renovables, y ha seguido luego promoviendo negocios climáticamente inteligentes, el capital natural y la adaptación climática para economías resilientes. BID Lab ha influenciado el acceso a servicios esenciales de calidad desde la década del 2000, creando los primeros marcos legales para las asociaciones público-privadas en la región. Hoy continúa su labor, acercando soluciones digitales a los desafíos públicos en agua, transporte, educación y salud. BID Lab ha creado durante años oportunidades de crecimiento económico para mujeres y poblaciones excluidas. Por ejemplo, con WeXchange, plataforma que desde 2012 conecta a emprendedoras en áreas STEM con mentores e inversionistas. BID Lab ha jugado un papel esencial en la agenda de empleabilidad de la región, introduciendo conceptos como la certificación de competencias laborales y la formación de habilidades blandas, y en años más recientes, de habilidades digitales y modelos de enseñanza alternativos basados en tecnología. En 2018, BID Lab se vuelve nuestra marca e inicia una nueva etapa como laboratorio de innovación del Grupo BID enfocado en el desarrollo de soluciones y ecosistemas basados en tecnologías disruptivas y nuevos modelos de negocio como lo son WeXchange, alianza para desarrollar el ecosistema blockchain y escalar el impacto de la Web3 en nuestra región. Fairlac, alianza para promover el uso responsable de la inteligencia artificial desde el ecosistema emprendedor. Worker Tech, iniciativa para mejorar los beneficios laborales y la productividad de los trabajadores independientes vía servicios digitales. Economía plateada, nueva agenda social que propone el valor de los adultos mayores como fuente de oportunidades y motor de crecimiento. Programas de GovTech y Corporate Impact Venturing para escalar soluciones mediante los sectores público y privado.
Este año celebramos el 30 aniversario de BID Lab en plena evolución hacia un rol más enfocado en orquestar actores y recursos. BID Lab se convertirá en un hub de innovación para el desarrollo de América Latina y Caribe, siempre al servicio de sus poblaciones vulnerables. Junto al BID, BID Invest y aliados externos, identificaremos desafíos de la región donde la innovación emprendedora pueda marcar la gran diferencia. Y entre todos, desplegaremos programas que aborden sus distintas aristas para lograr un impacto integral y duradero a escala. Hacer que la innovación suceda y mejore la vida de millones en nuestra región requiere acciones audaces de muchos actores. Por eso, hoy renovamos la invitación a sumarse a nuestra causa por 30 años más.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región vibrante y rica en oportunidades. Pero sin innovación es muy difícil activar nuevos motores de crecimiento económico mediante la productividad, cerrar brechas sociales y enfrentar la crisis climática. Por ello, en el Grupo BID impulsamos la innovación desde etapas tempranas hasta la escala. BID Lab, nuestro brazo de innovación y capital emprendedor, complementa las otras dos entidades del grupo, BID y BID Invest, tomando mayores riesgos para desarrollar soluciones y tecnologías que aceleren los cambios que necesita nuestra región. Felicidades por el 30 aniversario de BID Lab.
Together are Ilan, CEO and co-founder of Region Network, Mariana Sarmiento, CEO of Terrazos, and Diana Quintero, advisor of the General Coordination OPEC. So ready? Welcome to this talk where we're going to explore how the new digital technologies can be used as useful tools to innovate in the preservation and generation of biodiversity and climate action. I'm Constanza Gomez Montt, and today we will be exploring the new socioeconomic paradigm. We're living in a life where processes are transparent, decisions are decentralized, and the new ways to create value, and this cannot be ignored by any field, even less by a field which requires collective action, as is the case of climate change and biodiversity preservation. Digital tools such as digital tokens and digital assets, as well as Web3 applications, play a key role in that transformation, enabling more effective solutions that are more scalable, innovative markets that are more transparent, as well as new mechanisms to generate value and investment flow that is more centralized, as well as responses with more credibility and having a higher impact to communities. And in this space, we will be able to talk among countries in a multidisciplinary and multi-generational way from different sectors on how we can understand these new opportunities that technologies are giving us, and also about the importance and the different considerations to be taken into account. And so, today, it's a pleasure to introduce to you Greg Landa. His co-founder of Region Network is a blockchain network which is public and to provide support through the verifiable eco credits and verification of markets for the preservation of biodiversity. He's also author of different articles in this matter and has a podcast of Planet Generation. Welcome, Greg. Also with us, Mariana Sarmiento, a specialist in strategy and public policies for the environment. She is the director of Terrazos, which is devoted to infrastructure and operations of environmental investments. It is one of the winners of the Innovation Challenge of Digital Tokens for its Biodiversity, which was launched by the IDB, and Diana Quintero, which has a master's in environmental innovation. She's a politologist and business administrator for indigenous peoples, OPEC, which has been working for 4 years, and also technical coordinator of the fund Indy, which she will talk about today. So Greg, let's start with you. How could you explain a 10-year-old girl what are the digital tokens and the digital environmental assets? And also, could you give us an example on how you're using these technologies in your business operation? Well, first of all, a digital token is kind of like a symbol of an action in the real world, such as the preservation of biodiversity or carbon sequestration, which we represent in a digital way or with computing. Second, from my perspective, these digital tokens need to be thought as public goods. We're trying to give value to public good, not private goods. We have markets for private goods, and it's good to have a private account, between ourselves. But for a public good, it's important to be transparent with the whole broad community. And this may include biodiversity, carbon, whatever. And this transparency is related to data, satellite data, or soil data, social processes, and governance processes. Sometimes when we talk about digital tokens, we also talk about blockchain technology. So it is worth giving a small example of blockchain and explain to you what it is. There's a lot of confusion in this regard. What is Bitcoin? There's a lot of markets having a speculation. So let me tell you a short story. Many years ago, we had a really speculative market. And the technology changed a lot the society. The same is happening with the blockchain technology. It is a change between computing networks that are private and individual, and now we have public or community networks. And so if we're going to present a value unit which represents a public good such as biodiversity, we would need to have that community infrastructure where all actors in the society may see the same information. And so to respond to your question, the most exciting application is found in biodiversity credits, where we need transparency and community processes to save the public value of a project or a piece of land is producing. And it's really interesting to see how this drops the transaction price. Look, when there's trust among all actors in a public good and they can see the same information and interact with it by giving data or reading data from the system, trust is built. And the cost of creating this trust lowers. So this is an opportunity to open new markets that we couldn't open before. So you talk about dropping costs and transparency. Mariana, in your work with Terrazos, what other benefits have you seen in using these types of technology? And if maybe you could tell us more in a tangible way how they've been used to have biodiversity credits that are more transparent and credible. Well, let me first explain to you what we do so that you can understand why tokens and biodiversity. Many years ago, we understood at Terrazos that the private sector was going to invest in biodiversity, maybe because it was forced to through environmental licensing or the different regulations imposed by the financial institutions, or maybe because it wanted to. And so it needed a way to do so in an efficient manner. We created the habitat banks which are specifically devoted to preservation and restoration. And so far, the main customers of those biodiversity credits are regulated businesses or companies by financial institutions or the government. And And indeed, in this process, we found different valuable territories in terms of biodiversity, but which couldn't access to these types of markets. And so many communities were being excluded from these markets. So we asked ourselves, what can we do and adjust the characteristics of the product that we have so that we can massify the demand of the biodiversity credits? And so we began analyzing the different attributes of the biodiversity credits, including the transparent component, the traceability component, the adaptability and practicality component. And so we asked ourselves, how can a digital token can help us give us that attribute which the product needs so that it can become a trustworthy product? If, for example, you wanted to buy a biodiversity credit, you can know where it comes from and its value, its real value. So the biodiversity tokens are a tool to give trust to the market, to generate traceability and transparency. And just like Greg said, in the end, we cannot forget that we're talking about public goods, biodiversity in Colombia and in Latin America. We depend on biodiversity to support our productive processes and our local economies. So for the private actors, which are part of the processes, but also the public sector, it's important to understand and know what investments are being done in biodiversity and who is paying for it. And in the same trend, what have been lessons learned? I know we are at an early stage, but maybe a lesson that you want to share with everyone. Yeah, it's very early. But we've been working on this for several years now. This is a new product. We need to give exposure of the product to different types of users so that we can encourage the demand. This is a lesson learned, which came from the previous model, which was not tokenized, and that's what we have to achieve here. Let me give you an example, that of sushi. I didn't grow up eating sushi, and today is my favorite food, but I had to taste it. I had to try it, and it was an acquired taste. So it is about making people having an initial experience of these biodiversity credits that they can experiment this product and contribute to the creation of the product so that we can eventually massify it. In the end, that's the purpose. We want to fund biodiversity preservation as well as communities that protect biodiversity so that we can all contribute and finance preservation. In terms of innovative solutions and new mechanisms of financing, the project Indy is unique. Could you tell us about its origin and what it plans to achieve? Well, in response to the Colombian context of the indigenous communities, OPIAC is a third-level organization representing the 64 peoples of the Amazon department in the country. In terms of indigenous territories, Article 63 of the political constitution states that indigenous territories are imprescriptible and also recognizes the fact that indigenous reservations are private territories of collective nature. What does that mean? That territories are maintained for the indigenous peoples. These peoples are their owners, and they should be generating governance, use, administration, and management of resources under processes. However, in practice, we see different significant challenges, because how can we articulate the indigenous peoples directly to the management of their own resources? This commitment emerges from the fact that everyone talks about the biodiversity, wealth, the Amazon resources. People talk about care, resilience of territories, and climate change. However, sometimes we do not call those who protect the biodiversity. The indigenous peoples say that this is maintained because of the knowledge systems of the indigenous peoples. What we have pointed out is that if we didn't have indigenous peoples in the Amazon, we didn't have any jungle. Maybe it would be a desert. So they have played a really important role. However, they have been excluded. Let's take the economic exclusion. There is a big gap between the Amazon and the rest of the country. It doesn't even reach 5%, whereas a city like Bogota, it's around 95% in the economic framework. So this proposal emerges from what we have, our current situation. And this initiative comes from them, for them. It's not an initiative coming from the government or from the private sector or from a specific company. So the question was, based on what we know, what we have, and our culture, as well as our recognition of governance and autonomy, how can we make the other recognize me? How can we make government and companies to be interested in this and to understand that biodiversity is not just a tree standing up or the number of animals that we have, but rather that there is a knowledge system that is associated with this. And in the case of Colombia, we're very rich in the Amazon. We're talking about 64 knowledge systems. Each indigenous people have their own language and their own knowledge system. So it is not about imposing to the other, but rather how can we propose a collective project. So this is how the Indie Fund emerges. We created a token that will recognize not only the natural capital of the territory, but also recognize the indigenous peoples, and that the resources that are gained are for these indigenous peoples. They don't want to be us. They don't want to be measured by their education indicator that we use. It is not that we are poor because we have or not shoes, or because our traditional authorities use cement or other material. Because contact with land of authority is key to maintain governance. So that's the process, and it came from us, and we're currently in the prototype phase. This implies recognizing different elements. And we started out from the four main principles of the indigenous movement. And that is, first, autonomy of the indigenous people. Second, unity. Unity from biodiversity. We're not united because we are under a standardization process, but we recognize biodiversity from the spirituality aspect. The third principle has to do with culture. And finally, we have a structural element for the indigenous peoples, which is territory. They exercise their justice, their own rights, everything that has to do with food security in their territory, all of that is key. And we've held very interesting conversations with other actors so that we understand that the territory is not geographical space where we are settled. It has to do with those ways of being and living in the territory, and they have to be recognized. So when we talk about the Amazon region, we also have to talk with those who live there, who have always lived there and exercise different practices which are sometimes not understandable. People may ask, how could children be in the jungle for 40 days and survive? Well, that has to do with part of the indigenous knowledge and also part of the commitment of the indigenous peoples for the indigenous peoples seeking to strengthen what they have been historically. You talked about inclusive governance, which becomes core for innovative projects. Correct. From your experience and your commitment, what are you doing with Region Network? How are you living or using these technologies to talk about distributive governance? Everything that Diana mentioned is fundamental. First, when we talk about governance, we have to address difficult social issues. Who owns the infrastructure of the transaction? For example, what power does it have? At a second level, what is the unit? How is it measured? How is it typified? Who typifies it? And at a third level, what rules do we have for exchanging the digital token? So there are three governance levels which are really important, the three of them. So in Region Network, we believe that the main infrastructure, the blockchain or the computing network that is giving value to something, has to be the communities themselves who are protecting nature. They have to be on the table and be owners of the infrastructure. In the end, this is an infrastructure which is going through the process of giving value to something public. So, if we're going to have a market that is trusted and that gives credibility, then all actors need to profit and participate in this governance process at the three levels. And this is difficult. But in order to have a market that works, you need to have a structure where competition is about how can we achieve an environment and a connection among the different cultures protecting the environment and the rest of the society the healthiest possible. That should be the competition. We shouldn't go towards other direction about who could make advertising better. We need to work more. And let me tell you something. We need support to cross this gap of digital illiteracy, because it's very hard for the grassroots communities to have a space and information to make informed decisions, and also to have a long-lasting process based on this project coming from a new market where we're using the market forces to give value to public goods. There's a lot to be said about this, but that would be my part. So we talk about the big challenge of digital transformation, and it goes beyond understanding a code or knowing programming or how to develop tokens, but rather it's about generalized understanding so that we can understand the opportunities coming from these technologies and the new projects. But just as there are different considerations and individual consequences, what other challenges do you consider important to be standing out, and what should be we doing in this regard? Beyond the gap that you have mentioned, one of the big challenges that we have is about finding the place where both the public and the private converge. These markets are about this interaction, and one of the realities and difficulties of terrazos in our different processes has to do with the fact that the private sector still struggles working with together. We can really boost the opportunities that technology brings to us, and also the will from communities and the private sectors to be part of this process. When we began working on this a few years ago, we wanted to generate mechanisms that would democratize biodiversity management. For biodiversity preservation, you have different intermediaries. So it is about how these technologies may allow you to reduce the middlemen in the benefit of the public good, which is the biodiversity, from which the fiscal and different benefits come from. So here we need joint conversations with the government. The government should own also these processes, and we have to link them in this exercise. But for that, we need trust, and also champions within the government so that the initiatives can be promoted. In the end, this will allow governments to achieve the environmental goals if they wanted to. So it is about generating trust and the joint work required to achieve the potential of these new realities. In regards to trust and the principles of OPI, what would be your main recommendations for individuals or group of institutions which want to begin implementing a project like this in another region of Latin America? What would be your recommendations? Well, they would be twofold. First, to understand that the governance models have to be broad. They have to integrate the different communities as passive subjects. People think that they won't understand. The truth is that we all win when we begin generating ownership of the system from their side, and we break the dependencies that historically we have left on them. But also when we overcome situations and we see the different contexts at a global level, the reality is that, for example, in the south of the country, we have the most biodiversity, but it is the area with less offer and institutional presence. And you may ask why? And there is such a significant gap and really complicated access to the territories. But the communities think this because if they had what we have in Bogota, then they wouldn't have anything, and that is a reality. So the commitment would be to think differently, how we can incorporate technology, how we can generate financial products that are more affordable, and how can we use technology for good. But also, how can we be aware that not necessarily what is good for you will be good for the other? This is key. In all these processes and projects, we need to recognize that we all have something to say. We need to listen to the different communities. We have to listen to the indigenous peoples. One of the initiatives is to listen to the elders. And maybe you won't find that on YouTube or on different or in other digital platforms. But what is there is what is allowing us to maintain the territories. So in this governance model, we need to incorporate the different actors. There is something which was mentioned between the public and the private sector, but the indigenous people talk about that common aspect that unites us beyond the public and the private. Is something which has a functionality beyond the criterion of property. So this is very important. And the indigenous peoples have also told us that yes, they have their own knowledge, and maybe we have knowledge about banks or funds which they need so that they can continue living as they have, because otherwise they're sentenced to disappearing. And you may ask yourself, why? If you're indigenous people, you don't need resources. However, to connect and to access several services implies having resources. To access some of the Amazon communities, you need to do that through river or through plane, and that costs a lot of money. So just picture how much that can cost. So we need resources, and this is not about buying materials, but just to generate links between the communities. And in this commitment of understanding what's collective, what is common, or the deep transformation at all levels, what should be the priorities of the region so that we can make this sector more mature in an inclusive way and consolidate the new markets which are giving new opportunities not only for a specific group but in a distributive way. First, I have to say that those giving financial support or want to profit from carbon markets or biodiversity, especially with indigenous peoples. Look, what I'm going to say is difficult, but we have to pause a little bit. Because when we are giving money really fast without any processes, it is not clear why what is being sold has value. and how it can continue over time. If we don't analyze this, we could be generating deeper problems. So we would need an agreement which would be signed between the sellers, or in this case, the indigenous peoples or peasants, and the financial capital, stating, yes, we do have financial resources and we want to follow a process. We will buy. But you, the community, have to lead your own process so that you can know what you're selling and under what terms. So first, we need to be patient. Look, what I see in the market today, everything is chaos and there is a high risk. For example, what happened 15 or 20 years ago with the carbon cowboys. When there is capital flow, as Diana said, instead of having a flooding of capital, we want to have a drizzle of capital. So we need to think this way. Now the second step would be to think in a holistic way.
And also the companies that are regenerating the area that give strengthening what we're trying to achieve, such as biodiversity, education, health, education for women, and all of these things, not only focused on one single thing. And the third thing, in my opinion, is investment in open digital infrastructure. Because all the partners in this value chain are going to produce the public goods in terms of biodiversity, in success in terms of carbon and our goals in climate change. All of this value chain requires public infrastructure that is open and a way of strengthening new types of institutions that are hybrid, public-private institutions based mainly on the digital. These institutions have to be digital, not only paper or buildings, because they have a very wide base, both from the private sector and corporations, as of the public sector, and institutions like the IDB or communities. So this innovation is a new type of institution and a new type of market. And precisely speaking of the necessary pauses for very urgent decisions in this field and these topics, Mariana, what would be the role of regulation in general, or the role of the public sector to be able to help create these foundations? I believe that the public sector plays an important role in giving certain signals, in generating the rules and showing what are the barriers or the limits of the field, in generating registry or systems for registration so that the country, in the case of Colombia, can understand where these projects are, what they are about, who are the communities, and who are the actors or the players. And that way the public sector can generate certain rules of the game, but also be a catalyst for the private capital, and also a catalyst of local initiatives that are betting on these topics. In the end, we always have to ask ourselves, for what for? What is the purpose of all of this? It's not simply to sell something. This, in the end, is what for? To generate resilient territories, to generate well-being, to sustain the natural capital, which is the source of wealth of many of our countries. And if we're clear on that what for, well, it is easier then to look at the different actions that the different actors have. But definitely the public sector can be a market shaper, can shape or can give shape to this for good or for bad. Hopefully, not somebody that comes in late to fix these markets, but rather someone that comes in early to help them develop in a way that is aligned with the country's priorities. That is why it is important that they are here in this conversation early on. And that leads us to the topic of value. Diana, many describe the value of nature in only economic terms. However, we know that it goes beyond this. So, what does value mean for you in nature, and how are we measuring this value? Well, perhaps for me in these conversations and taking advantage of the word and the good thought of indigenous people, I would say that there's something that we should learn from them. Anything that you tell them, they see it in a comprehensive manner. It is that thought is not fractured as perhaps we do it, those that are not indigenous people. Everything has to be articulated. When we speak of value, they are speaking about it in different planes, just like they have their ways of living. There is a world at the bottom, our world, and there's a world at the top. And if value is related precisely, not only in the relationship of man with the system in which it lives, but also in the relationship of a man with nature, but also man with spirit or with the spirits. And spirituality plays a very important role. The knowledge systems are very valuable, amongst other things, because that intangible part, that part that is difficult to quantify, but that gives a lot of attributes to what we call valued or that can be quantified or that represents resources. So one would say that, for example, how do indigenous people protect nature in the Amazon region? So there's a very clear bet in the grandparents and the relationship they have in the Maloca. So you say, well, but that man is just sitting there all the time. Yes, he's sitting there, but he's connecting with the rest of the world. And that precisely is what is going to give value to that dialogue. And I think that there, I would say, if you allow me, Constanza, to say that we have a great challenge. How do we give value to what ends up being incomprehensible or that we do not know of or we don't understand? But that also supposes recognizing that the knowledge of that other person is also important and allows maintaining that conversation. That is a challenge we have. We continue thinking about this fragmentation. What does the public have? What responsibility does the public have or that the private have? But then we ask, is it what the government says, what the corporations say, what who says? Why don't we ask them rather what they want? For example, in the framework of all of the sustainable development conversation, and the question is sustainable development for whom? Access for whom? Improvement of conditions for whom? For them or for others? And there we have a bet. Also to point out or to say that the concept of value has to go way beyond the economic vision. There's a mandate of the indigenous people, which is, okay, How do we do this based on men, nature, and spirituality? Everything that has come into the world. So this digital era, technology, but in favor of the well-being and the development of all the communities. Of course, the way we're living, we see a redefinition of the topic of value, a redefinition of the financial topic. And in that sense, Greg, and along this line, what is the role that finances have? What are these legislative finances are? And do you see a near future where regenerative finances will be the norm? Well, the first point, going from regenerative finances are like a symbol that means that there is trust that represents the relationship between a community and the landscape, and that is regenerative. And we can imagine a universe of those symbols. But it's like the baseline, and I think that we're coming close to a moment where between the carbon markets, the biodiversity markets, the payment mechanisms for environmental services, the social economy, impact economy, all of these things are forming like the baseline of something or the foundation of something that I would call a regenerative economy. And that regenerative economy, I believe, for example, if I put on my hat of as an investor, this economy, if we invest 1% of our resources in a regenerative economy, what we're doing is like placing a bet in that the world is going to survive, and that we as a society are going to achieve our role, both the social as the ecologic, as a key species in this ecosystem of the Pachamama. So I believe that if we achieve this, if we achieve a change in value where we can count that public value, the common value that somebody is giving for their shares or for their way of being, their way of caring for nature, or their way of innovating and changing the way the company works or the shape of the company, I think we're going to have a very exciting economy that truly will change the world. And we can see the seeds of this, I believe, everywhere in formal institutions and also in the foundations of communities. And we're running out of time. We have 2 more minutes on our clock. And as we can see, this topic is fascinating, but there are many opportunities and many challenges that need to be explored. And conversations like these are just the beginning, and I hope that a big inspiration so that each one of us from our trenches can collectively reimagine these paradigms and understand the role of technology beyond the technical use, understand governance, understand inclusion, understand what is the ethos we want from the region and for the region using these types of tools. And to close this topic, I ask each one of you to complete this phrase, not with another phrase, just complete it. Diana. What excites me most of the future of community development, of preservation of cultural resources and natural resources is that we can learn from the knowledge systems of the indigenous people and we can appropriate them. Mariana, when we talk about the biodiversity field, the new technologies such as digital tokens and Web3 apps are and must be or should be the tool to democratize biodiversity. Excellent. Greg, the new socio-economic paradigm must be one that the new socio-economic paradigm should be one that regenerative. Very specific, thank you. Thank you, 3. And lastly, for those that want to know more about this topic, I recommend 2 things. The first is that BID Lab published, and it's on the webpage of IDB Lab, an extraordinary report, and I'm biased because I'm one of the co-authors, about digital tokens for biodiversity and climate action, and to be attentive to the efforts of IDB Lab in that sense, where there are many foundations, but that's the beginning of these specific explorations around this topic. We want to thank everybody that was here physically and virtually. We will continue this conversation. Thank you.
Queremos recordarles que el equipo... Invitamos a subir al escenario.
We invite the moderator that will accompany us during this panel, Ilan, Director of IDB Invest and Climate Change, that has a relationship with private and public actors in climate change. We also have Santiago Mortag, General Director in the Yield Lab, 30 years of experience in water treatment, corporate finances, and private capital. During his trajectory, he has led teams in the challenges of difficult environments. Another leader with more than 20 years experience in the creation management of high technology companies. His focus of work has concentrated on creating licenses, making licenses a sustainable business. Matias Beide, co-founder and CEO of Gridex. With a company builder model, he creates and invests in scientific-based companies. We also have Joan McKenna, HeCo Enterprises Fund, an investment impact fund pioneer with more than 20 years experience investing in nature in Latin America. Don supervises the construction of oil wells and investment activities in the Andean region in Central America, working hand in hand with entrepreneurs to guarantee sustainable growth in the long term and significant environmental and social results. We also have Sean O'Sullivan, General Director of SOSV, whom we heard this morning in a master presentation on innovation and technology, who will continue to inspire us during this panel. Welcome, Sean. Good afternoon. So as you may see from the photo you saw before, Julia wasn't able to have. We have John, the new Julian. But just to clarify, if you were looking for Julia, she was not there. So John was very kind to replace Julia, who had a last-minute problem. I believe that you had a conversation this morning on climate, but
let me just frame a little bit the conversation that we're going to have today. I just checked the carbon budget. There's a carbon clock that basically tracks how much time we have left until we reach 1.5 degrees. And it's basically saying today that we have 6 years, 1 month, 8 days, 21 hours, 43 minutes, and 39 seconds to reach 1.5. Just that's the magnitude of the challenge that we have in front of us. However, because as Cristiana Figueres says, I'm a stubborn climate optimist, I do find optimism in finding that more and more resources are being channeled to climate tech to resolve the big challenge that we have in front of us. And if you look at the data, you see how year by year, the climate tech, the venture capital that is channeled to climate tech is increasing tremendously. In 2021, was one of the highest numbers in record in terms of venture capital. There were $75 billion for impact technologies, and 80% of that was climate tech. It had reduced a little bit in 2022, but still a big portion of the activity is going to climate tech. Mostly you see a lot of clean technology, transportation, but there are new technologies, agtech, biodiversity, circular economy, carbon capture storage. So there are more and more technologies that are being developed to solve the climate challenge. In addition, you have a lot of corporate companies that are developing their venture arm because they either have joined the Race to Zero initiatives of the UNFCCC, and it has created a goal to reduce their carbon footprints. And venture capitals have also created an alliance of around, and it was launched in April, around $60 billion that are trying to promote more climate tech. But if you look at the countries or where these resources are going, it's mainly the US and Europe, and less so to Latin America. And that's why the conversation today is mainly about Latin America, to know what is it exactly that is happening, because there is a lot of things that are happening that is not being captured in the news or the headlines. So the conversation that we have today with the panelists is basically to focus on Latin America and the Caribbean. So let me start with Sean. You already heard part of the conversation that he had, but with your global view, what are the most attractive sectors for Latin America? And we know there is capital. What is it needed to be deployed in Latin America?
Well, I spoke this morning about the reinvention of the means of production. And what that means is that all the things that are currently carbonizing the world, our means of production of our food supply through an over-reliance, for example, on animal agriculture, our carbonization through the use of concrete and steel, concrete in particular, 8% of our greenhouse gases. What we have to be working on in the whole world is this issue of reducing all the products that we consume. Every human being in this room consumes an average of 25,000 pounds of manufactured product a year, whether it's food or, cars. That's cars, a couple thousand pounds, 4,000 or 5,000 pounds. The gas you put in your car, if you have a gasoline car, is another 4,000 pounds. It adds up pretty quickly to a lot of consumption of manufactured carbonized products. So if we can reinvent how we produce food, for example, to have less reliance on animal-based agriculture, and instead more on plant-based or biogenerated, bioreactor-generated opportunities, then we can have a healthier lifestyle with 30 times less impact on the environment. And so we need to be making changes in everything we produce across all different sectors. So when I look at that in context of Latin America, the opportunities, it also extends to just recycling things. There's new manufacturing technologies which recycle old and very low quality plastics and actually turn them into very, very super high quality, TPU quality plastics, which are used in some of the most demanding applications, like on the bottom of shoes. We have companies that go after each of these sectors. But in Latin America in particular, what we see is just a tremendous wealth of scientific, academically talented scientists and engineers that there's a huge supply of this talent here that's coming out of the universities. And what we need to do is take that talent and apply it to commercialization. And I think the weakness right now is only a temporary weakness, which is in the conversion of academics to entrepreneurs. And the more we can take these brilliant scientific minds to reinvent our means of production of all of our different types of things that we consume, then we can actually tackle the climate change problem, and we can tackle it sooner than people expect.
And Matthias, I know you're working on that. You do work in basically transforming this scientific knowledge into real-world solutions. So tell us a little bit about how can deep tech contribute to the fighting of climate change?
I'm going to interrupt here. Matthias is one of our greatest partners in Latin America, and we often take some of the best startups out of his deal flow and advance them and try to get them funded globally. So we think a lot alike on many of these issues, but please enhance my...
And we thanks a lot because it's in the bio and SOSB in general is a great soft land to the US. At the end of the day, we need to put these startups in the world because they are competing in a very niche-oriented sectors, and this is not like a regional focus. This is a worldwide focus, and for that we need to face these startups to the worldwide investors, and of course SOSB in general is the best way to do it, to get in the US. But going back to your question, can you repeat it, please?
Yeah. How can deep tech contribute to the fighting of climate change?
Well, the first thing that I have to say, I think we have to talk a little bit more about the differences between digitizing all the stuff that we need to digitize. That's very important in the process of how to face climate change, and the conversation about deep tech, that is more related to change the means of reaction, as Sean always said. It's a different conversation. We need first to focus on deep tech to change the way on how we produce, and this is totally necessary, and it's very different in the way on how we approach the startups, in the way how we build the funding pathways for those startups. So we have to understand the differences, to understand how to invest, to understand how to identify this kind of startups. So I think this is very important. And when you are talking about deep tech, we are talking more in general about atoms rather than bits. That it's very important also, but it's a totally different conversation. So what we need in this conversation of deep tech, and also in this early stage, is how to de-risk technologies to start being a real alternative of the actual technologies that are putting products in the market. So the first 3 or 5 years, the first 10, 15, $20 million is going to focus on the risk, these technologies, and in particular biotech, that where we are focused, can really change a lot of what we are doing, can change all the agrochemicals in the agriculture industry, can change all the proteins that we are using, animal proteins, can change materials, can change leathers, can change a lot of stuff that we can, that we need to change to expand these services and products to all the humanity, and we can do it with, as we are doing right now, no? So I think the first is to understand the differences between the digital processes that are very important and deep tech, and when we go in deep tech, to understand these venture pathways and understand the kind of startups that we're talking with.
And one of the questions that I always have is, even if we have the development of the new technology, if they are going to be adopted, especially by the communities, and I think that's where I see eco-enterprises having and playing an important role when you work with also the rural communities. What's your take on how tech can support mitigation and adaptation within rural communities, and how are new technologies that were mentioning before being able to be adopted by the agricultural sector, at least in Latin America, what you have seen?
Okay. Well, thank you. So Eco Enterprises Fund has, we've been around for about 23 years, and I think we've invested a little over 100 million in probably about 50 businesses. And during that time, we've seen the increasing importance of technology, but we've really seen an acceleration in the last, I would say, just roughly speaking, 5 years. I think originally you saw, connectivity, bandwidth connectivity. Even today, in rural communities, I believe 40% of rural populations don't even have connectivity. But as that increases, you're starting to see like such basic technologies as e-learning technologies, education, learning best practices around the world. And we've seen that evolve. We're starting to see with the boom of fintech, you're starting to see insurance products and loans for smallholder farmers, which didn't exist before. Smallholder farmers are having clean energy technologies like biodigesters, we're speaking of. But really what we've seen in the last, I would say, 2018 maybe, is the increasing digitization of the space, which I think initially started with data aggregators that would basically provide real-time data such as weather data or soil health or water irrigation, like basically would send this data to farmers. But what we're really seeing moving forward, and where we think that you're going to see an increasing importance of technology as it concerns climate tech, is in precision agriculture. And so, I think 5 years ago, if you asked a smallholder farmer, would he value receiving weather information? Well, they would love it. Now, if you ask that same farmer, will they pay for it? Maybe not. Now they want to use technology, and they want to actually be told, it's like a digital consultant. They want to be told how much fertilizer they should put, what kind of fertilizer, how much water. And so we really believe the future is in precision agriculture. The problem we have in Latin America is, and I think it's unique worldwide, is roughly 50% of agriculture production comes from smallholder farmers. And so, whereas in the regions around the world, they're large-scale producers. But getting to those smallholder farmers and bringing these kind of technologies down to them is a timely process. And you mentioned we have 6 years, and I'm not sure how long it was, but it was surprising. The issue is...
it wasn't the intention.
Technology, I think there are solutions there. But as anyone who's worked in Latin America, getting those solutions to the right people in the right amount of time is a challenge. And you have a lot of cultural and educational issues and so forth. So we do think the role of technology is only increasing, but there's a lot more to it than just technology, I believe.
So we're talking a lot about technology.
Estamos hablando mucho de la tecnología y de poder incorporarla en los procesos actuales. Pero ¿qué hay de AgTech? ¿Qué está haciendo AgTech en Latinoamérica y en el Climate Tech? ¿Y pudiera esta contribuir a la resiliencia?
It boils down again to the issue about enabling production, right? Production means, and agriculture started it all 12,000 years ago, right? And it gave us a great opportunity for human race to grow, like even exponentially. But in that road, we have been destroying our environment. We have been degrading our soil. We have been taking down forests, and we have been replacing jungles with the deserts, right? So obviously, this is about time to AgTech to jump in to solve those problems. And we as a fund, we deal with money, right? And even on the opportunities to invest side and on the side of our investors. All our investors are strategic investors, so we hear a lot from them, we even breathe with them, and we saw like two waves of things happening with our investors, our strategic investors, right? First, this is all about in terms of the means for production, like an input-output matrix. And initially, they were very interested about like the input part of things. That's why we got initially the backing of IDB labs, the backing of crop protection, crop nutrition, hardware, agricultural hardware LPs willing to gain some visibility on how to get to be more efficient in the production, right? But now, lately, what we are seeing is like a second wave of CPG companies that, okay, it sounds good. I mean, for a given amount of certain output, if you reduce input, you are being more efficient, you are saving resources, you are taking care of the environment. But now I am a little more concerned in terms of output, right? And lately, we have got investment out of Bimbo, and last week we got the news like Nestle is going to invest a lot of money into our third fund as an anchor investor, and these guys are really interested in the way we produce that food and a sustainable way. It's not about outputs, it's about outcomes, right? And that would cover not only the opportunities for making our agriculture much more resilient and regen, but also including the social and rural areas as well. So, I mean, I think we have a lot of things to add up to this equation, and I'm looking forward to it.
So one of the things that we're talking about, you're talking about investing, and there is a continuum, right? And we need different types of capital. It's not only the venture capital, but also there's seed money. How do you see the availability of those resources in Latin America, and also not only the availability of the resources themselves, but the demand of ideas? Where are the ideas coming from? I remember in the conversation, Matias, we talked about that you couldn't find good ideas, so you started developing those businesses. What do you see? Are we getting more deals from the region or not? Either one.
In our case, as we didn't find startups to invest in, and we were trying to invest in science-based startups, what we decided to do is to go a step backwards and start talking with scientists in a raw stage. No? And the first thing I have to say there, when we start going deeper in that scientific system, is that we have to be very proud of the scientific system that we have in the region. We're almost 300,000 researchers focused on life sciences. When we started, a lot of investors tell us why they are going to be competitive in the US or in the world, and we have like objectives, arguments to answer that, because they were publishing in like prestigious journals. They were doing exchanges with another institutes around the world. So we have the raw material to really really start the process of creating startup from there, and that is a very good job that all the scientific institutions did in all these last 20, 30 years, and that is very important, no? So we have the talent, that is the most difficult thing to have, and now we need like more interfaces, more innovation in how to approach that talent. Imagine only 10% of those 200,000 researchers in the region put it in add value to the conversation of transforming the means of production from Latin America to the world. It's very powerful. So we've been investing a lot in the region in the scientific systems, but we need to innovate and we need to open the discussion, because sometimes these also ecosystems are a little bit close. So we need to innovate how to interface with the scientists.
Go ahead.
I also want to add that I actually don't think there's a lack of talent at all, and there's not a lack of ideas. We see around 8,000 applications a year to get into our programs. And actually was speaking after my talk this morning, a couple of people came up and they had applied to IndieBio. Both of them had made it to the finals, the final round. And so we only accept 100 companies a year. And so the fact that they had made it to the finals, I just tell them, apply again, definitely ask what it was that they were looking for that they didn't see in the application. And sometimes it's just another technical milestone that needs to be de-risked. As Matthias says, we need to have a lot of de-risking going on before we can even put our $500,000 into the companies. There really needs to be some kind of prototype, something that the scientists and the engineers have done to de-risk it even for a very early stage investor like ourselves. Some sort of benchtop experiment that proves that the science really works. And in this case, actually, both of the people that had, had applied were both female deep tech entrepreneurs. We actually back 34% of our founders are actually female founders, and we have 47% of our founders that have a PhD. So that's an area that Latin America is actually strong at, both women founders and PhD level founders. And so I think there's a huge stream of ideas, but once you can get into our programs, we can sort of unlock a lot of capital for people. We only invest about $100 million a year into the companies that come through our programs, but there's a follow-on stream of capital of about $2 billion, $2.5 billion a year for every $100 million that we spend that goes into these companies at the later stages. So, I think we're actually seeing a lot of great deal flow from Latin America, and we're looking to expand our presence and our activity in Latin America. In fact, we've quadrupled our investments in Latin America over the last 3 years. So we're going to continue to do that, and we're seeing great successes. We're seeing companies coming out with unicorns, a couple $100 million valuations, and bringing investors from all across the world to invest in these Latin American companies.
Go ahead, John. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Well, I second the notion. I mean, I've been working with HeCo Enterprises for 10 plus years, and we've never lacked pipeline, and certainly never lacked talent. But financing in the region has always been an issue, and it's very hit or miss. It tends to be regional. Like I would say, the impact space really originated in Colombia, in the Indian region, and in Brazil and in Mexico, which normally are the big markets. It really was non-existent, I would say, 5+ years ago. Now that's evolved, and now you see a lot more going on in Mexico and Brazil. But capital flows are very hit or miss, and they tend to be theme-oriented as well. So we're talking about climate tech. Climate tech is a big theme. Everyone wants to invest in climate tech. But what about biodiversity, nature-based businesses? Like a lot of those businesses get left aside. And so it's very hard to kind of build an ecosystem because you really need secondary markets, people coming in, and it needs to be consistent. But it's always a struggle, just like small businesses and entrepreneurs struggle to get bank financing here, which is practically impossible. That same applies throughout the whole value chain. And so it's very important that whole ecosystem grows. And it really comes down to a lot more financing, I believe.
Excuse me, I need to jump in because I know I am not supposed to, but I have to do it anyway. But, no,
you can talk,
I am following this. Like we have the ideas, we have the talent, but in my mind, the most important thing is like we have a totally different set of opportunities because Latin America lacks a lot of infrastructure. So whenever we were having a discussion before getting into here, whether we would be investing in deep tech for agriculture opportunities, and we would say, no, we will focus on digitalization because, on top of digitalization, you can build fintech, insurance tech, ed tech, you name it, right? We are a part of a network of global funds. My US partners would take any exit about 5x or 10x. We only would take exit about 30x because agri-fintech is big and it goes beyond agriculture, precision agriculture, right? So at the end of the day, I mean, and we always say, like, farmers who are in the red do not think green. So, I mean, this boils down to a huge opportunity to solve our climate problems. And in ways that other parts of the world are not facing, right, are not really seeing.
But two things come out. One is the infrastructure, probably the lack of infrastructure for digitalization. But also, you talked about de-risking. There is a need of an initial funding de-risking for the prototype. So is that something that we have to look at the government? Is that a private-public dialogue that we need to establish to foster stronger ecosystems?
I think the government has a role to play, certainly in education and perhaps doing some seed-level work to help, early stage startups, develop the skill set. Basically the what do you call it? When you're developing the capacity, work where you're really developing the entrepreneurship capacity. And people have talked to me about how difficult it is in Latin America because of the difference between cultural value in the U.S. being, hey, try it, go swing for the fences, and possibly, and I don't know enough if this is true, but that people, if they fail in Latin America, would be ostracized to some extent. So that's not the case in the United States. You can fail in the United States and then have another shot. And in fact, it's just part of the process. It's another part of learning. So if there's capacity building work and cultural development and acceptance of the fact that entrepreneurship is good, it's a way of actually bringing large scale change to how we humans live. Like, I think it needs to be appreciated, and I'm not sure if that's really a hindrance or not in Latin America. The people we back have been successful, most of the time. I mean, people. So those are certain issues around the issue where government could get involved, maybe in some of those sort of cultural awareness or some seed level, pre-seed level funding for startups. But in general, I think it does fall to investors. I don't think there's that developed of a seed level market or a Series A level market. When you raise later stage rounds, Series B, Series C, you can get global investors to come in because they'll see the opportunity, they'll see the traction, et cetera, and they'll come in from anywhere in the world. But at the earlier stages, it's very, very, very difficult, and it always is. It's even difficult for U.S. startups, not as difficult. But so I think this idea of building more infrastructure in the financial communities is a big one that needs some governmental intervention or perhaps support for more funds to get started. Not a whole bunch. You don't want to have like what China did, which is terrible and sort of destroyed the Chinese entrepreneurial economy, is they put in big venture funds into lots of different provinces in China, and they all failed. And for 4 years, there was a lot of money flowing around in China, and it all was wasted because the operators who were running those funds didn't really know how to invest well. They hadn't had the experience base to do so. And then the money disappeared, but the artificial expectations of high valuations still continued, and the market is outpriced. And so you don't want something like that happening. Bad government intervention is always bad. But some level of intervention is probably appreciated.
No, I want to add something that when you are talking about Latin America, the conversation at least is regional. So when you put the countries investing in this kind of startups, first they want to invest direct, not through the funds. But it's complicated to invest through the funds because the funds are regional, and the mandates for the local funds that can invest in this kind of stuff are to invest in each country, not to invest regional. So it's complicated too, and we have to find. I think IDB have a huge role to play there in how to articulate these intentions from countries to invest in this kind of stuff. but we've been seeing that the initiatives to invest locally by the countries, it's complicated because the ecosystem is regional, at least regional. No?
When you talked about, we talked a lot of Latin America and the Caribbean, but I wanted to, maybe because I was just in Barbados, let me pick your brains in terms of if there's a difference maybe in culture between Latin America and the Caribbean. If you have seen or if you are investing in areas that are specifically in technology, blue technologies, for example, circular economy, that are different in terms of the Caribbean having a different culture, or you see the same things? Either one of you that may have experience.
I have to say, even though we take applications, and we've funded companies from, I think, 84 different countries around the world, we have a very open book in terms of where the people apply from, and I'm sure we have some Caribbean companies, but it's not as strong as LATAM. LATAM is much stronger, and I don't know what it is, whether there's just not enough market size or if there's not enough talent base. Certainly, people who are super talented go to markets which are bigger, and so you could have talent anywhere in the world. But in order to have that critical mass of funding capability, which Matthias was talking about, like this sort of balkanization, this sort of small little territory by territory funds, makes it would be very, very difficult for venture capitalists in the United States to function like that. If there was each different state had different venture capital, it wouldn't work. So, that seems like that should be addressed as a Latin American sort of ecosystem to improve the overall talent and the capacity and the amount of funding, because it's actually as difficult to raise a $300 or $400 million fund as it is to raise a $30 million fund. And it's just, and you can't even, there's more money that's available for a $400 million fund from pensions and other large sources of capital that need to deploy lots of capital than there is, say, from family offices that would be putting a check into a smaller fund. So I think that's an area that would be, should be looked at from a public policy perspective.
I think that point was very valid because it's the mechanics of funds. But we went from 6 million to 30 million to 100 million, and when we got to over 100, it changed everything. And now our tickets are too big sometimes. But if you talk to a U.S. investor, it's too small. And so, you want to bring capital to the region. But the problem is, like you said, it's easier to raise 400 or 500 million than it is to raise 100 million. But unfortunately, the real need in Latin America is the 0 to 500,000 to get going. And that's kind of the ongoing funding gap.
And that's what we're seeing as well at IDB Invest, that many times when we're trying to mobilize private capital, the ticket size has to be bigger. So, and they will go to an investment grade country and not necessarily to a smaller country. And so we have a funding gap in terms of bringing international institutional investors. And so we need to bridge with when we're talking about bigger investments as well.
If I can add to that, because you're seeing more pressure to do bigger checks. The problem is the economy in Latin America is driven by SMEs. And so I see the bigger investors now asking for bigger and bigger tickets. But the concern we have is that smaller, the SME sector is going to be left behind. And that's, I think something that we're seeing more.
Yeah, that's one of the main challenges. But how can we contribute from Latin America to the rest of the world? What do you see? We've talked about talent. We talked about idea. We talked about women-led ideas and initiatives. But in terms of probably testing, is it a good testing ground for specific sectors? For AgTech, for example, do we have a competitive advantage in Latin America vis-a-vis the rest of the world?
Definitely, yes, for agriculture, right? Because there is no one agriculture, but there are several agricultures, both in terms of geographies and crops. And again, I will have to go back in terms to the opportunities, right? What really defines this region, the numbers in terms of our climate impact are huge, right? 60% of biodiversity is in Latin America, right? And those are not my numbers. Those are like UNEP numbers, right? We provide 50% of the food surplus of the world. Basically, we feed China and Asia Pacific. GHG emissions are 20% all around the world, but in the case of Latin America, they are 40%. And actually, agriculture is the main source of emissions over industrial ones. So we are a kind of a very special continent, which not only we can be used as a ground testing site, but also we can produce our own ideas with our own talent, right? So that's the opportunity to grab.
And just to note on that biodiversity side, we have a company, Puna Bio, which comes from Argentina, which has actually taken advantage of the evolution of microbes in deserts in Argentina to enable plants to grow in very, very harsh conditions. That microbe, which developed, God planted it in Argentina, or however you want to say it. It's either evolution or it's God, but it's there, and that applied to other crops anywhere around the world allows them to grow in harsh environments, which in the era of climate change is becoming more and more important. And the era of depleted soils, which you were talked about earlier, is also, incredibly important. We have other companies that are actually just now have technologies for putting more carbon into the soil, because the way that we do tillage of soils and whatnot is just destroy the quality of soil. So, but there's new technologies using biology to actually recarbonize the soil, which not only improves the water retention and prevents the soil from becoming deserts, it also actually decarbonizes the atmosphere. So you have win-wins coming out in many of these cases from the biology that's only present or only evolved in certain parts of the world. So Latin America and the scientists here and the microbes here are actually helping the global economy.
No, I think this approach is very important, because when we talk about biodiversity in general, we are talking about how to maintain biodiversity because it's important for the general balance of the world, but we are not talking about the asset that biodiversity can be for creating new products. It's like billions years of evolution to create a lot of stuff that we need. And we just discover a tiny part of that with the cost descending of sequencing and so on. We can speed up the process of having that information from this biodiversity. And Latin America is the most biodiverse region in the world. So we have an asset there that we are not treating like an asset, we are treating like something that is important. Of course, it is important, but we should treat like an asset because it is.
John, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, a while ago I was in New York talking to an investor and a potential investor in our fund, and we pitch ourselves as a biodiversity fund. And they said, oh yeah, but why Latin America? And I just, I looked at them, I said, well, 60% of the world's biodiversity is in the region, and the person didn't even know it. And so I think it's an asset that even people in the region don't really realize how important it is to the rest of the world. And I think there's potential for the space to become pioneers in everything from, if there's such a word as biodiversity tech, or maybe I'm making that up right now, but measuring biodiversity. And we get constantly asked, there is no right answer, but how do you measure it? What is it? Like, most people can't answer that question, but I think there's a real potential in the region to become pioneers in measuring and maximizing biodiversity. I think that's really...
And yeah, we see that trend as well at the bank, because we're bringing the two conventions, the climate change convention and the biodiversity convention together, and finding a lot of solutions, nature-based solutions and biodiversity positive or nature positive investments as one solution, instead of dividing the different communities talking or maybe not talking to each other. We have to start talking all together. I think one of the challenges with biodiversity, but maybe we'll find it with all this talent that we have in the region, is that with climate change, or at least with mitigation, we know that we want to reduce one greenhouse gas emission. You know, the 1 ton is the same anywhere. When you're talking about biodiversity, you may have different indicators that shows that a specific site is biodiverse. And which one do you choose, and how do you choose one investment versus the other one? It's challenging. And I guess that's the last question that I wanted to ask you is, when you choose the type of technology, the climate tech, the ag tech, the deep tech, do you filter it by the potential? You mentioned before, Santiago, that you have a lot of potential in terms of climate impact. What are those? Are we using the same taxonomy, all the funds? Are we combining them? How do we make sure that we're actually achieving the impact that we're looking for?
Yeah, well, we wouldn't be using, I mean, it's a great question, and the one who answers it would get the golden pot, right? But what we are seeing is a whole lot of talent, bringing in a whole lot of new ideas. One of our startup companies, Kilimo, they were the very first ones to sell water offsets to compensate for the consumption of Google and Microsoft in the Maipo Basin in Santiago de Chile, right? And basically they were providing SaaS services for water savings, and now they are monetizing those savings, and they are selling those savings to the guys who are actually consuming water, right? So that's a great business model. So it's not about technology is about access, right? And that is the opportunity. With bigger access, we can get water opportunities, traceability opportunities, and get rid of a lot of the blockers we were saying, like access to finance, access to education, right?
And I think we shouldn't be mad about taxonomies in impact. It's important, of course. It's always we are trying to find the right taxonomy, but I think that we should have a more binary assessment. No, is this company really changing the way on how we produce? Is this Puna Bio company replacing fertilizers they're changing or not? No. Yeah, if it does happen, that company is going to impact. No, so I think if we go so deep, the ESG is showing that it's not working so good. It's like a bridge to the greenwashing for companies. So we're becoming mad about taxonomies and about measuring all this. And I think we have to be more binary to really see which companies are really impacted on it.
And I think it's also very healthy that you have 4 different venture capitalists on stage, and at least 3 of us have different approaches. We need diversity of venture funders as well, because that gives a broader opportunity set to a broader range of entrepreneurs. And so really to legislate or to say this is the best type of way of thinking about how to invest, it doesn't work, and it shouldn't work, because you need investors at each different stage and at each different interest area, thesis as to why we operate the way we do, or Grid X operates the way Grid X operates, et cetera.
So the last question, I told you that we don't have a lot of time to get to 1.5, maybe to 2, and 2 we already know that it's going to be a very complicated world. So if you have a wish that you wanted to do, what would that wish be? Let's start from Santiago to this way.
It's all about access, right? And giving the people the opportunity to access. And technology is a great leverage for getting that access. And probably this is a little off the discussion here, but a couple of days ago, my elder daughter, she told me, like, in Spotify, out of the top 20 singers, 9 were Spanish-speaking Latin American hip hopsters, right? And so, I mean, the talent is there, right? Now we have this opportunity to let them flourish. So, I mean, let's keep doing it.
My wishes will be that how to speed up the success of these companies that we are working with. Because at the end of the day, in the system that we live, success brings more attention, and more attention is going to bring more capital, and more people are going to be enthusiastic to do the same that like the heroes that are doing great successes are doing. So if we can, how we can speed up the success of all these companies that are really transforming a lot of stuff, it will be my wish to speed up a little bit that.
It's a tough question, but I mean, I think there's basically three things. One is we need technology to be spread, to go down to the smaller level, and we need to accelerate technology. Two, more investment and focus needs to be put on biodiversity, like the actual cost of biodiversity loss, and more needs to be put in investing in nature, because that ultimately nature is the biggest carbon sink of them all, and so I think that will help accelerate technology. And finally, it's collaboration. I mean, we work with small, medium businesses. There's a lot of institutional capability that you need to build. These are small businesses that need help. And you can't there's no plug-and-play solution that will solve climate change. You need to really help. And so you need to foster that community of stakeholders, from DFIs like IDB, to governments, to corporates, to smaller, to entrepreneurs, to impact funds, and so forth. So I think it's a collaborative effort between the three.
And I'll just hammer on the first 2 points that you made. Number one, I think that you started out with talking about how huge the capital is that's flowing into climate tech investing. And it is, it's enormous. I mean, in a time when venture capital funds are having a very hard time to get funded, these climate tech new climate tech investors are just surging with record amounts of capital. So that's great, but the issue there really is, as John was saying, like getting back to the earliest stages, the smallest companies. When you get those huge multi-billion-dollar funds, they can't invest in the early stage because of the problem we talked about. The larger the fund size, the bigger the check needs to be. And you can't invest in a de-risk company unless you're funding earlier stage companies and helping them through those first couple of stages. So the funding that is available is sort of too highly accentuated at sort of this stage B, C, D, later expansion and growth stages of startups. A bit more, like double or triple of the capital that's currently available at the seed stage and pre-seed stages needs to be made available. Really, I think the funders who are funding these climate tech funds need to be thinking about funding pre-seed and seed stage funds as part of what they're doing. And then secondly, the second point that you made with, it's John, right? Thank you. The second point that John made was about using nature to decarbonize the planet. And that, we invest across all sectors, but an area that's particularly exciting to me is that set of opportunities. We have companies, for example, that grow wood in 90 days, which is actually super high quality hardwood, which would normally take hundreds of years to grow in a forest with a hardwood tree. And in 90 days, they can grow a wood which is as strong as steel, using bioresins and biomaterial. That's an interesting opportunity, because it's also just using the power of the sun, harnessing, photosynthesis to actually grow materials that you don't have to actually smelt and create all these other damages to. So like opportunities like that, where you can actually sequester large amounts of carbon directly into the soil or into biomaterials, are massive opportunity sets, and we look very closely at all of those, because the energy costs, instead of having to use petrochemicals or solar energy or something to do it, you're just using the energy from the sun. And it's remarkable what is going to be done in that space in the coming 10 years.
I think those are great examples, and one of the things that I take away from this is that I'm not the only stubborn climate optimist in this room. Of course, all of you are looking for solutions. And even though the challenge is big, we are very committed to finding solutions and working for a better planet. And a lot of it was talk about ecosystems and finding ecosystems and innovation. And so, as you know, you have heard in this event that IDB Lab wants to be a hub for innovation. And so I think if I can ask to put the QR code, we want to get information from you. Where do you see challenges? What kind of areas do we should foster innovation and work on? So please reply or add to the QR code that is supposed to appear, but it's not. That is the survey that we're just collecting information for IDB Lab. With that, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a good rest of the conference, and please, all of you should become stubborn climate optimists. Thank you. There it is. They didn't put it before.
Les recordamos que pueden agendar sus mesas de net.
We remind you that you can organize your networking tables and participate in everything you want to experience through the web app with the QR code. You can access the app to
Bueno, buenas.
Good afternoon to all. It's truly a pleasure to be here today at this forum for innovation technology to talk about mobilization of impact resources to generate greater links between biodiversity topics, social inclusion, and naturally a rate of return. I have the pleasure of sharing this panel with our Vice Minister of Environment, Sandra Vilardi, and the Director of Climate Change and Sustainable Development of IDB. And we're going to talk a little bit about what an impact generating platform means, where we want to connect biodiversity, climate change, SDGs, and social inclusion and investors. So we will start by giving context of impact investment in the country and the guidelines given by the ministry, to then show you all of this design of the impact platform that we have been working around with the Ministry of Environment, with the National Planning Department, and the IDB Lab. So let's start, Vice Minister. Without any further ado, what is the guideline that the policy gives us in our new National Development Plan in terms of that financial mobilization in the Montreal Summit meeting and the framework of needs to meet the climate change goals, to be able to achieve social inclusion and impact investments? Thank you. Good afternoon to all, and thank you for this invitation. With the Colombian Development Plan, Potencia de la Vida Colombia, we have an important task. First, to have a convergence of several agendas: a climate change agenda, biodiversity agenda, without a doubt, the agenda associated to the social gap in terms of environmental justice. We see that clear in the transformation of the development plan, which is the territorial organization around water, how the main strategy of climate adaptation for environmental justice, and you will ask why. A large part of the manifestations of climate crises are associated to meteorology, flooding, and hydric water deficit. To recover water in the spaces where water has been lost is fundamental, and we need to do several things there. The first thing is to restore or have productive reconversions, but also generate governance on that water that we need to regulate, that goes from the wetlands to the coastal areas. But in our transformation number 4, which is transformation associated to climate challenges and a productive action associated to energy transition, you will see that we have the preservation and the restoration and the economy of biodiversity on the same place. They cannot fight against each other. Economy and social well-being depend on the contribution of nature. So we have another important point. So that with nature that is preserved, with the nature that we need to recover and restore, we can create a productive economy based on biodiversity with innovation, industrialization, and social inclusion. Thank you, Vice Minister. And I highlight those last few words that you're telling us. This is about generating nature-based economies with technology, with innovation, and in particular with social inclusion. And I will go to Juan Pablo so that you give us the context of impact investment and what are the challenges and how do you see the challenges associated to those agendas, as Vice Minister was mentioning. Thank you, Sandra. First of all, I want to thank the IDB Lab for this invitation and to be surrounded by 2 great women technicians in environmental and sustainability topics. And it's a pleasure to see both of you today. You were hearing the president of the bank, Ilan, speaking about impact. He was talking about impact. He talks about impact every day, and at the same time, the importance of how the sustainability agenda, the climate change agenda, and biodiversity goes through the social arena and through the productivity and competitiveness agenda as well. And I highlight the social topic because that is the first axis of what the president talks about every day, how everything has to go through the social area. And Vice President, I liked what you mentioned, everything linked to the social. The second, in IDB, aligned with what the Vice Minister was mentioning, we have started a process to articulate the climate agenda and biodiversity agendas. The sustainability department at the bank, the territorial agenda, but also the topics that go across sustainability. And the big challenge going towards the future is how little by little start including climate change and biodiversity topics in the sectors and in the territory. And what you were saying about Colombia is what we're trying to do at the bank. How, from the Department of Sustainability, we support the sectors, not only infrastructure, but social, the different sectors in the bank, in including climate change, biodiversity, and sustainability. And that is where we have the idea of the platform Sandra, because one day we talk about Colombia, we said this is a beautiful program for the country, and somebody was saying, how can we start to link potential projects with potential investors? And then IDB Lab started. And the IDB Group is very important because it supports the public part, like IDB Invest, to start to innovate. And so that is where this idea started, to have this technologic platform, technologic innovation platform, to start a process to link projects with investors. So I will stop there to continue the conversation. And to link projects with investors or investments, and we come back to the importance of technology and innovation. And so the following question, Vice Minister, from the point of view of the challenges, we have the structuring of these projects. When we talk about impact investment, we have a triangular topic. We have social performance rates, environmental yield, and financial yield, so that there is an adequate investment. What are those challenges, Vice Minister, in Colombia? We're talking about the structuring of the projects. We have several challenges, and I think that we can classify them. The first ones, and the reality of the moment we're experiencing, I feel that we are starting the climate grief. And in Colombia, fortunately, we don't have people that deny climate change. All of the political parties are very clear on climate change, but it's still very difficult to advance. There have been many advances in terms of mitigation and how the private sector was very careful decreasing the emissions, but the dependency of biodiversity that is at a crisis still not so much. So we have a bottleneck there. As a country, we need to advance in recognizing the frailty, the fragility we have of our productive platform based on biodiversity, so that we have the due investments. And on the other hand, in the structuring of projects, we need the professionals, the experts, the consultants that are able to update these challenges. You were saying it a while ago. The new biodiversity framework gives us important goals. Goal 15 and the framework of biodiversity asks the companies to recognize their vulnerability in the loss of biodiversity. It asks the states to add biodiversity at the center of the territorial and sectorial planning, to add it in the instruments, but also in regulatory and financial topics. So we have two bottlenecks that I believe that we need to solve. I think that the innovation labs are fundamental for that promotion in terms of possibilities. I always say that Colombia is full of seeds of hope everywhere. We have pilots everywhere. We need to escalate those pilots so that we can generate public policies, and the labs can help us to harmonize and articulate all of these exercises that exist and the ones we still need to create. And before showing you the video of the platform, where you start to connect and structure these projects. Juan Paulo, very quickly, the challenges from the side of the investor. Sandra, the investor today in impact sees those three variables. Show me where there are high quality projects in environmental, social, and that are feasible from the financial point of view. But to get there, we need to be able to prepare projects. And many times, one of the main challenges we have in our countries is to have ideas of those projects. We have ideas of projects, but we don't have projects. So part of our role as a multilateral bank is to help prepare those projects. In Colombia, we were speaking with Vice President. We have a beautiful program we started a while ago that is called Colombia Sostenible. We started it with President Santos as part of the peace accords. And part of what we have learned in Colombia Sostenible with the donor countries, there's a credit from the bank, but also important contributions from different donors, was the need of creating projects. So we have a unit. We launch ideas of projects in the 170 municipalities back then. Then we hired 8 firms that structure projects that generate a pipeline of close to 300 projects around the country. And I give an example of that. It took a long time to create this. And part of what the Vice President was saying is with the communities, with the universities in the territory, with different organizations, to create good projects. Because today we talk about KPIs and a lot of sophisticated acronyms, but this has to be made more simple. How we build good projects from the beginning with the communities that can be measured and that you can tell an investor, this is what we will be able to measure over time for an investor, for an investment. So without any further ado, I will show the video that we have prepared of what this Invest platform means. It has different windows. One of this is Herencia Colombia for social inclusion around the protected areas and economy based on nature, where we want this three-dimensional structuring with high impact. So let's roll the video, and we invite you to invest and to HeCo Invest. Over the last few years, the mobilization of financial resources for joint needs of the climate agenda and biodiversity have become a challenge. HeCo Invest, a platform that promotes green financing that has been created to facilitate the mobilization of these funds. It is a tool that stands out for a varied offer to promote investment based on nature for the benefit of Colombia, its strategic ecosystems in the Amazon region, and the protected areas that represent the natural patrimony of the country and are the most important resources for the sustainable development of the country. These territories day to day face different challenges, including deforestation and climate change, have reduced their capacity of providing water, food, and other contributions for the well-being of people. The protected areas and strategic ecosystems provide food and means of life to millions of people in Colombia, giving those that live close in indigenous communities, peasants and Afro-Colombian, as well as those that live in the cities 100 kilometers away. Today, it is a need and a collective responsibility to preserve this natural wealth of Colombia that benefits all Colombians and all the inhabitants of the world. HeCo Invest is a digital platform that, through the most advanced technologies of artificial intelligence, looks to connect investors, donors, and philanthropists with the environmental preservation projects that are carefully selected in prioritized landscapes to preserve the natural capital of Colombia. Mainly in 4 fronts: biodiversity, climate, community, and water. HeCo Invest is one of the tools that contributes directly to the climate financing, allowing mobilizing public resources and private resources in a scalable manner to reach climate change objectives and a national contribution, making possible the management of climate change at a territorial and sectorial level. The platform is based on the artificial intelligence model called Arias, using algorithms to precisely calculate and scientifically calculate the impact of each project in each one of the 4 fronts of interest to achieve alliance and safe investment that is effective and powerful. HeCo Invest is available on the one hand so that investors can find projects, startups, and even develop calls according to their needs to find more opportunities where to invest and generate high impact. On the other hand, for project developers that can link their ideas and businesses to this initiative that will contribute the construction of resilient landscapes as spaces for inclusion, construction of peace, and improvement of human well-being. Platforms like this one that, thanks to technology, join environmental preservation and reaffirm that collective effort is vital to protect territories that are part of our inheritance and our legacy as Colombians. Through HeCo Invest, you can also be part of sustainable development in Colombia and contribute with the preservation of the natural and social capital of our country. Learn about it and visit it very soon. Thank you. Welcome to Invest. Welcome to HeCo Invest as one of the windows. We hope to see you all as investors and supporting the structuring of projects for the country and for biodiversity and climate change and also social inclusion. Thank you very much.
Yo creo que
por ahí. Se metió una luz y yo siento que es como un fantasma que se me mete, siempre he sentido como que entra alguien a la cabina y miro para atrás, es como que pasa una luz y he sentido que se ha metido un fantasma toda la tarde.
Good afternoon to all. It's a pleasure to be here at this event, continuing with the conversations and discussions of the IDB Lab Forum. On this occasion, we will talk a little bit about the technological challenges associated with climate topics. the climate tech. How are we going to face or live the most immediate challenges that climate change is showing us? When you truly think of what is coming in the next 25 or 30 years, how climate change is going to express itself, you can create a list of very frightening topics of important effects on the stability of productive systems and agriculture, the availability of drinking water, or for the industry, human migrations in search for new solutions, etc. But for each one of these challenges, I believe there are hundreds of people and an enormous capacity of entrepreneurship, technical capacity for innovation that today includes artificial intelligence, for example, to be able to face them. So what we want here is to send a positive message, of course, and show that we have the capacity to face climate change or climate crisis that is threatening us. And for that reason, of course, our guests, we want to ask them in the first place a general round of questions on the main challenges. But let's not have a general round. Let's start one by one, rather. Because they were introduced, each one comes from a specific focus, a way of understanding their participation in the solutions to climate change. So I'm going to ask perhaps first to Rafael to my left, about the challenges of the startups, which is an enormous word, and at Ann University it's almost written in gold at the beginning of the building. We all want to have startups that are very successful. So Rafael, how do you see the topic of startups and climate tech? Thank you, Brigitte. It's a pleasure to be here sharing this panel with all of you and to be able to share these challenges that the startups have. But first of all, I would like a short introduction. Where I come from, the Tecnológico Monterrey, we are turning 80 years. It's a private university, a non-for-profit. And this universities play a fundamental role before climate change and the innovation and looking for solutions. Technological defined pathway to 2040 where tech wants to be a net zero, and this plan is called the Ruta Azul, the blue path, and it has 6 strategies in culture that are related to behavior, decision making. It's related to education and how through in the curricula and the extracurricular activities and amongst these entrepreneurship, we educate and permeate and train around these topics that are important. We also have the strategies that are related to mitigation and adaptation around climate change, mitigation and reducing carbon emissions in the different fields. The Monterrey Tech is a multi-campus system in more than 26 cities in Mexico, and mitigation that involves working with the nearby communities in the different campus. The 5th strategy is related to research, and once again, in the previous session, they talked a lot about the opportunity in Latin America of using scientific talent and technological talent precisely to create these solutions and escalate these solutions. Well, there are research groups dedicated to different topics, amongst those climate change and energy, but there's another advanced manufacturing institute based on materials and sustainability they were talking about in the previous session, talking about production of products and services. And linking that is very important for us because we believe that universities have that mandate or that mission and the capacity of fostering and catalyzing associations and alliances with different actors. And it's what I will talk about when we talk about entrepreneurship. In the tech, we have the Heno Garcela Bora Entrepreneurship Institute, and this institute wants to bring together and aggregate all the entrepreneurship strategies in the Monterrey Tech, and it does entrepreneurship of students professors, researchers, but also the external community as well. We have had a transformation process and programs to entrepreneurs that were accelerated during the pandemic, and everything we experienced in the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Mexico and abroad. We have three big areas of support, which is what we call entrepreneurship spirit, which is related to the development of attitudes, skills, and capacities for innovation and entrepreneurship that can then be used to create a new company, a new startup, or also to improve and empower skills and employability profile for students. Then we divide Explore Lab and Venture Labs, one in the stage of ideation, exploration, validation, and Venture Labs, where we look to support entrepreneurs that have at least a prototype, an MVP, or onward. And we disaggregated the programs, not more structured programs. We divided the programs and we work in Explore Labs and Venture Labs through sprints of 2, 3, or 4 weeks. And that is what we're currently doing with regards to the current offer. With regard to the strategic part that is related to innovation, innovative entrepreneurship, and climate change, in the last 5 years we have had an alliance with Heineken Mexico. And we have the Heineken Green Challenge that has worked in different areas, CO2 mitigation, water, sustainable agriculture, circular economy. And this year precisely, and the next year will be around climate change. This year, we close the cycle and we start with water once again. And the following year, CO2 mitigation. And this has allowed us to learn to meet a lot of innovators or entrepreneurs that come from different public and private universities and even research institutions. That too, with regard to the Heineken Green Challenge. We have another project, another challenge with Daikin, which is a Japanese company, the HVAC, the products that are heating, air conditioning. This is our second year. And the challenge this year is on sustainability, energy efficiency, CO2, circular economy, but one of the areas is related to one of those topics. And we have received ideas to startups that are much more consolidated around this topic. We also have PASIA, which is a program that the IDB Lab has supported in Sea Minds in Guadalajara. This is an artificial intelligence hub with a component of entrepreneurship that is important. We have had more than 20 or 24 startups in AI, on health, around health as well. And we're about to close the first batch of a conscious accelerator based on conscious capitalism. We have a Enlace, which is more of councils, corporate councils for professionalization. And the last one, which I believe that is the one that will interest most, is Catalyst. And Catalyst is a project, it is no longer a project. We're very close to launching an initiative we have been working around with the Green Climate Fund and GIZ. And it's a hub in entrepreneurship and climate change where we want to support more than 90 startups in Latin America, Colombia, Peru, Argentina, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Honduras, El Salvador, and Mexico. And we're going to support 60 startups with grants of 15,000 euros and 30 with 6,000 euros. And this program is the example of the strategy 6. But it's part of our mission as an entrepreneurship institution, not only to support entrepreneurs, but also to catalyze ecosystems and districts of innovation around these topics. As you may see, a very rich component in the innovation ecosystem. The academia has an important task in that sense, but a very particular academia, an academia that has bonds with corporations and particular initiatives of support to entrepreneurship, not necessarily an academia dedicated to production and discussion of knowledge or knowledge management. I would like to ask Constanza now about her situation in Chile, being a different actor from the academia and the innovation ecosystem. Thank you for this invitation. Well, I represent today not the academia, but the startups in Chile, because in Chile we created the first association of startups for climate change. So this is the first association of this type in Latin America. So what I wanted to tell you is how it started and how we saw the need to create an association during the pandemic. As entrepreneurs, we we saw that day by day the businesses of our entrepreneur colleagues were becoming more difficult. We saw that many of these had to close their businesses because of the difficulties of the pandemic. So several of us started to gather to meet through Zoom, unknown entrepreneurs, and to find these common challenges on how to move forward, how to give more visibility to our entrepreneurships, and how to make our businesses grow. And we also realized that there's a new wave of entrepreneurships. Before, we were always looking for the next unicorn, the next Uber in Latin America. And we realized that we all had something in common. We were not focused on being the next unicorn necessarily, but rather we wanted to have direct impact on climate crisis in mitigation or adaptation. So we started meeting until after the pandemic. We were able to meet face to face, and we decided to create an association, a union. And then first we started 6, and that first year we had 24 companies, and these are companies that are completely innovative. I will give you some examples of the technologies we have, because you could say climate change and everything could sound or nothing could be similar. So with regards to vulnerable communities without drinking water, there are technologic solutions to obtain water, drinking water, in that area. There are others that deal with circular economy, both industrial residues, for example, large mining, such as organic residues. There are other startups in the union that do optimization of irrigation and agriculture, because agriculture is also very important in our future with regards to climate crisis. Also, monitoring of biodiversity, native forests, life out in the outsides and outdoors. We have IoT, artificial intelligence, to optimize the use of energy in the great malls and in the large companies. And also, in my case, the use of artificial intelligence to optimize solar plants and air plants, aeolic plants. This is a diversity of technologies, but they have direct impact. Wind plants, sorry. We are not ideas or pilots, but rather we are all companies that have worked for several years and we have been selling in Chile. But we also have a hunger for growth, not only to remain in Chile, but to grow in the region. In fact, our focus is regional scale up, and 64% of the companies that we have already export. So either they have an office abroad, or they have exported permanently or in an indeterminate manner. And we believe that we can empower ourselves to be able to be a permanent exporter. In those markets, the main ones are Mexico, Peru, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Colombia, where we are today, Argentina, and there's also exports outside the region, such as Spain and the United States. So we are entrepreneurs that came together formally to be able to grow and support each other. And lastly, we have found allies. We cannot do everything alone. We need support. And we were able to sign about a week ago our first alliance, our first formal alliance, receiving funding with Microsoft. Microsoft has drastic commitments with regards to neutrality. So they understand that both them as their customers have these types of commitments. And the only way to reach them is with the startups or through the startups, because startups have that speed to be able to create technology and apply it very quickly, instead of doing everything by themselves. And in those types of alliances, we first found financing to operate as a union, but also commercial support. For example, we did a speed dating event where the largest companies in Chile attended, and all of our startups. And in one single event, we had 90 speed dates. So many opportunities to advance commercially for these partners. And lastly, this alliance has a strategic factor. And with the rest of the allies, we can have an advisory council so that the directory of the union can meet in sessions with that council to acquire information from the other markets in the region or globally, how we can continue to grow, what new connections we can achieve, and so on and so forth. I wanted to mention that we are also supported by ProChile, that helps export to all these Chilean companies, with IDB in this case, because they invited us here, and also some sessions and workshops on financing, and Guerrero Olivas, which is a legal firm. So that is who we are, Climate Tech Chile.
Definitely a role model of evolution. What we're seeing is the appearance of new entities which involve initiatives and are placing themselves in different niche and establishing links with other entities, ecological ones, and that's the ecosystems that I'm referring to. I'm a biologist and I always talk about ecosystems, including companies, technological devices, but this is not common. People sometimes feel that to talk in this way is weird, but right now we're witnessing an institutional involvement of the world based on the needs that the population is demanding. Now, a lot has to be done from investors, so please, Jose, tell us your vision. I have a short video, maybe you could show it. The objective of the program is to strengthen capabilities of young people from university who want to start a new business and learn how a new company can be formed. So this vision and this program has 3 days of work where we identify the problem that we want to identify, the user involved in the problem, and the solution, what we have to consider to be able to attend this problem and the user who is facing such problem. We're very pleased, these boys and girls, and doing a lot of effort during these 3 days. They completed their hypothetical profiles of who the target is, but now they have a challenge on how to face the problem that these users are facing. What I've loved about this program is that instead of initiating with something that is already done, we began from the baseline. We have unlearned things so that we can begin from something that is more solid. This space allows us to disseminate our ideas for us to be heard, so that this not only remains in theory or on paper, but to make this a reality. In the General Alliance, in our venture, we try to give the process of business creating from identifying problems to escalating the solution. To that then we begin the next step of the project, which is the project incubation. These entrepreneurs really have it going, so we will see how they continue. Thank you. I'm from the University UTEC. This university has an investment program called UTEC Ventures, and we've been investing in technological initiatives. We have invested in more than 30 initiatives, and we're based in Lima. The environmental issue is something that we don't want to leave behind. It is a priority for us. And we asked ourselves, how can we begin creating solutions for the challenges that we have in the environmental arena? After a whole process of testing different initiatives, we now have an approach of Amazon entrepreneurs. So we launched the program Art Ventures, and what we want is to begin having innovative initiatives from people, students, professionals who live in this area. Those who have been in the creation of initiatives, we are aware that we have to be sympathetic with users. This video was filmed in the city Sarapoto, San Martin, and Amazon area of Peru. These are students studying engineering at the National University of San Martin, and we began generating capabilities. This is a lot of work, but it is the only way we can create technological initiatives in the Amazon for the Amazon and to address the different challenges that exist in this area. And my role as an investor will come later. But from day one, we are creating initiatives with all the learning, more than $20 million that have been raised through these initiatives are being taken to these young people living in the Amazon so that when they create their initiatives, they can be as successful as possible. Of course, there's risk, but if we do not work with them, we won't be able to have these initiatives. So that's the idea, to be able to create the ecosystem of initiatives. So the next question is for all of you, now that we know your vision as the different actors of the ecosystem. And it is about identifying some key aspects for the environmental and sustainable initiatives. What are those critical elements? People talk about money a lot, but sometimes money is not the problem. There are other important aspects. Of course, money is needed, but what about the quality of the proposals, the markets, the capabilities of people? So for you, what would be those most important elements to be able to promote this innovation and climate startups? So maybe Jose, if you could tell us your vision. From our perspective, these young people, after completing the program, they told us that this was the first time they saw something like this in their lives. This is like the fourth year of engineering, and they had never seen how to create an innovative initiative. So the first thing is to take all these learnings and tools to people who are living the problem and who do not know or are not aware that these tools could help us create better solutions that will impact all of us. If they manage to address the challenge, look, one of the challenges they worked on was to manage solid waste in the Amazon. If they manage to solve this, not only do they benefit their own community and city, but we all benefit from it. So we have to give them the tools. That is the first thing we have to do. Second, in these 7 or 8 years working in entrepreneurial initiatives, a key aspect for development are connections. What they are doing, maybe something has been done in another place that is similar, but so it's important to connect, to open doors with mentors, with experts, with the public sector, with investors, because this accelerates growth dramatically, especially Latin America, which is entering lately in terms of looking for solutions for climate change compared to other parts of the world. So this is a way of bridging this gap. from the Amazon to other cities and the rest of the world. So it's about helping to connect. It is fundamental to create relationships. However, it's very difficult to finance this function, that function of pollinizer, of moving ideas, capabilities, and experiences. But now you have a whole professional community and they share ideas rather than to compete. Yes, we want to be also pollinizers in the sense that there should be a climate tech Peru, climate tech Argentina, climate tech Colombia, and that this expands in Latin America. Now, what we see and the difference compared to other groups, as we formed as a professional community, we were able to establish such partnerships because otherwise they couldn't have become a reality. Because you may hear, yes, we have a group, we have a WhatsApp group, and we support each other. But when you try to generate a partnership with a big company, you don't have a legal entity with which to sign that document, even if the corporation wants to support you. So the idea is to pollinize so that these professional committees can be more formalized in Latin America and to also support each other in terms of commercialization so that we can sell more in our countries, in other countries. For example, we did a project with ProChile in the office of Colombia, and we presented 3 startups regarding obtaining drinking water. One, freshwater solution, which has a hardware obtaining water from air, from the atmosphere. Another one, remote waters, which obtains water from different water sources, whether it is a river, underground water. It connects to the water source and it creates a treatment plant. And then end water, which having a treatment plant tries to make it more efficient in terms of saving energy, avoiding evaporation, etc. So these are 2 options to pollinize but also support each other so that we can sell more. Maybe it could be an idea associated with formalization so that ideas can become institutions, so that these projects can be a reality. Formalization is a big problem in all our countries because even when people have good ideas, that does not necessarily mean that we'll follow the formality path, and that makes it very difficult for banks or states to finance or support these projects. So the idea of pollinizing and formalizing is really important, but to materialize it and to capitalize all these ideas so that they can produce evident results is very important. Now, competition may be an initial phase of evolution of companies, and then maybe they will, begin competing between them. Or what are the mechanisms of sharing information? But before you tell me, I would like to first ask you, what is the complementary vision or the vision required to promote this at the highest level? Because you could say training, but training in what exactly? It is a really complex problem, and this requires connection to connect communities, organizations, and people having the problem or the challenge, whether that is mitigation or adaptation, and to connect them with those who could provide solutions, innovators, scientists, etc. And to connect them with another concept, which is onboarding, maybe with funding sources or with those people having the expertise and mentoring knowledge, or even with local governments or state governments as well as other corporate entities. And I will give you examples of this. And if we are heading towards more marginalized communities where climate change impact is very big, then we have to generate partnerships or NGOs who are working in those communities and to contribute from the perspective of climate change towards them. So it is connection, onboarding, or linking. When we link with big companies, we have been able to link entrepreneurs with like in Argentina, like in Chile, those who have reached the final stages. And recently, some of them were um, they went to Japan and closed a deal with them with Daikin Japan. And this sometimes is not as easy. There are different obstacles. Maybe technology is not well developed. It is at a very low scale. Also, the issue or the topic of practices. Maybe the use of technology is not as very high to take such risks. So what we're looking for and what we have learned in the past 5 years in these strategic programs is to reach catalysts. It is about catalyzing and to make this whole process faster from different perspectives. And this is Catalyst in Latin America and Western Africa. And it has three components, or four. One, which has to do with the community, it is the early stage. This has to do with training, but also with developing attitudes for climate change in young people or adults. This could involve entrepreneurs or maybe people who maybe do not have like a specific idea in mind. And also after this stage to begin working with other universities and institutions. Then we have the pre-acceleration stage. Every catalyst wants support through funding, technical support, not only in terms of business development or other startup areas, but also to estimate impact. Here, there is a big component on how to estimate the impact potential and also to link this with expertise in the different networks, including corporations, investors, and funds, which could catalyze all this. So it's connection, the link, and to have a platform contemplating an initial stage of development so that the topic could be scalable, then a stage where we could incubate or accelerate initial ideas, and finally a stage where we could accelerate technologies and solutions that are already showing a potential impact. And what would be the risk that maybe professors will be just, moving around in circles because maybe we need more time, we need more experimentation, because sometimes we get that critique that we are innovating, but it takes us decades to give results. That is a good question, and we had talked about this before coming up to the stage. The role of universities and how rigid they are because of different reasons in terms of paradigms, their structure, and how universities work. If they're public or private, the challenges are different. In the previous session, we were talking about the scientific and technological talent and the capabilities of engineering and sciences in Latin America is very high. But in terms of research, they're not necessarily focusing on a single specific problem. And to take technology development or the patent beyond, already have the patent and I publish the paper, if you do not involve the market or take the communities, you won't make this a reality. You have to get out of the laboratory and the university so that you can understand how that solution fits in the problem, not only at the level of the potential beneficiary or the public, but also at a systemic level. Because there are different components that are involved, and this is key. And of course, for that, we need a change in paradigm for universities. Yes, not only innovation, technology, but also institutional innovation, all aspects that make university in the best position to propose it, but maybe not in the best pathway. Rafael talked about measuring. How do we know if things are going the correct pathway? This includes indicators, management knowledge systems, reports. How do you understand them? How are you developing them? Let's begin with Jose. In our case, it has to do with sustainability of the initiatives. This could be sales and capital. These are two indicators that we look at constantly, and this is how we measure success in the innovation of our programs. Five, revenues and capital have to be sustainable over time. But that would be the lightest sustainability, right? Because it is about lasting. But what about the sustainability associated with the response to climate change? How do we measure this? And how do we measure if the initiative is really working on a solution, or it's just greenwashing or taking advantage of a government situation? Well, before I talked about the sustainability indicators, there is an evaluation to know whether a real problem is being solved. And there's a commitment from founders, which is sometimes the most difficult one. And here, let me talk about the academia. Academia, scholars like to research. They don't want to manage a company. So if the scholar does not want to do this, somebody else has to do it, but the person has to be really committed. And the first years are really hard, so you need a lot of commitment from the group to solve the real problem. They enter the programs, and then we see the other indicators. To apply the professional community as a corporate, we need to have a direct impact that is measurable over time. The problem is that each company has their own metrics, whether it is water savings, energy efficiency, etc. So we have that difficulty and challenge. How we can have metrics grouping all of them. And this will make conversations with investment funds easier. We could tell them impact is measured in this way or that way, and not that each one of them does their own thing. But also from the side of investment, it should consider the environmental impact, so that it is not only the sales, the raising of capital, but also the impact. Businesses will no longer be done as they were done in the past. There's a change. So we have another pillar in the evaluation agenda considering impact. So how do we do it, and how do we make it, how do we standardize it? I still do not have the response as part of the future challenge. But sometimes they are in such initial stages where they're not even operating. So here you would be talking about a desirable future impact, and there would be a vote of faith that what they're creating will generate that impact. And here it will be trusting the entrepreneurs, their capabilities, and that they will certainly create something that will solve the challenges that we have environmentally speaking. a really important component of entrepreneurship is that we are experimenting, and this implies costs that are assumed by individuals, companies, capital is at risk. But the only way we can achieve a result, you need not only a proposal but also your will, or to know that there is a possibility of failing. And there's an element of sharing the risk associated with those costs, especially in climate topics, because one thing is a small scale of pollution or energy generation, but once it scales up, would it be as efficient? Will be able to fulfill those indicators? Will be able to scale up? So yeah, all of that is important. This is a really challenging topic. But from the perspective of the broader sustainability, we can have environmental and social metrics. All the ESG indicators, which are being considered in different investment funds, all startups and new businesses need to have integrated that impact that is generated. In regards to the specific topic of climate change, specifically mitigation, in terms of catalyst, we have been working on a component with Climate Kit. It is a European organization which works a lot in innovation and climate topics, and we're going to use climate impact forecast tool. In the pre-acceleration stage or pre-seed stage, it tries to estimate a potential based on the different technologies used. Of course, this would be theoretical, but the startups that would be in the acceleration stage would have more elements, a product or a technology working already, and eventually over time they can become better, and the tool will allow us to estimate the potential. Potentially very important even in terms of investment. And there are different tools for this. Morse is also one that is used by different venture capitalists. So whether you use one or the other, even with the same technology solution, you may have different estimations or estimates. So I think there is a big opportunity for research so that we can reach a methodology or a tool that could give us an idea of the, let's say, mitigation potential of CO2. The topic of mitigation is very well structured because we have different metrics. We have the capability of knowing how much CO2 is being sequestered or reduced by, aren't we distorting a little bit investments and the economic expense of our countries who are not issuers to solve the problem of those in the global north? This is just a question for all of you. But let me give you 2 minutes so that you can give me a general appreciation about where technology innovation is heading and the creation of new initiatives in our country. I will talk about the Amazon approach. My aspiration is for the Amazon to begin or to become a development app of new technology solutions that will be applied in the Amazon and can extend in other places. We have the capabilities for this to be a reality. They are living that problem, and so that generates a sense of emergency. That's the role that we have as tech venture. How everything we have learned in different investment programs will allow us to create a new ecosystem in the Amazon. Nobody's talking about it. For many years, Unfortunately, it has been abandoned, and this could not continue. So I hope to see more technology solutions coming from the Amazon to solve the challenges in the Amazon and the world. So maybe in this new phase of diplomatic relationships, the Amazon will follow that new perspective. What I would like, I don't know if this will become a reality, is for investment funds to integrate the idea of climate crisis, because our emerging economies in Latin America and the Caribbean are exposed and will become vulnerable because of climate change. We have to stop thinking that these types of solutions are the hippest solutions that do not seek returns. But I invite you to meet us, all of us here, and the different startups involved in the Latin America ecosystem. We understand that investment funds have their own agenda, they have small teams, and so that's why we created our own methodologies that we can present our own portfolio. They can see the different key metrics and tell us, okay, this may fall within my thesis, and we can make a zoom into a subsegment, and that makes the whole process faster. We have to be able to look all these new possibilities of technologies that are being created in Latin America. Like guidance towards making this more concrete. Yes, I would like to see transformation in terms of mindset of the different actors, including governments, the private sector, ourselves as universities. We play a fundamental role, and entrepreneurs. In this transition, we need different approaches. You were mentioning, for example, we are not industrialized countries. But, for example, the north of Mexico is very industrialized, and the whole issue of free trade also has consequences in terms of CO2. But we also have marginalized communities, such as that of the Amazon, which also require attention. So there should be a whole transformation of paradigms and mindset so that we can design new platforms based on the new challenges that exist in communities, businesses, and this shouldn't be just venture capital. There are other types of fundings. It could be grants or financing that could catalyze all these initiatives that may not be unicorns but are SMEs of technology that are green and that may use the whole potential of Latin America. Well, I would like to close with those words. The potential is Latin America and the Caribbean. This is a huge region with different capabilities and resources, and it can really face the different climate crisis. It has a great potential, different from that from other regions of the world. So we have to make use of it to move forward. So it's very important that you meet the innovation hub of the IDB and the lab tech surrounding the activities that are being developed through this platform. And I hope that some of these ecosystem components are strengthened, but especially the relationship between the different components. Thank you.
Pero Luzola, por ejemplo, cuando yo trabajaba con ella en español no era tan buena.
Good afternoon. The truth is that I would like to start by thanking IDB Lab for offering this opportunity and participating in this very interesting panel related to the reduction of emissions and reach clean value chains. I'm passionate about climate change, and I have been working in topics related with climate change since the 90s. And the middle of the 90s, when there was not even a consensus that climate change and global warming occurred because of the anthropologic effect. We will talk about clean value chains and how it will be possible to reduce the climate print of these value chains. You may have seen that there's a concept of net zero in English or zero emissions in English. And I would like to start by describing this concept to then speak with our panel. Net zero is an international consensus, and what it intends is to achieve net CO2 emissions, that the emissions are equal to the avoided emissions by 2050. To achieve this ambition of zero emissions in 2050 implies that in 2030 we must have reduced 45% of the emissions compared to what was emitted in 1990. So the year 2030 is the day after tomorrow. So that means that the situation is irreversible. If we do not start now in these next 7 years to take drastic measures, it will be very difficult to reach the goals related to climate change. This consensus of net zero became very strong during the Paris conference, where all the nations committed to acquire commitments in terms of reduction. Fortunately, the commitments that these nations have come to the true economy, to the companies, the industries also have commitments in terms of reduction of emissions, and they're implementing policies to reduce these emissions. When we speak about the emissions from the economy or the industry, we talk about three fundamental terms. One is scope one, which is to reduce emissions derived from the operation. And many companies are taking effective measures in that sense, and also using renewable sources of energy. That would be scope number two, but we have what is called scope number three. Scope number three is how to be able to reduce emissions in the value chains in all of the suppliers. The Carbon Disclosure Project produced a report in 2020 that said that normally 70% of the company's emissions were produced in the value chains. So if we don't act on the value chains, it will be very difficult to be able to act and to reach the objective of zero emissions. And reducing emissions creates economic value, reduction of costs, better brand positioning, better acceptance by the client, anticipation to regulations. This is something that creates value for each and every one of the companies from the economic point of view. And I would like to also focus, and I will stop here, in the SMEs. 99% of the companies in Latin America and the Caribbean are SMEs. So it is fundamental to help these companies, to give them tools and innovative solutions so that they can also reduce their emissions and their climate footprint. From IDB Invest, we're working together with the Women Business Coalition around a project called SME Climate Hub. And what it is trying to do is to provide information, training, and resources to the SMEs so that they can reduce their climate footprint. We are implementing this. I will look at this so I don't skip anyone. Argentina, Chile, Peru, and Costa Rica. And in more than 110 countries, more than 5,600 SMEs have acquired commitments to reduce emissions. But I would like to start now to start a conversation with our guests at the panel. And I would like to start by Paula. Paula, do you believe that it is important to set goals to be able to reach this net zero emissions? Because we know that what is not measured is not managed. I agree. I think that that is the first sentence I would start with. What is not measured is not managed. And if we want to reach the agreements we have from the Paris Agreement and start from zero, we need to align the reduction strategy. Something that climate science has realized is that what they talked about, the 2 degrees, is not going to be the ideal scenario. We know that there would be many problems for us, and we have to align with the 0.5 degrees. And if we see the increase of temperature by November last year, we had more degrees, but we need to generate a change and generate it now. We're living in the decade of action, and we need to advance soon. And this will be reached with goals of reduction. Down the road we're going, it's projected that the increase of temperature could be around 2.7 degrees. Of course, that is a scenario that no business, no country, no citizen wants to experience, because we know that there would be many economic implications in terms of businesses and lives. So it is important to trace goals. It's the only way to be able to generate a reduction plan that is aligned with climate science and with the net zero. And if we go back a little bit to the technical definition of the SBTI, the net zero, in effect, we see that that is through mitigation, not through compensation mechanisms, through real mitigation. And a reduction plan is measuring our value chain, measuring ourselves. And you were saying it, 70 or 90% of the emissions of the companies tend to fall in the value chain. It's difficult, yes, but we have to start to measure. Yes, and in fact, what I would like now is to ask you what you just mentioned. How feasible is it to effectively measure in a value chain, many times with SMEs, many times with dispersed suppliers, with suppliers that don't have the systems that the large companies have? These are the main challenges that they face. I will divide my answer into 2. How feasible is it? And then the challenges. Feasible? Yes, it is feasible to do it, but it's going to be a process that will take time. In Carbon Trust, we were co-authors of the decarbonization guideline with the GHG protocol. And we have developed strategies so that companies can manage their value chain. It's a process. The first thing is to understand that this will be a process that will take time, and it will be a repetitive process. The first measurement will not be perfect, but it's important to start and to start to generate more data that is more reliable. So there are different types of ways of starting. At Carbon Trust, we developed a guideline. There was a QR code. I don't know if we can show it so that you can download our guideline of scope number 3, where we started to see what were the first steps. The first thing a company has to ask itself is, of my scope 3 and the 15 categories in scope 3, what can be the more material categories for my company, and which do I have an influence in? There can be a very material category that cannot be influenced by the company itself, but then there's a first alarm. So who manages the data for that category specifically, and how can I start to manage the data? The next thing after prioritizing is how to start to get that information. Do I have it? Who do I have to ask? Is it a third party? And to agree on a mechanism for data gathering that is relatively similar so that the data can be aggregated. Then you can start to measure once again. The first measurement may probably be done from a spent-based approach, not the most perfect one. It will be secondary information. But over time, you can recalculate the baseline and have a much more certain measurement. And what we see is that this is an exercise that will take this time, and it's okay to recalculate the baseline. It's okay to communicate to investors and consumers that they started to measure the value chain, that perhaps it was not all the categories, some were excluded, to be transparent which were excluded, and to include the more material ones, and to somehow start to work. So yes, there will be challenges. That is the second part of your question. The challenges will certainly be how suppliers work. It's an industry where they have suppliers that they constantly work with and have long-term contracts. There are some industries where the contracts with suppliers change constantly, so it's difficult to generate synergies. That's the first challenge. The second one is to gather the information. We will probably have to start to work with the value chain with the hotspots where we are, and then aggregate the data. That will also be a challenge to calculate the cost of what that can imply in one of my suppliers. That will be difficult. There are all challenges and questions that many times lead the corporate people to think that it's not as simple and not to start. Our invitation is that you see this as a process that sooner or later will happen, and the sooner we start, the more time the corporate people will have to start to manage these types of dynamics. Thank you very much. And Paula, once I understand that the value chain has had the measurements and a set of actions have been identified or solutions, many of these will come through innovation and technology. We're experiencing a change in paradigm where innovation and technology will play a fundamental role, and this is where we have a clear and powerful figure, which is the figure of entrepreneurs. We have the luck of having Maricel. She's a clear example who can talk about her experience. But I would like to understand, Maricel, what are the solutions that you have developed in your company, that you have developed to reduce climate footprint and the water footprint of farmers in the world of agriculture? What we try to develop are products that are climate change proof at the adequate cost, that are high quality, because I believe that a change we're seeing in particular in the area of food is that we know that consumers want to produce changes that are more climate friendly, environment friendly, but not at the cost of their experiences. So how can we develop high quality products but with a lower impact on the environment? What we have developed is a technology around fermentation, where we can grow microbes and use the microbes as ways to develop flavors and odors to require less land and less natural resources to produce the same products. And our first product, which is coffee, without using grains, what we do is to cut the value chains and look at the market that we're trying to supply, the United States. We looked for ingredients inside the United States that have a molecular composition that is similar to coffee and that are low in use of water, low in carbon emissions, and as much as we can, that are upcycled products that are part of other value chains. For example, we're in the north of California where a lot of wine is produced. When they produce wine, the seeds of the wine are usually wasted. We use those seeds in our processes, we ferment them, and we're able to develop flavors by using products that in other cases would go to the garbage. That allows us to create a more resilient value chain focused in a single country, but also to reduce emissions. What Paula was saying, that is extremely important to measure. So we have spent a lot of time understanding the value chain of coffee. Many here must be familiar. A cup of coffee spends around 2 weeks between the farm until it reaches the final consumer. And that accumulates carbon emissions and use of water. So what we do is a process called a life cycle analysis, LCA, where we compare the process of coffee and how to compare our supplies and our processes with the traditional coffee production. And the result of our first product is that we can create a product that smells, tastes, and has the effects of coffee, but uses 94% less water, creates 91% less carbon emissions, and uses 86% less land to grow the supplies. So we're trying to redefine how to create a value chain that has less risk, less volatility, and less impact on the environment. Wow, 94% less. That is enormous. I imagine, Maricel, that coming here has not been easy. It hasn't been easy, and you have had to stumble many times, fall, and get up again. Can you tell us what have been the challenges that you have faced as an entrepreneur company? Well, many. I don't know how much time we have, but perhaps to focus on three main ones. The first is that to develop a company is not easy. I think that the mindset is if it were easy, we would all be doing it. But if we see the probabilities or the percentages of risk capital allocation, I wouldn't be seated here. We see the large amount of women and Latins that receive investment. And venture capital, the percentages are very low. That has been the first risk, to be able to see that somebody that looks like me can build a company that gives returns to investors, the returns they're looking for. That has been one of the main challenges. The second one has been to be able to communicate to our consumers that yes, there is an alternative where they don't have to sacrifice the experience. Coffee, which is something that I love deeply, and that is the reason I have my company, is very personal. It's part of a ritual for many of us. It's like the odor of coffee, the smell of coffee. So many songs talk about how coffee smells. So to make consumers change from something that is so dear to their hearts, to their ritual, everyday ritual, that is why the expectation of quality is so high. And the main challenge is that have people taste it. Once they taste it, we can start to change that perspective, but that has been another one. And the third one, a little bit with what Paulo's saying, we're starting to create systems from scratch. And that is a challenge, but also an opportunity to start to measure our value chains from the beginning, to start to understand and demand from our suppliers that if they don't have the information of exactly where the ingredients are coming from, how they produce them, and what is the impact, we're not going to buy from them. That naturally raises the bar to be able to get part of our supplies, and that means that we need to invest more money from our capital to get those data. But I personally believe that that is the way in which we start to change the way in which we produce the products of the future. Thank you, Maricel. I believe that hearing you, it's more than clear that the concept of value chains is changing, definitely, and that we need to move to a more systemic focus where different actors are going to appear with different roles that they're going to play, and they will be different than the traditional roles that have been developed in a much more linear model. In this context, the financial sector plays a very important role, and we have the luck of having Franco from Colombia that works or represents an organization that is truly a referral in the climate world and in terms of emission reduction. So, Franco, I would like to ask you and see if you can tell us a little bit. Why has Bancolombia wanted to take this leadership? And you were one of the few in Latin America that signed the Financial Alliance for Net Zero that was signed in Glasgow in one of the COPs. Can you tell us what was the process and what led you to this? Thank you. I think that fundamentally here we have three actions that move us down the sense. First, our corporate purpose. Second, how we raise awareness around the role of the financial sector in all of these topics. And third, a scaling topic. How can we reach the scenarios that are important? And I will mention those. First, in Bancolombia, our purpose is to promote sustainable development for the well-being of all. That is why we get up every day. It's an agenda connected with those objectives of sustainable development and an economy of well-being from the OECD. How to provide well-being to society from the role of the financial sector. Second, awareness. What is that role? What did we understand in these topics? First thing is that the financial sector cuts across everything. It helps develop, it takes knowledge, capacities, and facilitates when it's aware in a positive manner, and without being it could be affected and has historically been affecting economy and its activities. With SBTI, we're participating in defining how to establish the goals for the sector. So when we're in that conversation, we see where there are opportunities and how that component in the value chain becomes fundamental. A point there is emission in scope 3, emissions in Bancolombia, or in scope 1 are close to around 100 tons. It's very little, very few. Scope 2, we're speaking about zero because they're all certified as renewable energy. And scope 3, upstream with our supply chain, we can have 1,000 tons of CO2. And that is easy to manage. We need to continue working. We have goals for 2030. When we go to category 15 in scope 3 in products, that's a challenge. Everything we finance, investment credit, 6.9 million tons of CO2 in the portfolio measured under standard methodologies. If we don't work with our customers, we're not going to be able to achieve that transition or the reduction of emissions or reach to a 1.5 1.5-degree scenario. That is joint work. We have to work in an articulated manner. So it's awareness, raising awareness. And the third is related to scale. And in that alliance that is launched at the Glasgow Climate Summit 2 COPs ago, where more than 550 entities of the global financial sector of more than 50 countries are working jointly to define the way in which the financial sector defines its goals, accompanies the sectors, accompanies the transition of the economy, and that was fundamental. This has to be a global conversation that goes down to the local and also show the region how to continue that path. Your warning today, we're part of the strategic G-Finance Committee, the main CEOs that are guiding and mobilizing all the global initiative, and that allows us to bring that knowledge and that practice down to the region and see the opportunities that can occur in Latin America. Those three concepts here that become key: purpose, awareness, and how to scale up those solutions. Let's move a little bit. You were speaking at a global level that you're there in the future. How do you transfer that to something specific? What can an institution like Bancolombia offer specifically to the SMEs, to the entrepreneurs, to help them decarbonize and be able to advance to this ambition of net zero emissions? Okay, Milagro, I will divide this into two because internally we define a strategy for climate issues that has three aspects. But facing the SMEs and the entrepreneurs, we have a logical sequence in which we accompany them. First, our strategy has three components. The first, we have defined a reduction of the exposure of our funding to the industry of emissions generated by the coal emissions. So we will be reducing those emissions. That implies leaving a set of emissions in our portfolio and then the energetic transition of those that generate energy based on coal. Second, we're accompanying more than eight industries that highly generate industries, iron, steel, livestock, cement, those that can take you down those paths. And many of these are SMEs, many of them, because Colombia, like Latin America, is a country of SMEs. And third, there's an ambition, a specific ambition, a mobilization of around $12 billion that are there, that are available, so that entrepreneurs, so that SMEs, so that the corporate world can come look for those resources to develop their activities. That from the strategy and in the accompaniment, three key components. The first, we have to elevate knowledge. We have to raise awareness. Our SMEs don't understand this dynamic. They don't understand why it's relevant and how it represents risks and opportunities. When that is clear, there's a second question. Now, you understood how to do it in my operation, in my management. So we're giving technical aid to companies to identify the projects. And third, we connect financial solutions and non-financial solutions to the development of initiatives, not only providing financing, but access to market. We see platforms where they can connect to sell their products and how to improve their value chain. And then there's a virtuous cycle. Thank you, Franco. And I would like to give the floor now to Paula, because Franco has told us how Bancolombia is managing and working with all of its value chain and all the issue on emissions. But Paula, you probably have many examples of other industries that are already doing this, and it would be very interesting to share this with all of the audience to also have lessons learned from these other sectors.
Yes, the first thing is to identify that challenges differ depending on the industry. It's not the same to talk about the scope 3 of the agro industry or scope 3 in the appliances, because one is upstream, the other one is downstream, and the strategies are different. Now, a beautiful case which is public is the work that we did with Kellogg's. I'm sure you have had breakfast with Kellogg's. So just imagine the size of this company, more than 20,000 suppliers. And the challenge to measure the value chain was enormous. It was an interesting challenge. First, we carried out some workshops with the value chain so that they could understand that the goals that Kellogg's had would become a challenge for them as suppliers. So we did a lot of work with suppliers. Second, we generated a model of the Scope 3 calculation, specifically for their operation, understanding where they operate and the emissions, and also a training for Catalog so that they could manage the model and to make the model more robust. Once we help a customer to generate a model, the customer should be able to use it the following year, and they should become mechanical in the business. So this was a really interesting example. In the agro-industry chain, we see that the contracts that the big companies have with suppliers are long-term contracts. These are relationships, long-term relationships that allow them to work in these transition initiatives, but this is not the realities for all industries. For example, in fast fashion industries, the challenge is different. They have short-term contracts. To replace suppliers is really easy, so the relationship changes, and 85% of the garments in fast fashions end up in landfills. So these are different challenges, and the working strategies for the chain value will not be the same compared to those in the agro industry. So we have to work on incentives. So what would be the incentive so that the supplier may understand that if they align with a mechanism of reducing emissions, the work will be better? What are the hotspots in the scope 3 of these companies within the industry of fast fashion so that they can become innovators? If it has to do with the materials, then let's innovate in materials. How can I see other available materials that will allow me to have the product in the market by having a lower impact? So it's about identify the different innovative opportunities that companies can begin tackling reduction. Another segment is telecommunications or hardware. The life cycle of a cell phone or an appliance is very different. So in the long term, how are we going to manage all these emissions generated by all these products? We worked at some point with a telecommunication company, and after doing the whole value chain evaluation, we identified that the hotspot was in a specific cable used in one of the components, emitting much more emissions than the rest of their products. So they identified the hotspot and they changed the material used for that specific cable so that they could manage a decrease in their footprint. So the reality is, though, the companies are really different, and this is a really complex process. It is a challenge, but we need to think to start somewhere. So what we see is that we have to take the first step. We have to understand that we won't have it perfectly the first time we do it, but we have to seek more information to be able to manage it. And this includes all industries, including the industry of cement and construction. But there's a lot to be done in material innovation. I'm sure there are different alternatives that are going to be explored so that we can decarbonize the different chains. Thank you, Paula. Now, let me ask you something. Were you in a situation where, because of how complex the situation was, the customer said, we're going to reduce this, we're going to change the approach? How do you solve these types of situations? Because I guess, okay, yes, when you face important challenges that are also difficult, sometimes you are tempted to leave them aside. Yeah, the temptation is always there. But the types of companies that embark on this journey are companies which first have external pressure or internal pressure to generate a change. So these are companies that have begun measuring their footprint, and to leave the scope 3 aside, this will affect their commitment. They have to involve the scope 3 so that they communicate their climate ambition effectively. So even though this is hard, companies know that they have to begin managing it. And they know that sooner or later this will become part of their daily lives. And if they don't act now, 2030 is the day after tomorrow. And if they wait more time, they know it's going to be difficult, but they're aware that if they begin now, it's going to be easier than if they begin later. But of course, this is very complex. These are difficult conversations. These are conversations that take a lot of time. But I do feel that we're very fortunate to work with companies that are generating an impact on their value chain. And if they don't do that now, it's going to be very late. That will be the invitation. Do not leave it aside. Now, let's talk about the SMEs. The problem for SMEs is very different. So here, Maricel, I want you to tell us, you have worked with different SMEs, so how do you see their challenges? Are they open to these types of innovations? How can we help them? When we talk about a transition towards low use of carbon, we are aware that the transition has to be just. Nobody has to be left behind, including the SMEs. So what has been your experience? And we worked with different SMEs, one in San Francisco, and we tackled different challenges. So the way we see and how we can make this transition as just as possible, what are the role of those coffee growers who are suffering climate change? People think that we are taking work away from coffee growers, but the main challenges that they have around the world is that climate change are making production conditions more and more difficult. I began this company because when we were analyzing data, we realized that for 2030 we will have around 50% of land where we grow coffee will remain productive because coffee likes mild climate, but we see higher temperatures or drastic changes in temperatures or droughts in other places. So that capability of growing coffee is going down, and the first people affected are coffee growers. So what we are thinking is about helping them. And our current commitment is to donate a percentage of our revenues so that we can help coffee growers so that they can transition to agroforestry mechanisms that will promote biodiversity so that they can use those lands where coffee is grown and incorporate other types of products so that they can diversify their income. And at the same time to transition towards systems that are more environmentally friendly. So we're trying to break the value chain from the standpoint of the consumer to know who are facing the more complex challenges and how we can help those parties. We have tried to seek partnerships with companies who are working in the region, and the objective is to begin opening those pathways so that we can teach other companies in food tech who are not thinking about the producers because they just consume coffee that is produced in Starbucks, but they don't know who are the real producers. But if we create a way where we have at the core those real producers, we can be a role model for for other companies. There's another important issue. You have done entrepreneurship in the United States. What advice would you give, or that those solutions that you are implementing could be developed in the Latin American ecosystem? What advice would you give? Yeah, many companies are beginning in Latin America, big companies such as Nutbuck, who are reconsidering the way we see food. But it's also always important to invite Latin America to see the different problems that we have as a region. Sometimes we think about exporting to add value, selling our resources to Europe or the United States, but we already have different productive problems in Latin America, and we also consume a lot of products. So how can we use that which we created within a region for a region? And how can we rethink that chain value? So instead of thinking what we can export, how can we improve our own experiences? So there are many opportunities. And this was also mentioned in the morning. The most important thing when beginning a business is to be totally in love with your idea, and I know that I want to live in a world with coffee. Now, I would like to talk about a fundamental issue when talking about transformation, that is financing. This is always a challenge. How can we make sure that we get the financing needed within the value chains? I would like you to tell us what are the trends in financing that you see and what types of financial products that you want to place in the market. The trends that we are seeing and supporting this year are associated with the climate agenda and also with a circular economy agenda and third to a biodiversity agenda. They follow this order and the three are related. Every solution that is generated ends up impacting the other two. So when we take non-financial and financial solutions, we were also talking about market connections, and this is very important for different companies, how we can see different productive chains in a permanent manner, and this is a daily challenge. So to be able to understand in terms of climate, those concepts associated in mitigation and adaptation becomes essential. Today we have financial products that are focusing on mitigation, using differential rates, also in issues of agro-sustainable activities or any economic activity based on the standard objectives that are supported by taxonomies or visions that define what is or what is not sustainable. We are guiding resources towards those activities. So there are a series of financing lines that reach different customers. We have companies, for example, that are generating an environmental and social impact, and this is also a component in the portfolio. There are different solutions for SMEs, but we also having solutions that elevate knowledge. An SME that can reach our website will find three platforms. One, which remotely can define their sustainability strategy, where it can be guided and also a measurement in terms of sustainability. The second one is associated with a circular analysis. So it begins to understand how its processes are circular, how the waste is seen as a problem and not a solution, and what connections can be generated because that waste can be used as raw material in the future. And third, we're going to launch a platform associated with CO2 carbon footprint. So there are different solutions, and they can also receive counseling for free. And what I mean is, of course, you need an approach with basic engineering where sectors like livestock, breeding, and agriculture have different partnerships, and the funding lines will cover the cost of counseling. And also we have financing in marketplace where we connect businesses with businesses or businesses with consumers so that we can have an articulated pathway. So there are different solutions around the trends that are being identified. Now, in terms of biodiversity, let me tell you something. We have a significant opportunity in the region and Latin America around natural capital. If we measure ourselves under a welfare economy where we quantify the capital, social, and human capital, the region is a leader and has a lot of competitiveness. Colombia in natural capital is number one in the region. So how can we mobilize the natural, all these types of capitals, including social capital and human capital? If we do not find a solution in time, we will lose our opportunity, an opportunity where we could use to close social gaps, So we're working a lot and understanding all these dynamics, zero to emissions, concepts associated with biodiversity, with components which could range from compensation issues to complete initiatives in habitat banks and nature-based solutions. So we are talking about this, and many SMEs are part of this arena. They're also bringing the technology and a different vision that could help us leverage different sectors. We also have the capability from a venture capital that is mobilizing resources to find the main actors of the market that could help us take this technology and innovation, which is fundamental to scaling up all these sustainable initiatives, so that all these value chains can be articulated with other actors. Among all these innovative initiatives that you're proposing and the different tools that were mentioned by Paula, what is the situation in Latin America? This is not standard in all countries, so I would like to hear from you and maybe Marisol if you have any comment about how you see the situation of the different countries in the region. Maybe you want to start, Paula? Undoubtedly, I've been able to see the conversation in the UK and Europe, which is more advanced than in Latin America. But I am Colombian and I understand a reality, and I think walking, we're beginning to walk that path. Maybe some countries are moving ahead. For example, Chile. Of course, there's a regulation component which has helped them a lot. And the conversation with Chilean companies shows us that a lot has been done. They understand that the problem is about how to work with my value chain. They already measured their footprints, they already identified the hotspots, and now, in general lines, they begin identifying the good practices for diminishing or reducing emissions. In the case of Colombia, the conversation has begun. We haven't made so much progress as Chile has done. We have seen some regulation topics that are being included in the daily matrices of companies, and soon we will see this challenge. In Latin America, we have a great number of SMEs, and this will be a big challenge which we have to work on. Peru also have small businesses in terms of agriculture and livestock breeding. Mexico has big companies and big industries, and they have identified this new path that they have to follow. So undoubtedly, what we have seen is that everything that happens in Europe and the United States somehow end up reaching here. So we have a good example in the global north, and they're showing us what is happening now, and they're giving us an opportunity so that we can react. But what is important is that we react fast enough. After the pandemic, three things changed: the market, the consumer, and regulations. And the whole business changes, as well as the dynamics. Otherwise, there won't be any sustainability in companies. And this is understood in the big corporations and the SMEs. What we see in Europe and Asia becomes really significant in terms of accelerating the agenda, and now we begin seeing the results. The way countries are exposed to international trade is taking them to a topic of market, because if they don't do these changes, they will lose the competitive advantages that they have today. Second, regulation is changing, especially a cross-cutting regulation, which is that of the financial sector. Today, for 20 countries, the risk agenda of the financial institutions tell those 20 countries with which they have transactions, changes have to be done, otherwise these transactions will be stopped. And third, we have regulation. We're seeing a regulation that is more proactive. Brazil, for example, has done a lot in this field. Colombia is also understanding these dynamics and is taking a really interesting position in the regional market. Same goes for Mexico, Peru, Chile, and also the Pacific Alliance. And this is because of the changes that are occurring in Asia. Now, smaller countries are not far from this conversation. Colombia has been using the Green Protocol for 10 years. When it was launched, it was the second in the region, but now we have more than 10 in Latin America and the Caribbean following that dynamic. So the region is moving forward, maybe not as fast as it should. And if it does not seize the opportunity, it will lose it, and it will have significant social gaps. Now we'll talk about startups and financing. We see more and more companies leaving the region towards the United States, but we also see a change in mindset in terms of funds. We have bigger investment funds which are seeing Latin America as an interesting region, and this will help us accelerate the transition of this technology, and also funds focusing on Latin America and climate action. So the region needs more capital so that we can begin creating our own technologies and companies. So I do see a positive movement, both in the number of companies that are growing, but also the funds dedicated to climate actions in the region. Before I close, I would like to give you 30 seconds to all of you so that you can convey a message to the audience. A closing message. So let's begin with Paula. Okay, a closing message. Do not be afraid of doing the first measurement, even if it is not perfect. Write it down, because what is not measured is not managed. Even if it's not perfect, begin with that first measurement. Once you measure, move fast, because this is an urgent matter and also about opportunities. Thank you. I invite you to have to be open-minded. Not because it doesn't exist, it doesn't mean that it will not be possible. You will always have that opportunity there. Beautiful messages. And now to close this panel, I want to thank you for being here, for all the ideas and this wonderful conversation, and also to thank you all for being here. It's the last session of the afternoon, and now I have a new announcement. As you know, the IDB Lab is evolving towards a new concept of hub. So you will see here a QR so that you can share all your ideas, the ideas you think that will help us create an innovation ecosystem. And if you have been for panels, you may have seen this QR 4 times, but this is an excellent idea so that we can pick up all the challenges of the region from the different perspectives. Thank you.
Los invitamos a llenar la encuesta.
This is the end of the first day of the IDB Lab Forum. Please use this QR code to follow the event. We have had the chance of listening to experts, creating connections at our networking, look at the trip of water from the Amazon, discover talents, participate in workshops, and enriching conversations. But that is not the end. We want to celebrate this first meeting. That is why we want to invite you to come with us and enjoy a moment where we will continue to share ideas and create connections while we enjoy a delicious cocktail with traditional liquor from this country that always receives you with open arms. We will see you at our happy hour at the foyer on the second floor.